This thing's picking it up. All right.
So you're going to want to, it says audio input capture. Do you have the mic on?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. That's it right there. So shut the mics all off, see if it goes away.
Dude, I do not.
Okay, let me go ahead and I'm ready. Basically, I'm recording on the camera, and then whenever you need me to unmute it, just let me unmute it. Let me know.
Yeah.
For the music and the audio.
You ready?
You ready?
Man, we're ready.
This game on a video game.
Yeah, we're getting a whole lot of content today.
Get hydrated, man.
I love it.
This is so bad.
It's gonna be fun.
I didn't even talk. They just used my link, but it was like through the Zoom call, like the first two to go. Like, yeah, we got it. It was like,
That's badass.
one
Man.
thing. I fucking love that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely cool to see this affiliate.
We're mic'd up on the stream, just so you know. But how's the rest of your night?
It was amazing.
It's cool. It's
Yeah.
good. I saw your story. You guys went out to Cigar?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, just smoked a cigar, hung out, and then it's like, all right, let's get back.
That's so funny. That was cool last night.
Yeah, dude, this is a good little turnout for the second time. It like
Yeah.
quadrupled in size, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
probably
have
have
another guy
ready to roll.
that just randomly hit me up, and he's just like, "Hey man, I'm a licensed agent. I just signed up last night, and I'm gonna switch companies. Me and my wife have been doing it for 20 years." He's like, "I'm gonna be there at like 9:05." He's like, "I'm driving right now." I'll be
Wow.
in. So he's coming here right now, and he's,
Dude.
I was like, "Dang!" I was like, "Let's go."
I love it.
Me too.
Well, cool, man. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, it is.
Ready to have some fun? Yeah. Yeah, it's like Ron's about to blast it out. I think he probably did blast it out already, but
The live stream. Let's go. So it'll be texted out.
yeah. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good.
You know Ethan?
Yeah, we know Ethan.
Where is he?
He's up here. Yeah. Or I don't know where he's at actually. He's over here somewhere. Guys, what's going on? Good to see everybody. Trevor, let's move this out of the way. What's this doing here?
You want to put it somewhere?
Yeah, let's stick it back over here. Here's what I'm gonna do. You know what we call that? Good old fashioned classic mix up, baby.
I love this group.
Yeah. Here, let's just, no, we'll just put the stuff here. Guys, if you haven't been out here yet, welcome. For those of you guys who have been out here, welcome back. And I'm going to just tell you guys really quickly like what the goal is of today, and then we'll kind of get into it. But the main goal is really like there's a lot of people who are doing really well. There's a lot of people who are brand new, and there's a lot of you guys that maybe have been here and a part of this for a little while now. And our goal is to get you guys the information to be able to be truly successful inside this industry. And there's a group of us that were talking the other night, and one of the crazy things about this place is that you can become whoever you want to be, right? And there's a lot of people in here who are a lot older than I am. And there's a lot of people here who have done more in life than I have. But the crazy thing is that those people are on the same journey that I am. And we're all starting our own journey here at Real Financial. So whether you've been here for 2 years like some of us, or you've been here for 30 days, or maybe you've been in the car business for 10 years and been in business like John for 40 years or 30 years or whatever it is, and you've had all this experience, but you've been doing it with the wrong people, right? Our goal is to do this together as a group going forward. So one of the things that I've realized about this community and this group, especially for most of us being so heavily influenced by Brad and Andy for so much, I was watching Brad for 2 years before I signed up for this. There's a lot of us that have been, watching from afar, trying to get around these people, trying to get in these communities. Like, I didn't even know that this stuff existed, right? And what's crazy is that everybody here wants everybody to win. And there's a couple of us talking about it the other day, and I said this phrase, and I really, really believe that everybody here, when I'm around you guys, when you guys are around me, when you guys are around each other, I always just think to myself, I like me best when I'm with you, to all of you guys. And I want you guys to think that about me. And I think that we can all agree we've been around the wrong people before and we haven't thought like that. And this is a group and this is an environment where we all have that opportunity to be able to feel like that and say that. And if you guys are building teams and you want to grow an organization, well, you're going to have to make a lot of people feel like that because they're going to have to choose to show up tomorrow. Because in this business, nobody has to be here. You guys all took time out of your day. You spent money out of your pocket to get out here. And nobody made you do it, right? So if we're not forced to be here like a normal job, what does that mean? That means that the community has to be so good, the community has to be so inviting and open, and there has to be such great help and support here that rather than us having to say to people, hey, you have to show up at this time, hey, you have to be here to do this many phone calls, people have to say, you know what, I'm going to choose to show up today. I want to be here. I have to choose to want to be here. And that's all on us. That's on me. That's on you guys. It's on everyone and how we interact with each other. And it's so much deeper than me just having a conversation with you guys up here in front of you guys. It's the day-to-day when I don't feel like having phone calls, when I don't feel like getting on live dials, when I don't feel like when I have difficulty in my business and I have to still show up and do the work, right? When I'm having a bad day, I get on there and see Mustachio having a good time. Let's go. And I know he's having fun and it makes me want to be there, right? And it's crazy because last night Mustachio was telling me, he was saying there's even days that I have tough time getting on, but then I get on and everyone's having a good time. It's that I like me best when I'm with you, right? I like me best, so I'm gonna keep showing up. It might be tough, but I'm gonna keep coming back, right? And if you guys wanna build an agency, if you guys wanna build a team, like we have people building agencies and teams and doing their own recruiting, and some people are in the leadership team and in the rotation to get people from Brad and Andy, right? And it's like, those individuals have to have that attitude every single day because this business in general isn't all sunshine and rainbows, right? So we have to have that community. This is the superpower. We are the superpower of Real Financial. And that's you guys. You guys are all the superpower of Real Financial. So just understand that day to day, your actions and the things that you say and how you talk to people and what goes on inside your business, you might not think it has a huge impact, but you're impacting everybody around you. We're like a giant pendulum that's always swinging, and we're always influencing each other, every single one of us. I spend time with Trey and I influence each other. If Trey's having a great day and I'm having a bad day and I'm negative, well, Trey's all of a sudden not as excited as he was, right? I know that Zach's in here, and Zach has said before that he's like, I work a full-time job and I just can't wait to get on these calls because they're so positive, right? And the cool thing is, like I said, I like me best when I'm with you. So if I like me best when I'm with you guys, my goal is that you guys like yourselves when you're around me and each other, okay? And I think that we can all agree that change is something that a lot of us talk about, right? This concept, this theory of change. Well, change from the outside in creates pressure, right? It creates anxiety. all this external stuff changing around us that we have no control about in our lives. It creates all this, the economy's changing, the real estate market's going down, the stocks are down, the investments, all these things that we can't control. The weather's bad, there's clouds in the sky, it's raining, oh no, right? Change from the inside out is growth. It feels good. So my goal for you guys today is for you guys to change from the inside out. We're not going to give you a magic secret that's going to make you, super successful and get you to where you want to go, but everybody in this room showed up for a reason today. And my goal is to give you guys all the information that you guys need to go out there and the tools and resources of this huge tool belt so you guys can reach into it when you need it to go and do the work to build the life that you want, because this is what this is all about. So I got a lot of stuff that I'm going to talk to you guys about today. If you guys have notebooks, if you guys have notes apps on your phone, I really recommend you guys take notes. This is all going to be recorded, but I think it's really important that you guys take some notes because there's going to be certain things that might hit you and in your journey you need right now. And if you don't have it written down, if you don't have it typed out, whatever the case, you might not be able to reference that feeling that you had when you were in this room right now. But if you do have it written down, you can always go back to it. So I'm going to go a couple different directions this morning. This morning we're going to talk about a lot of growth, a lot of development, a lot of stuff that'll help you guys be successful in this industry and in this business. And then this afternoon we're going to talk total insurance. Like if someone gave me like $100,000 and they said, how do I be good at insurance and how do I, become very successful? It's like a masterclass course on exactly what I would recommend people do. Can you just hold on to this for the day? For a couple hours? If anyone calls, answer it, close it. I love it. Cool. All right, guys, just to start, a couple things I just want you guys to think about, and a couple things that I want you guys to just internally ask yourselves, right? I know a lot of us got into this opportunity for totally different reasons. Just ask yourselves, why did you get into it, right? Some people wanted to get into it for, travel freedom, right? They've been stuck in a certain job in a certain building. Some people wanted to get into it to make more money. Some people wanted to get into it to spend more time with their family, just be around the right community of people, supportive people. Whatever the case is, I want you guys to write this stuff down. Like, why did you get into this opportunity? What is it that you want out of the opportunity? Like, if in the perfect end result, right? Like, what is that thing that you want out of it that if you could snap your fingers and get, it was already done? Have you thought about what it actually looks like, right? And have you thought about how long it's going to take? Or have you thought about the time that you're going to have to put in to be able to get there? I think a lot of us, we have this idea of success, right? Or wherever we want to end up. It could be monetarily, it could be with things, it could be freedom, it could be spending time with family. It could be not having to work all day long. It could be, having a lot of money saved up in the bank, or, being able to travel the world, or whatever it is. I think that a lot of us want it now, but we don't think about the actual how-to. And one of the first things I'm going to talk about with you guys is this theory and this thing where people, for a lot of reasons, will start something new and exciting because they think it's the magic key because they heard a great podcast or they heard a great interview or they read a great job description, and they have this excitement to start this new opportunity. But it gets a little bit difficult because, like anything, it wouldn't be worth it if it wasn't difficult, right? And what ends up happening is people then see another podcast, then they see another commercial, they see another advertisement somewhere, they see another something that catches their interest. And when it's hard in the moment, they're in the opportunity, and they're like, man, I got to go through the simplistic, repetitive actions to be able to get to where I want to go. They end up going, well, that looks like it's easy because this guy's talking about it super easy. And then they jump ship, they go over here, and then they have a new opportunity. So I want you guys to think about, if you're really going to build a life that you want to live, and I love the saying, it's don't work for a living, work to design a life, right? Like, design your life. Like, don't go every single day just to earn your income so then you spend all your money and then you have to go show it back to your job when you're in this hamster wheel cycle, but you're actually getting to design a life, right? Wouldn't that be cool? And you get to choose that, and you get to create that for yourself. So I want you guys to think about a time frame. What does it actually look like? Has anybody done it in that time? What did they do, right? How much did they work? Okay? And then the last thing up here that we have is Well, have you thought about the different skills you're going to need to acquire that life or that outcome? Because for a lot of us, again, we want a certain outcome. We want a certain something to happen, but we don't realize that, well, to get that, maybe if I want a team of 500 agents producing, I'm going to have to be able to lead a team of 500 agents, right? What does that look like? Well, I'm going to have to be able to influence people. I'm going to have to help people solve problems. I'm going to have to know how to sell insurance. I'm going to have to know all the ins and outs of the business because I'm going to have to teach a whole lot of people how to do it. And if I have to teach a whole lot of other people how to do it, well then that means I'm going to have to help people go through challenges and difficulties. So I'm going to have to get really good at helping other people get through tough times, right? Which means that I should be able to get through my tough times. And not saying that you should never, have like we should all be willing to reach out for help. We should all have that within us, but we should also have the gear that we can go to when things are difficult to say, hey, you know what? On the other side of this, there's a whole lot of gold and it's coming. But I just got to go through this piece right here that I'm going through right now. So these are just some things that I want you guys to think about. And they're really important for you guys just to have an idea of, because if you don't have an idea, like what are we shooting for? Right? We'll talk about goals in a little bit and kind of like exactly figuring out what you want your life to look like, where you want to be, what you want to do, and how you want to create that. But on a simple, basic level, I want you guys to think about 12 months out. And if you guys want to think farther out, you want to think bigger, I love it. But January next year, I want you guys just to think about this stuff, right? And I want you guys to write it down. Like, what is your personal production each month? Like, what do you want it to be? What do you want a team production goal for yourself to be? Like, do you want to have an agency by then? How much do you want it to be producing? How many agents do you have in your agency, right? Like, do you have 20 people producing? Maybe you can acquire a couple agents a month and you can get 45 agents in 12 months, right? What's your income goal? Right? What is your lifestyle? Are you able to travel? Are you able to do things you want? Do you have that freedom? What else do you want in your lifestyle? And then materialistically, like, do you want certain things, in 12 months? And if so, great. If not, cool. I was telling some people last night, a lot of people, they think success is from the outside in. And what's crazy is the more time I've spent in personal development, I thought that I always wanted a big house and a cool car and all this stuff. And like, that stuff's kind of cool here and there. But what's really interesting is I see a lot of people and I talk to a lot of people. And what I've noticed is the people who are the most happy in their lives are the ones that are personally progressing. They're growing. They're constantly growing. It's not about the external, right? It's all about the internal. And that thing of change from the outside in, right? Well, change from the inside out is what we're after. Because I know that if I only worry about all the materialistic things, and that's all I want, well, at the end of the day, let's say that you do have the cool car or a cool house, but you're still alone in it, right? What does it matter if you're not around the right people, if you're not in a community of people that really does care about you? And one of the crazy things that I was talking to some people the other day, and I was saying how the most fulfilled I ever feel is when I do my simple stuff. I read, I'm checking up on my goals, I'm tracking my stuff, I'm on my mission, I know where I'm going, I'm in the right direction, right? And I'm moving a certain way. I've picked a goal and I'm going after it, right? But I mean, having, these external things, it's not what it's all about. So I challenge you guys to pick something that you can internally chase. And I talk a lot about a lot of the books that I read. And one of them is called Psycho-Cybernetics. And if you haven't read it, you should read it. And I see a lot of people shaking their head because I'm sure you guys have all read it. A lot of us have talked about it in this room. But the book talks about how your brain is a success or failure mechanism. And you get to decide which one it is. And how it works is, basically, if I have a goal 12 months out, my brain, and I think about it enough, and I envision it enough, and I'm looking at it every day, and I'm trying to attack it every single day, what happens is my brain starts going, how do I solve this, right? How do I make this happen? It's starting to ask itself how. So your brain naturally will start to figure out the how. Well, one thing that I've realized is most people don't have goals. So what is their brain naturally trying to figure out? It's their self-talk. What are they saying to themselves? They're joking around or excuse me, most people have a negative self-image. So what I mean by that is if someone gets started in this business and they think negatively, well, what ends up happening is they will say, man, this is difficult, this is hard, I just don't think that this is gonna work, it's so unrealistic, whatever the case is. Well, internally, what ends up happening is your brain's gonna start to solve that. Your brain's gonna start to say, yeah, there's so many people that you're gonna have to call to make that happen. How are you ever gonna find the sales? What are you gonna do, right? So there's all these, your brain is naturally solving problems. And if it's not solving these problems, it'll solve other problems. And those problems are what we're feeding it. So if you're feeding it negativity, it'll solve negativity. If you're feeding it, I'm gonna give you guys an example, right? If I came here to the den today, and let's just say that, there was someone that I wanted to introduce myself to. I really wanted to meet one of you guys, right? But I was like nervous about it. And I was like, they probably don't want to meet me, right? They're probably busy, like they don't want to meet me. They got a lot going on. They're a really important person. And I would probably start to find reasons that my brain would go, yeah, look at that person. He's having conversations. He doesn't have time to meet you, right? He's over there busy and he's doing his thing and you just should not bother him. You should just sit in the corner, stay quiet, don't meet anybody. That's what my brain would start to tell me. But if I went in and I was like, I'm gonna meet somebody today and they're gonna be excited to meet me, I'd be like, man, look at that guy over there. He's having a conversation. I gotta get in on that, right? And I'd go over and I'd be a part of it. So think about these things that you're telling yourself. Think about the things that you're trying to shoot for. Where are you trying to go? And if you never think about those things, well, 12 months ago, where were you? Did you get anywhere closer to where you wanna be, right? Like, where do you wanna be? If we don't know where we wanna be, we have to figure that out. So I'm challenging you guys, 12 months from now, these are some great things to think about. And I want you guys to know, sky's the limit, especially here. We're gonna talk about the system and how this company works and what an opportunity it is. When we say level 10 earning opportunity, level 10 earning opportunity to be able to build something with a ton of resources behind us from people with incredible influence. So shoot for the stars when you're thinking about this stuff and go to work on solving that problem and doing the work for it. This is something that has totally changed the way that I go about my normal day, the way that I go about working towards each year, each month. I'm trying to solve big problems and I break them down by the week, by the month, by the day. And then I just go and I just do the execution, the simple execution every single day. So this is kind of what I was talking about a little bit ago. This photo right here is what most people do. They get all excited about an opportunity. There's a lot of you guys in this room that are on the newer side, which is great. And I'm super stoked that you guys are here, but I want you guys to be fully committed to this because the success doesn't come from short-term excitement. It comes from the long time that you spend inside this industry. I'm gonna give you guys an example. One of the best benefits that we have at Real Financial and in this industry is that we get reoccurring revenue. So every single year that all these policies stay in place, you get paid on it over and over and over. All the business that your team writes, you're gonna get paid on it over and over and over, okay? Well, I don't get to see any of those benefits if I don't make it 12 months, right? If I get to stack up, let's just say that I have a team and the team sells, I'm just gonna say 4,000 policies in a month or each year, right? For 5 years, well, I'm gonna get the reoccurring revenue every single year on and on and on, and that's gonna keep building and growing every single year. So the success of what the true benefits are inside of our industry, it's all long-term. So I have to have a long-term mindset. And if I get all excited about this, and then I pick up the phone for the first time, I'm all jazzed up, and then I get smacked in the face with some objections and I don't know how to handle them, and I'm like, that guy said this other opportunity is really easy. Man, I'm just gonna go do that one. When that's exactly why you got started in this one. Right? And if you guys open up your phones, if you guys go on YouTube, if you go on social media, everybody out there is trying to pitch you and sell you and tell you to join something because they want your money. Here's the difference. With Brad and Andy, they've got it all. They've got all the money. They don't need to sell us to get us to pay for something to have them profit, right? They're after actually helping people. And that's a huge difference of our opportunity versus where a lot of other people go, what a lot of other people spend their time in. So this is the right place to be. But what I don't want you guys to do is to get super excited, super jacked up, and then have a challenge or have an obstacle, have some difficulty, and then you end up being like, there's something else out there that's easier. This isn't it. Because if you can just stick in it, the longer that you spend in it, the more that you're going to learn. The more that you learn, the easier it gets. The easier it gets, the more money you make. Right? So it's not about trying to find the simple hack to get rich. It's about putting the time, effort, and energy in to be able to win. And most people underestimate the amount of effort that it's going to take to be great. And if you want a big life, or you want a unique experience in life, right? You want to do some cool things. You want to make more money than most people. You want to have a better quality of living than most. Well, you're going to have to do things that most people aren't doing, right? But the cool thing is, Real Financial has the opportunity to accelerate that, right? Because of the way that all this works and the way that all of us probably have come into this business, we have the ability to obviously build teams, and very uniquely through the system that we have set up. So speed in business isn't always more activity, right? What does that mean? If, let's just say Nick and I have the same 10-hour workday. Well, Nick and I could both work 10 hours, but I could work on things that are like just studying all day. Or I could work on, following all the people in the industry and watching all their videos and trying to find all the best tools and resources and leads. And Nick could spend his whole day dialing crappy leads. And Nick would do way better than I would, right? So I want you guys to think about this. Let's just say Nick and Osbaldo to make it fun, right? So Nick and Oz, let's say they're sitting side by side. Well, what makes them different when they get on the phone? Well, I say, number one, if either of them has, leads to call, right? Say one has leads, one doesn't. That's like the first thing. So Nick has leads, Osbaldo doesn't. Well, if they both have leads, what's the difference maker? Well, maybe one of them is using an auto dialer and one's not using a CRM or any kind of tool to help them. Maybe one has aged leads versus fresh leads, right? Maybe one has someone setting appointments for him and one is calling himself. Well, what else do we have? Skills. Let's say one can close and one can't. So what's in our control? All of those things. Beyond that, let's say that Osbaldo has a team of 25 people and Nick's dialing the phone himself. Well, Osbaldo is going to outdo Nick every day of the week, right? So it's making the right decisions. It's not always about, and I tell you guys that story, but in my personal life, my first bunch of months in this, I tried to make $500 every single day for 7 days a week. Like every single day. And I sold a bunch of insurance. But in 9 months, I was like, I'm going to be in the same place in 12 months if I do this again for 12 months. What do I want out of this? I don't want to dial for 14 hours a day every day, right? And I'm glad that I did because I learned a lot. But what I've realized is that I was working really hard, but I wasn't working on the right stuff, right? I was putting all my eggs in this one basket. Okay? This is a marathon. It is not a sprint. I can get all fired up and make 1 million calls tomorrow, but I got to show up the next day and do it because I can't do it all in one day. It's a long game. You're going to be able to make money. You're going to be able to build something. You're going to be able to do all these things, but I mean, if I recruit somebody, let's just say that someone doesn't have their license and I'm like, hey man, Ethan, you should join this agency. You're going to do great. Like, this is a great community. It's 1099 sales. You can earn as much as you want. And Ethan's like, I'm in. Let's do it. Well, Ethan's got to go through pre-licensing. He's got to take his exam. He's got to get contracted. He's got to get onboarded. I mean, this could be a 90 to 120 day thing, right? It's not a marathon. I could recruit 1 million people tomorrow. But those people still got to get signed up. They got to go through this whole process. It's not going to happen tomorrow. I was one of those people that I was like, 3 months from now, I'm going to have $1 million agency. Right when I decided to start building. I'm like, it's going to happen. I just believed it, you know? I was so confident. And I just started trying to recruit everybody I ever could. And what ended up happening is, you know, all these people were interested, and I was unable to like teach them and train them because I was just dialing all day, right? I was working on the wrong stuff. I didn't really know how to retain. I was just all over the place. But what I've realized is that it opened up a new door. So rather than just me having to work, I started thinking about what else is out there, right? There's a team aspect to this. There's multiple ways that you can build a real business in this. I could write 10,000 policies and live off my renewals forever, you know, and have 10,000 active policies paying me every single month. Or I could have a bunch of friends helping me do that, and I could still get to the same goal, but a lot of other people are also winning because of me, and I'm also benefiting from that. Okay? So in the short term, it might seem slow, but in the long term, it's fast, right? This is successful people. Successful people are willing to stick in the same thing for a long time. I mean, a lot of you guys have told me, I want to be where you are in 12 months. I want to be where you're at in this amount of time. The only difference between me and you guys is just that I've done simple things for a long time. You guys are just newer than I am. That's it. So if you guys want to be where I am, you absolutely can. And you probably can do it in less time now, the way that everything's set up, which is crazy. But you got to be willing to put the time in. This isn't a fly-by-night, overnight, you know, success story thing. It's you do the work, you get rewarded. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how to make it easy to get there, right? Because now that we know kind of where we want to go, now that we've talked a little bit about what that looks like, it's not quitting, it's putting the time in, staying here, being here in 12 months, making it easy to like riding a bike, right? What are the actions that actually move the needle long term? Right? Like, what are they? Like, what would I do? If I was like, man, like I want to have this is my goal, right? If my goal outcome is to be an agency owner, or to be able to write $60,000 a month in premium, or to make $50,000 a month, or whatever it is, whatever your goal outcome is, like what do I actually have to do today? Because if I only dial the phone for 12 months, I'm going to be really good at selling. Do I have an agency? It's not promised, but if you're a top producer, you might start getting agents, right? If I only study people's content about how to be successful in the industry, well, that's not actually helping do anything that's going to make those things happen. And I'm really big on like breaking everything down to its simplest form. So I'm just going to put it like this. Let's say that I want to build an agency, and I want to have an agency that has 100 writers, right? And I want to have 100 people inside of my agency writing business, and I'm going to do all the work that's necessary. So what is the actual work? Well, the work might look like this. I got to figure out how to sell. Okay? I'm going to have to figure out what I need to do to be able to be successful in the business personally, so I can teach other people. So I'm going to figure out how to sell. I'm going to figure out if I go through hard times, doesn't matter, because I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to be able to teach people and coach people through those hard times. I'm going to figure out what all the difficulties are, what all the hardships are, what all the negative things are, and I'm going to get through those challenges. So then instead of when my agents come in and they're like, hey man, I got hit with this objection, I'm like, just keep dialing. Or I could be like, I was talking to Mustachio last night, and he's like, when I got started, it was just like, just buy leads and dial. Yeah. We're just like, what do you mean? We're just like, hit the phones. We didn't have it broken down. But now we're like, man, you buy these kinds of leads, you make this many phone calls, you should get this many presentations, you should see this many sales. It's just simple math. And if you're not getting the results, well, there's like 3 things that it could be. Your number spam, you're not able to overcome objections, or you're just not good, which means you got a mentor, you got 5 training calls a week, you plug in, you ask the questions, you figure it out. You start to go through the learning process by asking your mentor and plugging into the trainings. That's why we have those. So if I wanted to build a 100-person agency, right, in the next 12 months or whatever it is, well, what would happen is I would be looking to find people to hire, right? I would be looking to recruit people. Well, how do I do that? Well, I can share it with people that I know. I can post on social media. I can run job board postings. I can get recruits from Bad and Andy. Okay, that's a great array to figure out what I need to do, right? Well, maybe I should pick one or two of those things and go really hard on those. Okay, so if I run a ZipRecruiter ad, or I run an Indeed job board posting, or I do something along the lines of that, like let's test that. How many people do I get to sign up? Then I know how many people can sign up, and then I know that I can run appointments with those people, so then I can hire a certain amount of people, so then this many people can sign up for pre-licensing, so then when these many people sign up for pre-licensing, then I have this many people complete the exam out of that. There's gonna be a little drop off, and then I'm gonna have this many people get contracted from that, and then this many people actually turn into writers. Well, cool. Now we know the math of how to do it. So now it's just how do we fill those buckets? How do we fill those holes? And if you're, let's say that you have to recruit 10 people to get 5 to pass their test and then 3 actually become writers, well then I know that I'm gonna have to do, whatever the math is on that to get 100 writers, right? I know the ratios. So that consistency will move the needle to solve my goal, to solve my problem. Let's say I only have a goal to be able to sell at a high level. Well, I'm gonna need to sell a lot, right? I'm gonna need to develop myself to be able to do that. I'm gonna need to grow, because right now, all the experiences, all the knowledge, all the things that have happened in my life have gotten me to where I'm at right now. And if I'm not getting the results that I want, well, that means that I need new information. I need new skills. So I need new information. I need new knowledge. I need new experiences to be able to get me there, right? And that's not always the most simple thing in the world. It's repetition. It's doing the work, right? It's the simple stuff. It's not always exciting, but it's what pays, right? I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about my first 9 months in the business. I sold a ton of policies, and there's a couple of you guys I was just talking to, that have been here since the beginning, and it's just some people were like, how do you know all this? How did you get as good as you are? I've just done it a lot. I've just sold a lot of policies. So it's there's a lot of things that I'm just well, no duh, you just do that. It's second nature to me because I've done it for 2 years. But for a lot of people, it's brand new, right? So if I was to get into a new, let's say Trey just came in, Trey's only been in real estate, or he's only worked a 9 to 5, right? And I'm like I said to Mustachio when he started, just buy leads and dial. And he's like, well, how many leads do I buy? Well, how many people do I have to call? What do I say when they say this? I'm like, man, I don't know, right? Think about it. So if you can break it down to its simplest form, it becomes easy, right? And then so I have up here, create habit and routine around those activities, okay? Because it's not gonna happen overnight. It's not gonna be tomorrow. It's not gonna be in 30 days. But once we know the actions that are gonna help us achieve the end goal, what we have to do is do them consistently, right? So I can't just recruit 400 people tomorrow. I know that I gotta recruit X amount, and it's probably, we would have to, multiply 3 by whatever to figure out how many we would need to recruit 100 writers in that amount of time, and then we would know how many people we'd have to enter in the beginning of the funnel. Right? I think it's about 30 33. So we know that we would have to bring in, if I'm not mistaken, 3,300 people to have 100 writers, or maybe it's 330. I don't know. If someone has a calculator, you're more than welcome to do it. But the point is that I'm going to have to recruit a bunch of people, and then I can go, all right, in 12 months, in a 12-month timeline, I can start to recruit, if it's 330, I think it's 3,000 or 300. But yeah, it is, right? So if it's 3,000, well, then I'm going to have to do 1,000 people a month in the beginning of the funnel, right? And then you're like, okay, well, how many people do I have to talk to? How many people do I have to get interviews with job board postings? And you can start to do the math. And I'm just making those numbers up. They're probably not that extreme, but I'm just giving you guys an example. I can be 1,000 people a month. Cool. I can, or 500 a month, or whatever it is. And I can start to break that down. And then I'm like, how many appointments do I have to run to get that many people into the thing and the pre-licensing? And then I know, and then I can start to execute on that. And I can say that from 2 to 3 o'clock, I'm going to run 4 15-minute interviews every single day while my job board posting's running, and I'm going to set up a Calendly link where people have to book on it, when they sign up. And then I'm not chasing people down. I'm just sitting down going, hey, are you qualified to do this? And then I run that many appointments for 5 days a week for 12 months in a row, and that's how I get my agents. It's simple math. It's nothing crazy, but it doesn't happen overnight, right? So it has to be within our normal routine. Again, like, I can't just sell policies and expect to have myself recruit a bunch of people. I have to have those interviews, right? Or I have to get in that top group and get agents. But for this example, like, I have to do that work or it doesn't get done, right? I have to sell the policies to get the experience. If I don't have the experience, how do I teach it? What do I do when my agents have a question? What do I do when my agents don't know where to go? It's like, you have to know it. There's no faking it. So I want to talk to you guys just a little bit about habits, right? There's a book that I read, man, I can't remember which one it is, but it talks a lot about habits, right? I think it was, that's a great one, but this one was, I think it was The Power of Habit. And I think it's by, I forget the guy's name, something like Durig or Keurig or whatever. But the guy talks about how habits are broken down by, a cue or a trigger. So like, you wake up in the morning, and if you guys like brush your teeth first thing, you're like, right when you wake up, your body's automatically like, we're gonna go brush our teeth. Like, you're already thinking it. I go make coffee right away. I'm going to make coffee, right? Like, it's just natural, okay? And then the routine, it's the action that you're so used to doing that you don't have to think about. If you guys drive to the same place to work every day, or the gym, or you just do something every single day, I tie my right shoe before my left, I don't think about it, I just do it. And it's the routine that I'm in. So you don't have to think about it, but it's so normal to you that it is routine, right? And then there's the reward, like, I did it. It's done, you made the coffee, you brushed your teeth, you're all done with it, you feel a little bit accomplished, whatever it is. And so what I do for myself, and what works for me really well, is I have like daily goals. And at the beginning of every month, and the beginning of the year, and the beginning of the quarter, I sit down and I say, all right, where do I want to be in 90 days? Where do I want to be at the end of these 30 days? What's going to help me progress towards my 12-month goal? What can I do in the next 3 months? What can I do in this month to help me get to the 3-month? What can I do each day to help me get to the 30-day? And that helps me go, okay, day by day, man, I just got to sell a policy and recruit one person every day. That doesn't seem that crazy. In 12 months, I'll get to where I want to go. But I have it broken down so easily that in my schedule, I'm like, I'm going to check in with my agents in the morning. Every morning I have like 87 text messages that like I have to clear out. It takes like 50 minutes. So like I go through those and I got to make some calls to agents, and like I'm always answering questions. So I'm going to build in some time in the morning that, and I'm just being real with you guys, like that's what it is. So I like have time set in there that like I'm going to like clear out my queue, call people if they need it in the morning. That's right away in the morning. After that, development calls with agents. Got to make time to invest in the people if I want them to be great, right? And then I'm on the phones, man. I'm hitting the phones. And then we're doing training most of the time in the afternoon. And again, I'm back to checking in with agents, trying to recruit. I'm doing a lot of stuff on social media, so that's my time to build at night, right? And I have it broken down where I just run this routine every day. I was telling someone here the other day, I was like, it's autopilot. They're like, your stuff looks great. I'm like, it's autopilot. I just do the same thing every day. I don't think about it. I just do it, and all of it is just moving the needle slowly to where I want to go. And it's nothing special. It's just simple things done every single day. It's the simple stuff, the boring stuff that when most people, they hit the top thing where that photo that we looked at, when they hit this, they go, oh man, another guy out there is talking about how this opportunity is great. Now this one, I'm going to kill it if I jump over here, and real estate's easy. And then, I heard this podcast where this guy's like solar sales. It's like I can make 10 grand in a commission, and then I'm going to be rich and famous, and I'm going to work for these cool people in this environment. And then boom, they're like, I'm out of this one. I'm going to jump over here. And then they go back and they start all over. And then they got to make that climb again. And then they get on social media again because it gets kind of hard. And they do this over and over. It's the craziest thing in the world. And most people, they play this game forever. They jump up and down. And if you're not like getting anywhere, then it just doesn't make any sense, right? For me, I'm like, I'm just gonna do that. Like, what else would I do, you know? Like, I just wanna build it. I wanna do it. I wanna grow it. I don't want the external results of what being successful is. I want to build something. I want to have that for me. I want to be a part of that. I want to be the creator of it, right? And you guys can all have that too, by the way. So it's the simple stuff done over and over. I'm going to give you guys this example, right? I made this. I'm pretty proud of it. Fancy little design here. Someone that goes to sleep every single night at 10 o'clock and wakes up at 6, right? Their body's so in rhythm with it. Boom, 10 o'clock, my eyes are shut, lights are off, I'm ready to roll, going to bed. 6 o'clock comes around, got my 8 hours, I'm ready to getting up, start my day. I got a little bit of time before work, I'm gonna get ready, maybe I'm gonna read a book, maybe I'm gonna, eat some breakfast. I have this simple routine that I do, and I'm off to work, I'm on time every day, right? Here's an example of someone that has no idea when they're going to sleep every single night, that has no idea when they're going to get up every single night, when they have no plan, they have no intentions, right? Unpredictable sleep pattern, and there's scrambled eggs going to work, right? I wake up 15 minutes before I have to leave. I got to scramble to brush my teeth, do my hair. I'm a mess. I'm half asleep. And then I get up and I run to the car and I forgot my lunch, so I got to go back in, and I'm wearing 2 left shoes and I'm wearing 1 sock, and I'm all uncomfortable. I'm driving to work and I'm pissed off. And then you're driving to work and you're like, man, this sucks. This day, life is hard. This is terrible. And you're all out of whack because you're not in the routine. You're not in the rhythm, right? And then you get to work and then you're like, all you want to do is take like 5 minutes to like clear your mind and get your things together. And you get to work and you're like, here's your day today. Here's what it's going to be. You have all these problems to solve. And you're like, God, this sucks. And you're just rattled because you're not in the routine. You're not in the swing of things. You're constantly reacting to what's happening externally, and you're never prepared. So think about it. Like, are you in a routine to get to where you want to go? Like, it's so simple to me because I've just been doing it for a little while now, but I wasn't always that way. I had to decide to make a change. And the day that I decided to make a change, things around me started changing. Gabby asked me a question last night, and I thought about this a lot last night. He said, 3 years ago, what's the craziest thing that you just can't believe has happened in your life today? And I'm like, dude, it's crazy. Like, the day that I decided that I wanted things to be different, and I was always a fan of Brad. Like, I watched his stuff. I watched 3 podcasts a day. I would listen to it while I was doing my work, my internship, in my car. I drove DoorDash. Like, I would make excuses just to get away from my roommate so I could go do things to just listen to his podcast because it just made me feel good. And I just knew that there was something there that I wanted to like learn from, right? And I was in college and I'm not happy and I'm not in a good routine. I'm not around the right people, but I decided that I was going to make a change. And that day that I decided that I was going to make a change was when I heard a podcast from him, and there was something that struck me in it. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he said something, and this is a crazy side note, but Hamza and I we were dropping Hamza off last night, and he said there's a Bible verse. It's Matthew 7:11, and he was talking to me about it, and this is a Bible verse that changed my life. And whether you're religious or not, it's the quote, right? It's he who seeks is he who finds, is the premise of it. And I heard Brad say it in a podcast, and I was like, that's so interesting. So if I'm just looking, I'll find it. If I'm just out there going for it and trying to figure it out, I'll find it, right? And I decided that day that I was going to figure it out. I started reading books differently. I started watching what was happening around me differently. I started to observe people and be like, that's not what I want to be around. I started to distance myself from people that weren't helping me, that were speaking negatively, that were bad influences all my life. I started to change, right? And what's crazy is that shortly after that, and I tell this story sometimes, but I had an ex-girlfriend, right? And I remember showing her this stuff that I was learning, and I was so excited about it. And she's like, yeah, but this and that, this and that. And I just remember being like, I gotta get out of here. You know, and I just started thinking about things differently. And then there was a day that I heard Brad talk about Real Financial, and I was like, I'm doing that. That's it. I'm doing it. I trust this guy. He's changed my life. I'm going to go for it. And I decided, right? I made a decision that things were going to be different. And it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. I had to figure a lot of stuff out, and I had a path that I don't know if I would recommend everybody else take the same actions if they were going down it. But like, I decided to change my life, and these things, these doors started opening, and these opportunities, and then boom, like I'm doing really well, and then bang, like I'm writing all this business, and I'm talking to Andy Elliott on the phone, and he's asking me how to sell insurance, and I'm like a kid that I'm like talking to a famous guy, and I'm like, what is going on? And then he's like, you should come out here and move to Arizona and move in with me and my wife. And I'm like, I'm packing my car right now. I'm coming. He didn't even give me his address. I just drove to Scottsdale. I'm like, where do I go? You know? I didn't know if he was dead serious or kind of kidding. I'm like, I'm here. What are we doing? You know? And it's like, I just decided that one day I was going to change. And all these things started happening in my life. Right? And now I'm talking to you guys about it. And you guys have the same opportunity to make a decision today and then tell your story to help other people grow. And that's what this is about. But what's crazy about it is that I used to be that guy. I used to be Mr. On E over here with the red battery. And then one day I was like, you know what? I'm going to get in a routine. I'm going to do the same thing over and over. When I was starting to figure out how to sell, I woke up at the same time every day. I read books every morning. I invested in myself. I started to visualize, think about my goals, what I wanted to do. And I was working out every day. And then I was at the top of the leaderboard all of a sudden. And you know what's crazy is I was so calm and present and just like, I had this feeling that I was just doing what I was supposed to be doing. But it was because I gave myself that space from everything to think about what I actually wanted. So I gave myself that clarity. And then I put the right routines in place. I put the right habits in place, and it was simple. It was just run the play every day. This is gonna work. It's gonna move me closer to where I wanna go. And every month I was making a step closer and a step closer and a step closer. And I just started to increase and grow and develop, right? And again, it took time, but that's cool. It's a part of the game. So, your current routines, what's gotten you to where you're at right now, right? So if you're not happy with where you're at, we might need to change it, which is cool. That's why we're here. We all came in this room to make it change, right? And so our goal is to figure out what those things are. And if you're in a place right now where you're not, crushing it, you're not killing it, like, it's good that you know that. Because there's a lot of people that will never get that information and never get that feedback, and then they end up going down the wrong path forever. So if you're in the room, you have the opportunity to make a decision to change. So, some of the things that, if we're going to put some habits in place and some routines in place for success, what are the goals? Because we have to solve for the goals. Once we solve for the goals, everything else becomes simple, right? Because it's just a routine. How are we going to do it? If it's to build an agency, to have options or freedom, sales skills, higher income, time freedom, you get to travel, do what you want, live wherever you want, more time with family, live an overall higher quality of life, what do I need to have in place so I can get that, right? Let's say that's 12 months out, let's just say. Any of those things. Start to work it backwards, like we did with the agency. Well, if I want to have sales skills, I want to be able to, travel and just decide one night at 11 o'clock that we're just going to go on a trip, and then I'm going to drive for overnight and then wake up at 7 and make my dials and then keep on driving to where I'm going just because we felt like it, because I work remote, like Mustachio, his wife do, right? Like, you can do that. And Mustachio is able to do that. And thank you, Fabio, for this. Mustachio is able to do that because he can sell, right? He knows that he's going to show up, and he could be in Timbuktu or his house or the boat that he doesn't live on but has, and And he can do that, right? Because he knows that he can go and have conversations and talk to people and get people insurance. So Mustachio's got the skill to be able to do it. You know, Nick's going to be here for a month, right? Yeah, maybe a little long. He's going to move out here. And it's same thing. He's like, I'm just going to come down to Arizona. Like, I don't have to be at my work. I don't have to be in a brick and mortar building. I don't have to be anywhere, but I'm going to come here and I'm going to do the work, and I can do it here because this is a remote job. He's taking full advantage of it, right? There's some people that I talk to that are just like, I just want to work 5 hours a day and I'm going to build the system to be able to do it. You know, I got a buddy, his name's Chris Levin. Some of you guys know him. He's an awesome guy. He's recruiting all his, he's been in the car industry for like 25 years. He travels. He's home more than 3 days in a row with his family, like twice a year. But he travels the rest of the year. He works for a huge auto group. And he's like, I want to take all of these car people that I know, and I'm going to get them to be able to work like 5 hours a day. And he's like, I'm going to do it. So he's got all these guys that are getting contracted and licensed, and he's trying to find people. He's hiring all these people to set appointments for his guys so they can sit down and close. And it's like, you know, they're going to work 4 or 5 hours a day and sell policies. And they're going to have people helping them set appointments and like leads that they're going to buy, and then they're just going to sit the appointments and do the follow-up. And it's like they're probably going to work half the amount of time that a normal agent would to put up the same amount because they're outsourcing it, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about some of that stuff here in a minute, but it's like at the beginning you either got like time or money. You know, it's like if you don't have any money, you got a lot of time. That's where I was at. Like I said, I didn't have any money when I had a different path that I don't know, again, if I would have recommended everybody take when I was getting started. But I dropped out of school with no money in my bank account. I didn't have the ability to hire people to start helping me build my business. But you know what I did have is all day long, man, I got nothing else going on. I'm not going out to the bars. I'm not going out drinking. I'm not going out, you know, screwing off. No, I'm going to go invest in me, and I'm going to go make this happen, right? I got 16 hours a day. If I sleep 8, what am I doing all day long? Am I playing video games, watching TV, being influenced by the wrong things, spending time with people that aren't helping me change my life? Or am I starting to grow and develop and invest in me? Am I starting to actually put together this designed life, right? Am I piecing all the things together that I need to do? Am I taking those small steps every single day? And so for me, I had to take a loan out, and I just started working all day. I dialed the phone all day long, every day. I made 500 calls a day, and I just worked. That's all I did. And people are like, you know, they asked me like why I did that. And I was like, I was willing to do anything to change. I was just willing to do anything that I needed to change because I was so tired of where I was. And, you know, I hope that a lot of you guys don't have to get there to make the decision to change. But for some reason, sometimes it takes that, right? And if you're in this room, then you have the opportunity to start that transition today. But getting back to the point here, what's the goal, right? If your goal outcome is to have an agency, to have the skill set, to be able to do this wherever you want, to be able to, you know, have a great life and be able to spend it with great people and not have to spend all your time working for someone else, building somebody else's dream, you're going to need to learn how to sell, and you're going to need to learn how to treat people. You're going to need to learn how to hire. You're going to need to learn how to onboard. You're going to need to learn how to be a leader, manage people, right? You're going to have to learn how to take care of people. And those are skills that we have to develop over time. Again, this isn't a tomorrow thing. What are the actions that will without a doubt create the result when multiplied by time? Like, what are the right things to do? And if I'm going to break it down really simply, in this industry, on a general macro level, sell, train, recruit. Those are the 3 magic things that you can do that will, if you just do those things, like multiplied with time, you'll get A players on your team, you'll have an agency, you'll have writers, you'll have people do it full-time, you'll have people do it part-time, you'll have people that write 1 policy a month, you'll have people that write 40. You'll have policies that you write every single month. Your income will grow over time. Those are the right things. Now, those are buckets that can be broken down into bigger or I'd say smaller skills, right? And so we might have, with selling, I learned how to sell different products, right? I become better at overcoming objections. Maybe I figure out new word tracks to make it easier to sell. Maybe there's different demographics of people that I can target to have better conversations so I can spend less time doing it, right? There's all these different things that I can continue to grow inside my business. With hiring, I can outsource that and have someone else do it. I can learn how to onboard people better. Like I was saying, when some of you guys got started, it was like buy leads and dial. Well, we've made it easier to bring people in because we're like, hey, make this many calls, you should have this many quality conversations, this many presentations, and this many sales. It's so simple, it's like a baby could do it. It's like they just got to get skilled. It's like if you tell a baby, if I'm like, hey, toddler, do you think that you could sell insurance? And they're like, what is that? Insurance or whatever. And then I'm like, well, here's what you're going to have to do. You see this phone? And they're like, yeah, I see the phone. And I'm like, okay, cool, hold it. And I'm like, all right, you're going to call this list of people. And they're like, this list of people? And I'm like, this list of people. You're going to make 300 phone calls a day, but you're not going to have to actually hit the phone button because you're going to use this power tool that's going to help you be able to contact. You see how simple this is, right? I'm like, you're going to call this many people, you're going to press this button this many times, and they know what to do now because it's something that can be taught. And so the point that I'm getting at is it's not about, it's about figuring out what you need to do daily and how you can make those things better as time goes on. So if my daily actions are to sell, train, and recruit, well, I got to figure out who I'm going to recruit, how I'm going to recruit them, how I'm going to onboard these people, what that process looks like, how I can be good at it, how I can be good at selling, what I need to do to sell, and how to make that process simple for me and other people as well. So there's a lot that we're taking on, but again, guys, this isn't one bite to eat the whole elephant. It's how do you eat an elephant? It takes one bite at a time. And multiplied by time, we're going to get the end result that we want. So this is an exercise that I love, and I talk about a little bit, but our attention is so important, right? You guys see some of the wealthiest people in the world, and a question or something that I'm so curious about is how are they so, they manage so many people, they have so much going on, they know so many people, their influence is massive. And how are they so calm, transparent? How are they so, like Zen? You know what I mean? Like Andy, he just loves himself. Like he's just like, he's just him, He's not freaking out. He's not anxious. He's not nervous. He's not worried. Brad, he's just cool, man. He's calm. Well, what I've realized about these people that are super high performers that do really well in business and life, they know what they're putting their attention to. It's not scrambled. It's methodically thought out ahead of time. So I'm going to give you guys an example, right? And I'm gonna draw on this. Hopefully it lets me. Let's just say that this is a pie chart, right? And I'm like trying to evaluate what I give my attention to. What am I thinking about? What am I like? Do I watch Netflix? Am I watching the news? Am I scrolling on social media for an hour a day, right? Like we only get 24 hours a day. So I'm going to give you guys a few examples here. Let's just say that 8 hours, this might be more like 8, sleep, right? I'm going to sleep for 8 hours a day. All right. It's good use of time. It's not bad. Well, am I out partying on the weekends? Am I drinking? Am I doing drugs, right? Like, am I doing the wrong things or am I doing the right things? Like, what does my pie chart look like? Am I spending time around people that bring me down? Am I, having fights all the time? Am I getting in arguments with people? Am I a problem solver? Like, what do I do, So for me, I would be like, well, pretty much, I would say like an hour of my day is like development, right? I'm studying, I'm learning, right? I'm growing. I'm trying to get somewhere with what I'm doing. And then I would say, I have like, time for building, right? I'm spending time with agents. I'm thinking about the business. I'm doing all this stuff. It might be bigger than that, actually. But, you guys are kind of getting the point, right? I'm selling. I'm spending time with people that I enjoy, my relationships, right? And like, you know, I don't know, eating or whatever, you know, like spending time with other people. But like think about it, right? Because if my pie chart, my day today, my routine is not spending time in the right areas, well, those things aren't going to help me get to where I want to go. And if you really say that you want to get somewhere, like, you know what to do now, right? So your pie chart should change. And even if it's not what you need it to be right now, you know what it needs to look like to get to where you want to go. We just broke it down. You got to recruit this many people. You got to have this many people in your agency. You got to be able to sell. So we got to figure out how to sell. So like build the pie chart. Like, what do you devote your time to every single day? Are you spending your time on the things that are moving you closer to where you want to go? Or are you spending your time on things that are keeping you farther from it, right? And when I say keeping you farther from it, I'm just going to give you an example. Not doing it at all is going to keep you as far away as possible from where you want to go. And there's a lot of people that talk about how they want a great life, but like, it's going to take some kind of investment, right? It's going to take some effort, a little bit of elbow grease, as I like to call it. And the more time and energy that you put into it, like the quicker you're going to get there. It's going to accelerate your learning curve. It's going to accelerate your growth. There's an example that I'm going to make in a minute. And I'm just going to do it now because, you know, if there's let's just say that, you know, Craig and Trevor have the same 10 hours a day that they work every single day. And one of them, they both have the same goal. So the goal isn't what separates them. The goal is identical for both of them. But one of them spends the time in his pie chart, his day-to-day, his habits, his routine, his action, his attention. It's all put on the right things. So he's taking small steps every single day. And he's moving slowly, but he's moving. Let's say that's Trevor, right? And Craig's like, you know, like, I'm going to get to it tomorrow. I'm working on it. I got a lot of stuff going on. It's like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, he can tell you what is happening in his life, but like, he's just keeping him from the end result, right? And it's something that I think in growth and personal development, a lot of us have a lot of trouble with in the beginning, at least, as we get started on this growth journey, is like, I gotta face me. Like, we're closing ourselves on becoming the people that we want to become. Like, it's not about the external world. Like, you know, if Ethan's sitting right here in front of me and Ethan's like, he's like, you know, Tyler, I'm doing all the work. I'm doing everything you're telling me to do, but I'm just not getting the results, man. And I'm like, Ethan, you made 12 calls yesterday. Like, you're not doing the work. And he's like, nah, man, like, I'm doing the work. It's like, he's only hurting him. Like, my perception of it doesn't change anything. Like, this isn't a game of like, I'm going to feel sorry for you, come and save you and make you like fix your situation. You got to be real with you, right? You got to look in the mirror and be like, I'm doing the things that are required, or I'm not. It's yes or no. And if your pie chart is fixed the right way, if your pie chart is made the right way, if your routine is the right way, if your habits are the right way, if you know the things that you need to do every single day, then do them. You might not feel like it every single day. You know, you might not be stoked to wake up and call Susie, who needs a policy. But man, that's the right thing to do for today. If you said you want the outcome, this is what you got to do, right? And it's not about today, man. You're building for tomorrow. It's cool. And I get to show up and be around the right people because I like me best when I'm with you guys. So there's no place I'd rather be. I'd rather be nowhere else. I want to be here. And I just got to do this simple stuff. Guys, I say this all the time. We're not insurance agents. Like, we get paid to network. Like, we're a bunch of friends figuring out how to make money together, and then we're going out there and make more money together. Like, we're just networking. Like, I talk to you, you talk to me, we learn from each other, we go talk to people, and like, they just happen to want the thing that we have the ability to help them get. And along the way, we get to make some great money. But it's not, I need to be real with me about the actions, the decisions, the things that I'm doing, because if I'm not real with me, then nothing's ever gonna change. And it's like that story that I just told when I decided to make a decision to change. When I decided that today, you know what? I'm going to start seeking. I'm going to start getting new information. I'm going to start looking around. I'm going to start evaluating where I'm at. I'm going to start doing something different. All these doors started to open for me, and things started to change around me, right? But I had to get real with me. I had to be like, man, I haven't been doing the work. I haven't been doing the right things. I haven't been investing in myself. And it kind of sucked because I'm like not where I want to be, and it's kind of disappointing. And I would check my bank account and it literally, like I have a screenshot, there was no money in it. I had like 90 cents or something. And that sucked to see, but I had to get real with me. I had to start owning it. I was like, I'm not going to be in this situation anymore. I'm taking ownership of it. I'm not living my life looking out the window, hoping someone's going to come save me. I'm going to start taking accountability and responsibility for the things that are happening to make a change. There's no money in there. It's my fault. I'm up. Like, I'm going to take care of it. I got it. It's my opportunity to solve the problem. And nobody's coming to save me. That's the reality. So I'm telling you guys all this stuff today because it's things that I've learned in my journey that I really want you guys to take home and be like, I'm going to take ownership of this. I'm going to put this routine in place. I'm going to make this many calls, and it's going to be just like the systematic thing of building the skill set that I need and building the business that I want to have to get to where I want to go. Because this business is not complicated, but we mess it up a lot of times because there's this thing of thinking like we're smarter than we really are or something. I don't really know what it is, but we try to like be like, I can't really be like that. I'm going to find a better way. When in reality, the way is to do the work. And yeah, there's some small things that we can tweak and change. And we're going to talk about some stuff that we're really making great advancements on for everybody here. And it's going to help us all a ton. But like, there's like, you got to do the work still, right? It's going to continue to get a little bit easier. But as we, get into the nitty gritty, you still got to talk to people. I still got to be a great leader. I still got to be able to build people. I still got to be able to help people solve problems. I got to be able to do these simple things, right? So, if you guys know me, there's a book. It's called Essentialism. I am a fanatic about this book. If you don't have it, I hope that you guys purchase it. It has totally changed my life, and I've talked about it a bunch with a lot of you guys. This is something in the very beginning of the book. It's a photo that I'm stealing. So, shout out to Greg McEwen. And I love this. Like, I just love this so much. He says, most people, they put a millimeter of progress in a million directions. So all their efforts spread out across a lot of things, and they never really get anywhere. When in reality, we should be putting 1 million meters of progress in one direction. Right? Think about it like this, man. If my pie chart is split between, let's just say I have 3 businesses on there. Well, I got way less space to cram all that stuff in. If I got one business, man, I mean, dude, I can sleep for 8 hours. I can spend 8 hours doing something else and still work full time on my business. But if I have 3 businesses, well, if I spend 8 hours at my business, then I can spend, I don't know what 8 divided by 3 is, but, it's like 5 or 6. No, it's 6. Yeah. 6. Nice. It's 6 hours towards each business. So think about that, right? I'm just making this example up right now, but it's the time allocation that you put towards the things that are important to you to help you get to where you want to go, right? So if I know time is such a huge important piece to what I'm doing, and it's just these simple decisions made over and over again to help me get to where I want to go, well, if I'm putting 6 hours a day towards all 3 of these things and I'm hectic and I'm stressed and I have all this stuff going on, well, I could just back off and be like, all right, this one thing can make me as much money as I want. It's around the right people, and I'm going to be able to grow an agency with a ton of leverage inside of my business. Then this is the right place to be. And I just put 8 hours a day towards this. My head's super clear. It's much more simple. I'm way more focused. Well, I'm going to grow the thing way better. I can solve more problems. I can put more headspace to it. My pie chart's more filled up with that thing, right? And so I can make progress in one direction instead of a bunch, right? I'm not just like, if this direction, if I'm trying to walk close to the front of the stage here by Adrian, is real financial, and then all this stuff is all around, like there's all these other things that I could be trying to accomplish. Well, if I have all these other side things and I have those other activities and all these other things in my life that are stealing all of my headspace and my real estate, my brain, then I'm going to move this fast, right? Super slow. But if it's the only big thing in my life that's important to me in business, and I'm not chasing all these rabbits and ending up with 0, and I'm just focused, I'm going to be able to take big steps, right? Comparatively. And that's a crazy difference when you're completely present and you're here and you're with it and you're in it, instead of trying to be over here and then all of a sudden I'm over here and then I'm back over here and then I have no idea what's going on and then I'm getting hit with an issue or a problem that I got to solve and I'm like, man, I can't even do the things that I need to because I only have this much time and then I can't put all this effort and energy towards it. So I'm asking you guys, like, there's a lot of people that do it as a side thing at first, which is cool. But like, if you make the jump, if you take the step into it to go full time, like, really take the step. You know, like, be all into it, because the more that you put, this is a business, it's very unique. Like, the more you put in, the more you get out. It's pretty cool. So there's a lot, you know, of things we've talked about, right? And if we were to talk about, you know, what's next, right? So I'm like, all right, I got the routine. I kind of understand, like, I need to be putting my head towards the right things. I got to spend my time around the right people. I got to be plugged in. Well, I love being around this group, so I'm going to keep showing up to this group. And I know I'm not going anywhere, and I'm playing a long game, and I'm going to keep showing up, and I'm going to keep growing, and I'm going to keep developing, and I'm going to keep on building what I want to build. Well, some next things that I could really focus on are sales, leadership, hiring, training, recruiting, organization, influence, right? These are some simple things that we'll talk about that will help you be able to accelerate your learning curve, right? I can still put the same amount of hours in, but I'm going to grow faster because I'm doing the right things the right way. Now, the good thing about the business that we're in is that we're able to get feedback really fast, right? Well, man, I'm really good at sales, so I'm selling a lot. Man, I'm not doing that great. So, like, something's clearly not going right, so I need to be better, right? And the only way to get better at it is feedback and repetition. So I told you guys earlier, like, my first year, I just went crazy. Like, I almost sold 400 policies in, like, my first 9 months. And I got a lot of feedback. I did it a lot. I had a lot of repetition. And I'm not talking like, you know, I had this much AP and it was like 7 huge policies all year. Like, I literally sold that many policies. Like, I counted them. I went back for this and I checked. Like, I've sold a lot of policies. And it's why, like, sometimes you guys ask me questions. I'm like, oh yeah, like, you just do this, right? And sometimes people are like, you know, surprised that, you know, a couple of us might be able to speak about some of the stuff we can speak about because we've just done it so many times. I'm like, oh, what do you mean you don't get it? But it's because I've just done it so much, you know? And it's habit. It's just like, well, of course you do that. It just is the way that it is. You can't do it any other way. You gotta overcome the objection at the end, right? And then you gotta close it and make them feel comfortable, and that's what you do, right? Well, you gotta buy leads. People are like, buy leads? It's like, I just came from a W-2 job. I never spend money on anything. That was to help grow my business. I'm like, nah, you just got to do it. People are like, and I'm like, I forgot this guy. He hasn't been doing it for 2 years, right? Like, so it's like, I've done this a lot, and I'm able to do it a lot. I'm able to do it at a high level, and I'm able to teach it at a high level because I've had so much repetition and feedback. So if I want to get better at these things, I got to start trying to do these things. When I started trying to hire people, I tell a story all the time, but I recruited like 50 people in a month. And there's a couple of you guys like Anthony, Ray, a couple of you guys that were here and like a part of some meetings that we used to have. Like, we really talked about recruiting a lot. Remember that? And we would talk about like building agencies and what it looked like. And I was like, I'm going to do it. Like, I just went crazy. I'm trying to recruit all these people. I'm trying to get all these people into the agency. And I realized I sucked at retaining them. So they're all coming in. I'm like, Mustachio, you got to make phone calls. And they're like, how many calls? What do I have to say? Like, where do I go when this happens? And I'm like, I don't know. And I'm scrambling, getting back to all these people. And I'm trying to help them, you know, do all this stuff. And I just wasn't good at it. So I learned really quickly that, man, it's a little bit more nuanced than I thought it was. I didn't just have to plug people into Lightspeed and cross my fingers, you know? Like, I had to be there with them. I had to help them solve their problems. I had to help them get better at sales. I had to work with them side by side. Man, I'm on your team. Let's keep on growing, right? So I had to do a lot of, I had to get a lot of reps in. And we've made it easier. And if you're on the leadership team, we got a process dialed in now. Everybody does the same thing. Everyone sends out the same welcome message. We get everyone plugged into the Discord right away. We have this same process where it's because it works, right? We've done it a bunch, it didn't work, and then we figure out what works. Now we're just doing what works. And it's the same thing in your business with all of these different skills that you're going to need to get to where you want to go, right? And so one thing that I think is really, if we're going back to the picture, if you're focused on sales, and that's what you're in right now, and you're like, I'm just going to sell, you're going to grow in sales, right? And then once you have that on autopilot and that's just repeating and you're just cruising and that is like your habit, your routine of doing it is so easy, boom, you go and you add on something else and your threshold to take on more increases because now it's habit. It's normal. I don't have to get, it used to take so much headspace for me to just dial. I was like, man, these people, I don't know if they're going to be wanting me to call them. I think the leads are broken. I borrowed money from my friends, my family. I quit my job. I don't have any money. I dropped out. I'm living at a friend's house. I just took out this loan. And I have these leads, and I know I need to make calls, but I don't know if I feel like making the calls, But as time went on, I started doing it, and I got a couple sales. And then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this does work. I have good feedback. I'm starting to make some money. And then I made a couple more, and I'm like, okay, cool, I can do this. And then I'm like, okay, this is normal now, right? It was hard, difficult, new, and now it's normal. So something changed, right? Well, I just started to do it. I got some good feedback. I was rewarded for my efforts. So now I'm like, all right, I'm over here now. And I'm like, what else can I do? I'm like, well, I can sell instead of 1 a day, I can start selling 2 a day. I'm like, cool, that's kind of tough now. I'm starting to make more calls. I'm starting to get told no more. More people are rejecting me. More people are hanging up on me. And I'm like, maybe I should just stick at 1. There's that limiting belief trying to keep me comfortable, right? And then I'm like, no, you know what? I'm going to keep going. For whatever reason, I wanted to keep trying to grow and progress. Started to study more, get more skilled. I started to sell 2 a day. I started to get 2 a day. I was like, man, all right, I feel pretty good, I'm like, what's next, right? 3, 4, maybe 5 a day. What if I could do that? And every time it was hard, and I would get knocked back down, and then I'd be like, I'm going to try it again. And then I would try it again, and I would do it. But because I had that feedback, I was getting told, hey, you're not good enough yet. You're not able to do that. And so the more time that I did this and the more things that I did it with, onboarding, trying to recruit, trying to lead teams. I used to not speak like this, right? I used to not be able to influence people. I used to not know how to teach people how to sell. I used to not be good in front of crowds. I used to not believe in myself the way that I do. I used to not have the skill sets that I do, but because I invested in myself, because I spent the time in it, because I've done it a bunch of times, I've failed a lot, I've gotten the feedback, right? And I kept on getting the reps. I started to develop myself, starting to become a little bit more polished. We're starting to figure it out. We're starting to make it make more sense. So for you guys, if you want to go to 50 grand a month, 100 grand a month, if you want to have a big agency doing $1 million a month, whatever it is, it's you don't know everything you need to know yet. You're not where you need to be. You're not as skilled as you need to be. You're not all the experience, the knowledge, the skill sets that you have are getting you where you're at right now. So we gotta grow, which means that we're gonna get knocked down. We're gonna have that hardship. We're gonna have a little bit of difficulty. But what's crazy is the more time you spend in it, the more effort that you put towards it, the more feedback you're gonna get, the more you're gonna be able to make better decisions because you're gonna go, that doesn't work, that does, let's do more of that one. And then you're going to keep moving down the right path and you're going to keep progressing. And it's time. It doesn't happen overnight, right? So these are some of the great skill sets that I would say are needed to get to where you want to go. If you guys know who Andrew Carnegie was, he had an incredible amount of millionaires working for him. I'm a huge Napoleon Hill, Andrew Carnegie, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison era. I love studying those guys, what they did, how they talk, Earl Nightingale, all those guys. Andrew Carnegie had the most millionaires working for him at one time. He was paying all these guys millions of dollars. He was paying them all 7-figure salaries hundreds of years ago, or over 100 years ago. Yeah, about 100. Right? And what's crazy is that money was much more, it would probably be like, I would say 8 figures a year now, right? There's a quote that I love that he talks about. He says, when gold is mined, several tons of dirt must be moved to get an ounce of gold. But one doesn't go into the mine looking for dirt. One goes in looking for the gold. Right? I mean, think about that, right? You might have to make a lot of calls, but like there's sales in there. You might have to recruit a lot of people, but there's 8 players out there. Right? Like if you're looking for the dirt, if you're looking at the crap, you're going to get crap. You're going to see the crap. And if you're looking for the good, you're going to see all the opportunities that are in there. You're going to see all the good. And that's a decision that internally you get to decide to make. If you listen to Brad and Andy, they talk about they decide, we choose what we get to see as good and bad, and these things that happen around us. And something that's crazy is, these guys that were around a long time ago, we learn from them now, but I'm curious who they were learning from. And these guys, they figured a lot out. They figured out these different techniques and ways to think, and it's so impressive to me. It's so cool. And this specifically is just, it makes me think, this applies to so many things in life, right? If my perspective is bad, if I'm late getting up, going to work, and I'm rushing, my hair's all crazy, and I'm pissed off, and I don't even want to be in the car right now, but I'm in the car, and there's a red light, and I'm freaking angry, and outside the car, the sun is shining, it's 70 degrees, it's an amazing day, the birds are chirping, but I'm in my car, and I hate life, right? And then I go through the red light, and this guy cuts me off, and I'm honking, and I'm flipping him off, and I'm just pissed. It's like, man, you're looking at the wrong stuff. Man, you could have gotten hit by a car. You could have not been here today. You could be super injured. There used to be times in my life that things were so hard. Like, I was so stressed about money when I dropped out of college. I was so nervous. I didn't know if this was all going to work. I didn't know if I was going to be able to figure out what the end of this thing looked like. I had no clue. And I just remember thinking to myself, man, things could be way worse. I could have just rolled a car yesterday. I could be in the hospital. I could be unhealthy. I could be dead, I'm just grateful that I'm even able to do this. And it totally changed my perspective, right? How important is our perspective in all of this? How important is it that when the gold miners go out and they're like, look at all this freaking dirt, we're never going to find the gold, right? Or they're like, man, there's a bunch of gold in there. Where is it? We got to go find it. That's a decision. It's the same scenario. It's the same thing. But one person can say and look at it a certain way, and it's a great opportunity. And one person can sit there and look at it and say, this sucks. Right? And so I'm here standing in front of you guys today because I just believed that this was going to work. I just chose to believe. I just chose. I decided it was going to happen. I knew it was going to be hard. I knew it was going to be difficult, but I just decided that it was going to work. Even when it didn't make sense, even when it started to make sense and then it stopped making sense. And all these changes happened and this business changed and then people didn't want to be here anymore and people quit. And I just decided, I was like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to give up on it. I'm going to keep trying to make things better. I'm going to keep trying to recruit. The mission never changed. Right? And I saw an opportunity the whole way through. I saw good. I saw positivity. And I just decided that. I just chose. No one told me to. No one's like, you have to do this. Andy's like, you would do great at the Elliott Group if you ever. I'm like, no, I'm not doing it, I'm like, this is what I want to do. And I just chose. And that's why, I'm here talking to you guys and telling you guys this story now is because I just decided. I chose to view things a certain way. I chose to see things a certain way. I chose to look for the gold and not the dirt. And you guys all have the same opportunity to see the gold. And there's tons of it. It's just, how do we get it, right? So, I've showed this before, and I think that it's so powerful because you guys, we can get anything we want in life. And I think that there's an odd assumption that gets made with the world of money. And a lot of people think that to to be successful, you have to have money. When it's not true. You are successful, and as a byproduct of being successful, you are paid. And to become successful, you have to take care of people, and you have to help people. Okay? You have to serve people. This world operates in service. It's something that we talk about all the time. Someone put these lights in here. Someone put that TV there. Someone had to get paid to make this shirt, to embroider it, to build these shoes that I'm wearing. Right? This world is service. You help me, I help you. You do this, I'll give you that. Right? It's service, man. This is all human interaction. It's a giant pendulum that's always swinging. And our service is directly correlated, our service is directly correlated to our income, right? And I'm not saying that like if you go out and like you help a bunch of homeless people figure out how to brush your teeth, like you're gonna make a bunch of money. Like within the opportunity vehicle that you're in, like there is a bed of diamonds, okay? And if you can look inside your opportunity, and even if you weren't here at Real Financial, but you were somewhere else, there's an opportunity in there for you to do really, really well. And what most people don't get is that within that opportunity, there's a way and an opportunity to provide a service to be able to earn more, right? One of the things that I've learned from Andy is if you want to increase the amount of money you make, do more. Do more. That's what he says all the time. He's like, someone's like, I'm not making the money I want to make. He's like, do more. He's just like, sell more stuff, like help more people, like bring more value to your company. Like I have an assistant that works for me and she's like, can I like have an opportunity for increased pay? I'm like, I love it. Absolutely. Put you on commission based, you know, start setting appointments. How many people can you recruit? We'll pay you every time you do that, right? She's like, I love it. I'm like, do more, like I'll pay you more. It's cool. And that's how this world operates. It's all service based. So if I'm like, you know, just getting into personal development or whatever, let's think about it. Who can we serve, right? Well, one salesperson versus an agency builder with 100 reps. I'm going to give you guys both examples. The salesperson has clients to serve. I'm going to call a bunch of people. The more people that I sell, the more people that I help get policies, the more money that I'm going to make. If I'm an agency builder, well, the more agents that I have and the more that I can help them be successful, the more that I actually get benefited, right? So I'm serving more people. If I can get more people inside of my business, if I can help more people buy my product, if I can provide a more high quality service, I can charge more. If I can solve a bigger problem, I can charge more, right? I'm providing more service. You can get anything you want in life if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. And if you guys don't know Zig Ziglar, I love Zig Ziglar, and that's something I'm totally stealing from him because I believe in it so much. Like if you can help enough other people change their life, if enough other people that you know or that you bring into this business want to be independent and not work for crappy people and be in a good community and be a part of this, like you can provide that to them. And that's what it's about. So, your perspective matters. Okay, and I'm going to give you guys a comparison of two people's perspective again. So, there was a woman that I had a client or a lead, a prospect. She wasn't a client at the time, but she felt like most agents were trying to go after her money, right? And her name was Thelma, and she's 83 years old the time that I got her information. And she had a great income. She did really well for herself in her life, but she wanted a policy. She wanted something. She didn't need a lot, but she just wanted to have something. And I talked to her, and is a live transfer lead. I had a great conversation with her. And I ended up going through the process. We're going to help her get a policy. This was like my first 6 months in the business. And she wanted like a couple $100 a month policy. And I was pretty nervous, but I was just, trying to take care of her and not think about the money. Well, we got to the end of the application. She got approved. We got her a Mutual of Omaha policy. Because she's so old, it was like the lowest costing thing that we could get her. And what's crazy is that after we were done, she said to me, you're the only person that I've talked to, and I've talked to a lot of people, that didn't make me feel like you were just trying to make some money off of me. And you weren't just after my pocketbook. And she said, that's the reason that I went with you. It was the biggest commission that I've ever gotten up until that point. It was the most money that I've made in one sale. And I got really rewarded for it personally by having a good perspective. I was just trying to take care of her. I knew when she was like, yeah, the $418 a month, I was like, okay, don't mess this one up. You know, like you're going to the app and you're like, just breathe. I'm like, date of birth? You know? But I'm like, I'm just going to think about her. And I'm just going to take care of her. And it'll work. And it did. And she knew it, that I was intending, she felt it, right? Us as humans have this weird, like, ability to be able to sniff out, like, oh, this person just wants something from me, right? Like, it's a weird thing that we all have. And especially for clients, they can feel your perspective. They can feel your attitude. And it's crazy because, like, you know, there's a lot of really high-level salespeople upstairs. And I think that there's a few of them that just have such good attitudes and such good energy, and especially Andy, you know? And I'm like, it's crazy because, you know, that I like me best when I'm with you thing that I was saying earlier, clients that they have at the Elliott Group, they're just like, I like me best when I'm with you guys. I just want to come back to this place, you know? How do I get around you guys? What do I have to pay? It doesn't even matter. Like, I want to be here. And people love that, and it's infectious. And I'm not saying that you got to be crazy on the phone with Susie when she's like giving you an objection. You're like, woo, you need the policy. But like, they can feel your intentions, you know? It's like, if I was somebody that was trying to, let's just say, get Adrian to, you know, buy my thing that I sold. And I'm like, Adrian, man, like, you need this. You need to buy it. And he's like, well, why do I need it? And I'm like, you have to buy it because it's gonna be the best product that you've ever had. It's the best, you know, shoes that you're ever gonna buy. And Adrian's like, well, I already have really good shoes. Like, I don't know if I need shoes. And I'm like, no, you have to buy it. Like, you need it. And then he's like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna buy it. Like, I'm gonna test it out. I'm gonna buy it. And he buys it. And then Adrian's like, well, what else do I get with it? Do I get anything? He's like, you're gonna get the best customer service in the world. We're gonna take care of you. We're gonna give you everything you need. If you have any questions, you call this number, anything you want. And Adrian's like, all right, well, that sounds like a pretty good deal. I get really good customer service. And then I call and like, or Adrian calls and I'm like, whew, already got my commission. I'm not gonna answer that. Hey, you need to buy this thing. You gotta come over here and buy this thing, right? Like Adrian's like, man, screw that guy. I'm never going back there and doing business with that guy again, right? So if my perspective as a salesperson is just to chase commissions and grab money, like, well, I'm going to get those kinds of results long term. You might grab a couple here and there, but long term, like, I don't have anybody referring me business. I don't have anybody that's willing to give back to me after I give to them. But if I have a good heart, good intentions, the right things will happen, right? Just like that woman, Thelma, like, she was willing to go with me and she told a bunch of other people no, not in comparison of me, but just because she felt weird on the phone with them. It is a feeling through the phone. They didn't even need to see the salespeople's body language. It's a feeling, which is why it's so important for us to develop our skills, get better. When I don't have to think about what to say next, I'm able to be present and talk to the people and help them. And that, they feel that. It changes. So, service. Right? How do I get good at this? Well, I'm going to have to get good at serving people. I'm going to have to get good at helping people. I'm going to have to get good at getting people to realize that they have a problem, just like we have to look in the mirror and decide that we're going to stop dealing with the things that we're dealing with and we're going to make a decision to change today. Right? If I can close me on that, then I can close other people on helping themselves as well. But if I can't close myself, if I'm not treating myself the right way, if I'm not truthful towards myself, and I'm living a lie, and I'm working hard, and I'm doing the right thing, and I'm taking care of people, but really I'm not, and deep down I feel that, and I'm guilty about it, man, when people object, I'm just going to be pissed off. I'm not going to feel good about myself. I'm not going to be helping anybody. So it's really important that if we go back a couple of slides, we're taking care of us. We're helping ourselves figure out what we want, where we want to go, what we need to do in our lives. And how do we do that? Well, then we get there through service and the simple routines, the simple habits to be able to create the life that we want. Right? It's not all that complex. Now, I want you guys to think about for a minute, what do you want? Right? We talked about it a little bit, but like for real, like if you snap your fingers, wave a wand, and I'm like, I'm going to be able to have this dream life, this amazing life. Like that's what we're doing this for. Maybe it's the people around you. Maybe it's the people at home. Maybe it's yourself. Maybe you're tired of being around the wrong people. Maybe you just want to be a better person, right? Well, if I'm a mirror and I know that if I can influence you and you can influence me, well, then I got to bring a smile and a good attitude every single day, because when I'm having a bad day, then I'm going to lean on you and you're going to lean on me when you're having a bad day. So today when I have the opportunity and there's nothing going wrong, well, it's my job to bring some energy and I got to show up and be a good person, right? And so we have to make that decision today so then we can get it tomorrow. I love this, idea of like compounding, right? Because the more that you do in one area, the more things grow, the more that you're going to get back, the better you get, the smarter you get. It's all time under the bar, right? It's simple. This business is super, super rewarding when you're willing to do the things that those essential tasks that are going to reward you, right? So if I'm distracted, if I'm running around doing a million different things, if I'm thinking that I'm working, but I'm really not working, if I'm asking questions all day and I'm not making calls and I'm watching other people be successful and I'm not able to close business, but I'm making excuses and all this stuff, like I'm not doing anything to help my business grow, right? So I'm asking you guys to ask yourselves, like, am I wasting time? Or am I really working, right? Am I doing those tasks that need to be done? Or am I kind of just like avoiding it and like acting as if I was, and it's really not getting done? Because it's black or white, man. There's no gray area. It is like, it is happening or it is not happening. And you get to make that decision on whether or not you do that. And it's in your control. And when it's difficult, and when it's tough, when you don't feel like doing it, just know that you probably would still show up for someone else at someone else's job, where you work for someone else, if you had to be there. So do it for you. Like it isn't about freaking, you worked for some corporate company anymore and you have to show up or you get fired. Like we would all show up so we didn't get fired. I got to get my butt in gear. I got to get over there and get to work. No, man, this is for you now. Like you're building your life. So take some ownership over it. And if you don't, like you will not get the results. So for your best interest, let's make sure that we're doing that, right? Andy calls it heaven on earth. And it's a cool thing. We get to help people and we get to make a lot of money to be able to do it. We're in a unique space. The insurance industry, like I said, the longer you spend in the business, the more that you're going to make. And just from time under the bar of doing simple activities, if I was to recruit one person a day and I sold one policy a day and it took me 4 hours a day, and I just like went to the beach or the pool or whatever the rest of the day, every day for 12 months. In 12 months, I'd be in a pretty good spot. I have a lot of recurring revenue by the time next year came. And I would have a lot of agents working with me. And if it's that simple, why don't we just execute on it, right? But we like to confuse ourselves and make things difficult, and it becomes tough. And we tell ourselves stories because it's new and it's different. And instead of it just being the normal routine that I'm in, it's this new routine and it's uncomfortable. And I gotta show up differently and I gotta bring a different energy and I gotta solve different problems. But if you can do it for a year, it's super normal and it's not tough and it's just what you do. It is your normal job. It is what you were doing previously in that routine. So I challenge you guys to try to make a decision to think farther out, right? It's gonna change your life to think 12 months from now instead of 3 weeks from now, right? Like there's all these kids on social media and there's a stat that I heard that's like 54% or 52% of high school seniors think that they're going to be millionaires by the time they're like 25. And it's like, you know, it's probably not gonna happen, right? And I love the confidence, but like most people are that drawing that we did where they get all excited about something, they get all pumped up, and then they're like, not as easy as I thought it was. And then they go back and they try something else, right? And then they get all excited about something, they get all pumped up. When, you know, Napoleon Hill likes to say, or he said that from studying all the successful people that he studied and all these people that were the richest people in America in the 1900s and the 1800s, and the people that had built the biggest legacies and changed the most lives and done the biggest things, the one thing that they had the most in common is that they all had the ability to overcome obstacles, challenges, and defeat. And their success was directly correlated with the amount of challenges and obstacles and defeat that they had overcome. Like, isn't that crazy? So if we know that's the direction to be able to get to where we want to go, and when challenges come, just know, well, winners live where losers quit. Winners outlast the losers just a little bit longer. And so when most people are like, I'm out, I'm going to quit, I was like, you know what? I'm staying here. I'm in. I'm not leaving. I'm going to keep on doing this. Right? And now I've been able to have different results because I just stuck it out. I've just kept on the mission. Nothing changed. And so for you guys, when things get tough, when you might have, you know, an agent that quits on you that you invest a lot of time into, if you have someone that, you know, you might have a client that doesn't want their policy anymore. If you have someone where they come in and they're talking smack, like, dude, it's cool, man. Like, it's all a part of the journey. It's all a part of the game. And once you can step over that, well, then you get to solve the next day's problems. And that is so temporary, right? All that stuff is one day. There's 365 of them in a year. And we're going to be here for a couple of years, right? I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. So I'm just, hopefully you guys are here for a couple of years. But it's like, that's one day, man. Like, that's not that long. It's like, let's think bigger. I always say, you know, Selena works upstairs and she's a badass coach for Andy in the Elliott group. She's my girlfriend, if you guys don't know her. And sometimes she's like, I have a lot going on. Like, I'm not, you know, executing the way that Andy wants me to execute at the level. Like, he wants me to be doing this. And like, I'm only here. And like, I'm like, zoom out. Like, everything's tracked on a month by month basis. It's the 3rd of the month. And you got 27 more days to make it happen. Right? But we get so caught up in the day-to-day sometimes that we're like, oh my gosh, like, I'm not where I want to be. This is difficult. This is hard. There's always problems to solve. But it's like, you're working towards your dream life, man. Like, it's cool. And when you got the right habits, when you're putting your attention on the right things, when you're investing in yourself the right way, there's all these compounded things that start happening where instead of my success mechanism in my brain saying, well, this is difficult and hard and I hate this, it starts to go, man, how are we going to solve this? This is what I need to know to be able to get to where I want to go, right? And then you get more skilled. Then when your agent's going through it and Trey's like, man, Ty, I'm having a bad day. This is happening. I'm trying to learn this. I don't know how to sell this policy and this product. Like, what is it? And I'm like, dude, I went through the same thing, bro. Like, this is exactly how we're going to handle it because I've done it. And that's the beauty of when you get through the difficult. The reason that Andy has and Brad, you know, have events and they have mentorship programs and they have people paying them a ton of money to spend time around them is because they've been through the tough. And when people get hit with the tough, a lot of times they quit. But they need someone to help them get through that. They need someone to push them through that, right? And people are like, well, they've done it, so I'm going to give them a bunch of money to help me do it because I need help getting through it. And so if you can get through the tough, and here you don't have to pay for it because we're all here helping each other and we're all doing it together, but once you get through the tough, that tough, and now it's normal to you, right? I said earlier that like there's a lot of things that are just like, for me, I'm like, well, of course you do that. Like, this is exactly what you do. You have to buy leads. This is how many phone calls you got to make. You're going to get told no. Like, it's just normal for me. And for Brad and Andy, because they've been in business so long, all that stuff is normal for them. So once it becomes normal, the problem solving, the difficulty, the challenges, they're not challenges anymore, man. You walk in and you're like, people hit me with that objection. Bang, I totally understand that. Well, since it's not a matter of whether or not we're going to get one of them, we'll go ahead and get the lowest option put in place because we need at least something, right? Go ahead and verify the spelling of your first and last name for me. And they're like, I guess that makes sense. All right, we'll get the lowest one. And you're like, whoa. Now when people say they need to think about it, they're not just going to think about it, and I don't hear from them again. Now I'm actually helping them get the policy right then and there. And you're like, okay, this makes a little bit more sense. And then boom, I need to talk to my wife, and then I learn how to say this, and then boom, I'm in the car right now, and then boom, I learn how to say this, and then I'm figuring out all these different ways to help people get policies, and I'm able to start getting more out of the opportunity. But I didn't quit just because people said they need to think about it. I didn't quit just because people are telling me they're busy. So I think it's really important that we think about that long term. We think about that, the perspective of where we're headed, where we're going with it all. I talked about attitude a little bit. Like, when we think about what we're doing here, when we think about who we're around, like, guys, this is the superpower. Like, if I'm having a bad day, like, I'm like, what's up, Jimmy? What's up, Brad? What's up, Nick, Oz, Trevor, Trey, John? I'm like, what's up, guys? Like, Gabby, what's going on, bro? I'll call one of you guys up. I'm like, how's your day been, man? Like, what's going on? Tell me about it, right? And I'm like excited again. It's like this just reignites me with excitement. And it's because we're all around good people. We are all good people. So rather than us being like negative and being like, yeah, this sucks, this is stupid, like, I don't want to be here, we should quit and go over there. Everyone's like, no, man, like, we got it, it's cool, like, let's keep on working through it. What do we got to do, right? So we're all affecting each other at all times. And again, man, it's my responsibility when things aren't going crappy for me. And even if things are, I got to show up because someone else needs my support. I got to be that person for someone else. So if I'm having a bad day, I got to show up. And when I do show up, someone's going to lift me up. And if someone else is having a bad day, man, and I come in with a smile and I'm all, hey, man, how we doing today, right? Let's get on the training call. Let's get on the Zoom call. Let's talk. You got a problem, you got an issue, let's work it out. Right? I'm going to be able to help people work through their challenges and difficulty and issues. And I want people to say, I'm going to choose to show back up tomorrow. Because if you guys are trying to build an agency, like, people don't have to show up tomorrow. I'm just being honest. People don't just sign up and then they're just magically going to write business forever. We got to make them want to be here. How do we do that? Well, man, it's influence. It's our attitudes. It's the energy here. It's the culture. It's the community, man. And we control that. You guys control that. So if you want to build a big agency, if you want to have a team, if you want to show up to here, even if you don't even want a big team, and you're just like, man, I just want to enjoy what I do. Well, dude, it starts with you. Like, you can't just be consuming everything and not contributing anything back. You got to be a contributor to the group. Ed last night, he's so funny. He's like, I came out here, so like, he's like joking, but he's like, I came out here, so when, I need help, people are like, oh, Ed, I met him at the event, Yeah. And it's like, I am going to do that. That's exactly right. Because I know you. It's personal. And it's like, he brings a great attitude and he's smiling. And I'm like, absolutely, bro. Like, I will help you out. Right? And he's giving me some fuel. And I feed off of that stuff too. And it's like, if like Mustachio's killing it, if Jimmy's writing a ton of business, if Brad's doing something, if Nick, Trevor, if like Trey's doing something, or Adrian or Taylor, or whoever, I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, what's going on over here, John? John, what do you got cooking? I'm like, you're doing that? I'm like, dang, bro. Like, I might try some of that. I get excited. I want to be around that. When people are like, I don't know, the leads suck. I'm like, all right, here's what we're going to do, man. I'm like in battle mode. I'm like, we got to save this guy's attitude because he's about to self-sabotage himself. I'm like, this is dangerous. I'm like, I got to fix this guy's mindset. And I go into like war mode. And like, you don't see a normal version of me. I'm like, here's what we're going to do. I'm like, stop thinking the way that you're thinking. This is how we're going to start thinking going forward. And this is exactly how we're going to execute it. And we're going to do it with a smile on our face. And people are like, what? And I'm like, okay, all right, let's take a couple steps back, But the point is, like, when people are negative around me, I'm like, oh man, like, I don't know if this is like, I gotta like be on my toes. I'm in like caution mode. But if people are excited and killing it and crushing it, I'm like, yes, dude. Like, that's like a magnet for me. I'm like, feed me, Ethan. How did you do that? I want to know. This is progression. It's fun. And it's cool to be a part of, right? So like, do people want to be around you? Like, if you're not producing anything, like, and you have a bad attitude and you don't show up to anything, like, and you're on an island, most people aren't going to be able to help. You know, it's like, dang, man, like, I didn't even know that you were here. But if you're here, you show up and you're asking questions, it's like, dude, you're like on the training calls and you're on Zoom. I was saying last night, it's always so funny because like, we never know how tall people are on Zoom. And then like you get over here and you're like, Taylor, you're like 28 feet tall, bro. I'm like, this is crazy, you know? And like, it's just so funny because like you just don't know anybody, you know, especially over the distance of this like telesales, right? But when you meet people, when you talk to people, when you get on the Zoom calls even, like it helps so much. You're just like a part of it. And it's like I'm comfortable to ask questions to people that are having success. And I'm willing to be vulnerable and be like, guys, I don't know how I got this objection and I don't know how to handle it. Like, I don't know what to do. Can you guys help me? It's so much easier. So when you're a part of it, when you're plugging in, you're asking questions, it's so much easier to be able to give that like, hey, I need help, right? But when you don't know anybody and, you know, you might be like Nick and you make a fake Zoom account for like a month because you don't want people to, you know, it's like, well, it's like, how are we going to help, you know? And like Nick figured it out, obviously, but it's just like, man, like we gotta be willing to put ourselves out there a little bit. And when we are, we're able to grow, right? And that's what the point of it all is I want people to want to be around me, and I want to be around other people that like accelerate my journey as well. So ask yourself, man, are people choosing to be around me? Are people wanting to plug into me, right? I love this quote. It's the only person that you need to be better than is yesterday's version of you, right? Because like it's not about you trying to battle with me. It's not about you trying to be better than me or be better than that guy or her over there and we're all like fighting each other. Dude, there's more out there for all of us than we have any idea of. Like there's more out there for you than you can imagine if you do all the right things. So you're not like in competition with me. You're not in competition with Brad and John or Pistachio or Ray or anybody. You're just trying to grow you. Like, let's just start there, right? And if I'm showing up every day with my good attitude and my good routine and my pie chart is built correctly and I'm putting my attention on the things that matter and I'm not letting negativity and these other things pull me back in my journey, man, it's impossible not to grow. It's just you might not see some overnight crazy success story in like 24 hours. You might have to do it for a couple of days in a row, right? I start going to the gym. I don't just start getting jacked because I showed up for 2 days. I gotta do the work and I gotta do it consistently. And then I gotta do a couple other things, right? And a week goes by and 2 weeks goes by and 3 weeks and I start to look a little bit different and then 4 weeks goes by and 5 weeks goes by and boom. All right, I start to have some results, or I start to feel a little bit better. Brad likes to say it like this. You start standing up a little bit taller. Your chin starts to go up. You sit up straight. You start to believe in yourself a little bit. And then you start to change. You're confident, right? And that's what happens when you do these simple things every day to take a step forward every day. I'll tell you guys a quick 30-second story. Man, when I decided to make a change, right? I was reading books like crazy. I was like, I didn't realize that all this stuff was out there. I didn't realize that you could do all this stuff. I was just trying to learn. And what I've realized is like, up until that point, I was reading for like kind of entertainment almost. Like I wasn't taking action on a lot of things, but I decided that I was going to change and I started reading. I was like power reading. I was like, the answer to my problems is going to be on the next page. And I'll be like, read it, and I'll be like, the answer to my problems is going to be on the next page. And I'll read it, and I'll be like, the secret is going to be on the next page. And I would just read these books, and I was like so excited and so passionate and like trying to find these answers and grow. And like I didn't even know that I was doing this, but I was just learning so much. And I started to think differently, and I started to change who I was talking to. I started to change what I was talking about. And I started to change my routine and my activities and all this stuff. And then one day, I just had this courage to make a decision on a bigger jump to change my life. But it only happened because I just grew small. And then eventually I was just like, there's an opportunity. I took advantage of it. I said I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. And then I made a decision, right? Again, to not choose to become successful. I chose to go down a path where I knew I was going to be able to grow, develop, learn, and become a different person. And so I grew consistently. And so if you guys right now are like, man, I'm not happy with where I'm at, maybe you are happy with where you're at. Like, you got some people that are doing, really good. You got some people that are building some teams. You got some people that are growing, putting up a lot of, policies every month. They're doing really, really well. But if you want more, if you're looking for the next year, if you're trying to get to the next level, if you're just trying to get to level 1 or level 43 or whatever it is, like, you got to grow. And you're just growing versus you yesterday. Right? I'm here now. This is where I want to be. Cool. Did I take a step in that direction today? Dude, that's a win. I'm excited about that, right? So I think that for all of us, if we can live our life, I love this saying, live life looking in the mirror, not out the window. Right? If I'm looking out the window and pointing fingers, blaming, complaining about all these external things, all the stuff that's going on outside, I have no control over it. But if I live life looking in the mirror, it's just me and me. I can't lie to me. And if I do, I'm only going to hurt me. It's only going to hold me back longer. So I got to get real with me. I got to get closed on being truthful to me. And I can play the game of like, I'm working hard and I'm successful and I'm doing all this stuff. But if I'm not truthfully real with myself, deep down I know that. When I put my head on the pillow, when all the distractions go away and I'm trying to go to sleep and I got to just be honest and be with me and my own thoughts, I know that I'm not where I want to be. I know I'm not doing the things that I need to do. I know that I'm not investing in myself. I know that I'm not trying to build the life that I want. I know that I'm lying about it, right? And that makes me feel more guilty. So just be real with you. Like, it's not for me. Like I was saying earlier, if Ethan's brand new with us and he's like, I'm working really hard and I'm trying and I'm doing all this stuff. And I'm like, you never even bought leads. Like, what do you mean? And he's like, no, I'm trying. And he just doesn't want to be embarrassed. I'm like, dude, you're not helping anybody. Like, my opinion doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, this is for you. Like, I want you to change your life with it. So you got to get real with you. If you can get real with you and you can be honest, you can start to say, all right, man, I got a hole there. There's a bunch of people around me that know how to fix it. So I'm going to plug in. I'm going to ask some questions and figure that out. Right? So I have something that I want to do, but I want to ask a couple people to come up and talk. So there's two people in this room that have been here since the get-go, and it's Adrian and Heidi. And both of you guys have been awesome since the beginning. One of you guys I've been a little bit more closer with, I would say. Like, Heidi and I have been, we've been since the beginning on the same team, with the same group, same leader and everything, and we've seen a lot of changes since it got started, right? And it's cool, like some people left, some changes happened, it's for the better, but I wanted to recognize Heidi today because Heidi's had such a good attitude for the whole time she's been here, and she is a mom and a grandma, and she works full time, and she does a ton of other stuff. But Heidi's someone that, like, if there's anybody that has just like exactly what Real Financial represents, like, it's Heidi. She has a good attitude. She shows up. She does the work. She doesn't complain. She's always on it. She's willing to respond. Like, we've called her like the mom of the team, and she brings that like mom energy of just like positivity and good attitude. And so something that Selena and I did, and mainly Selena, she's very creative. She's way more creative than I am, is we got some of these pins. And one thing that I've realized is the Real Financial gear is really cool to wear, and I love representing it, and I am like so proud to wear it. And Heidi, if you would come up here, I wanted to give this to you. It's the first one that we're going to give out to anybody. I'm glad that you came.
Thank you. Thank
Here,
you.
yeah. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I can say some things.
Yeah? Here, let's see if we can. I think it's,
Oh, damn, you're hooked up.
yeah, I think
I can talk. I have a big mouth. I'm a grandma. So, I've been here from the beginning. There's been a lot of changes. I don't know if you guys realize, if you're newer, how fortunate you are to start now. So, from the beginning, and I garnish my story sometimes with F-bombs. From the beginning, it was a clusterfuck. It was, and you know that. We didn't have any systems in place, you guys. There were like 0 systems. We didn't have VT. We all just kind of got thrown into it, and we were just finding our way. So the way it is now is there's no reason why you can't be successful if you plug in, you guys. Like, seriously, I've kind of been like working on personal development and doing some stuff, so I haven't been as involved as I used to be. But if you guys plug in and you do what he says and you reach out to everyone that's doing well, you will be successful. And if you're not, it's your own damn fault. Like, straight up. Like, you have to do the work. So it's not an information issue, it's an application issue. You have the information at hand, you just have to do the action to do it. So you have to get on the phone and dial. And we've all been kicked in the face, beat down so many times on the phones in trainings. You have to plug in. And if you don't, it's your own damn fault. I mean, love ain't lies, straight up. You got to do the work. So you're blessed to be here, you guys. I'm glad everyone showed up. And all we have to do is just grind it out. So we're all going to have good days, bad days. But if you put the time in and you do what all these guys tell us to do, you can do well. It's just up to you. That's all.
Well, thank you. Yeah. And so there's a handheld mic. Fabio, is that one working? You know if the handheld mic works? I'm gonna grab this real quick. So there's a couple people that have been here for, like I said, a little while, and I think it's important to hear from multiple people. I feel like it's good for everyone to hear multiple perspectives. So we're gonna have a couple people do a little bit of talking, and I just want you guys to be open-minded to, like, everyone's gotten started at different times. Everyone's gonna have something different to say, but there's a lot of people watching the live stream. There's a lot of people that are here in the building, and it's like, this opportunity will change your life if you lean all the way in. And these people are an example of what that, is, right? And how that's happening. And we all have that same opportunity to be able to get the same results. So, John, do you want to start? You want to come up and say something? My man. And then Brad, if you want to come up. You three want to say something? And I know Gabby wants to say something too. And Taylor, if you want to as well. You don't have to.
All right, guys. One of my favorite sayings is from Anthony Robbins. It's emotion is created by motion. So if everyone could just kind of stand up for a second. Everyone can stand up. Stand up for a second. Let's give a round of applause to my round of applause. I can't hear you guys. See what I did? I just created my own standing ovation. And the reason why I give this analogy is because we all can create a vision for ourselves in this room. I just created an easy, simple standing ovation, right? And there's another favorite saying of mine, which is, where there's no vision, the people will perish, right? This is exciting. I want to thank everyone because I've not only learned from Tyler, Brad, Andy, but from the veterans here who've been here longer than I have, as well as the new people. I'm learning from everybody because when you dial into those live dials, I know I kind of sit back in the back, but I can hear everybody. So it's really exciting. And if you could just envision what your goal is, like right now, my vision is to grow this agency to where I can sell it eventually, right? Get an integrity deal. Maybe you guys have heard about that. But if you think about this could be your own organization. Think about this. We could all have this big of an organization for ourselves, for just and each person just writes $5,000 a month, right? Or 10,000 or 20,000, right? So it's all up to you. But this is powerful, man. Can I write on this?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so team. Well,
Change the color. There we go.
okay, so team.
Can you hold this in your hand too? The last
Oh, sure. So team is together, everyone achieves more. And what I've learned is whatever the size of your team is, let's say it's 10, it's squared. This is how powerful the opportunity we have here. So if you have a team of 10 people, it's 10 times 10, which is the power of 100, right? And I give this example. I'm from Cleveland originally, right? And when the Browns, if you guys know about the Browns, they left, right? And then they came back. And the first year they came back, they played the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we got crushed like 42-0, right? And it's because what? For you guys who know, what's 11 times 11? Isn't it 121? Well, on the Browns, even though they're all professional football players, right? Everyone's at a professional level. If only 5 people on the Browns were playing, they only had the power of 25. You follow what I'm saying? Whereas the Steelers, they've been around for a while. They've never quit. They've never left their town. They had the power of 121. That's what we have here. I call this Facebook Live. Look what happened to Mark Zuckerberg. Look at how multi-billion-dollar company he has. Okay? It's because he's got thousands, billions of people. Square that. That's what we all have the ability to do here. And the beautiful thing is, unlike any other company I've ever worked for, it's cool because there's no competition. We're all competing, we're all trying to get in the top 10, we get that. But really, everyone helps me. Like Tyler's helped me on several late night calls. Brad, where you at, Brad? There you go. Brad helped me. He has nothing to do with me. And I'm forever grateful to these guys because on a Sunday night, and remember, I'm on the West Coast, he's on the East Coast, right? So at 6 or 7 o'clock at night when I called him, he answered the phone at 9 or 10 at night, his time. And I know you got a family, right? And he answered my call and walked me through a contract. Did that, I think, 2 weeks in a row for me. So that's the kind of help. You inspire me so much. I don't know, is Jonathan here? I don't see him. But, God, I spent an hour on him, and he's not even in my downline either, right? So that's the beautiful thing, guys. That's all I have to say is this is a great opportunity, and thank you for leading us to this point. But I get excited talking about this. I don't even think I need a microphone either. But I do want to thank my wife, though. My wife and I, for you guys who don't know, we've been together since 16, married since 18. Had our first kid at 18. And so I can't do anything without her. I owe all our kids' success to her. Neither of us graduated from college, but yet both our kids have master's degrees. So I owe it all to my wife.
Let's go.
I need the standing ovation for it.
You can keep your thumb on this. Just 2 minutes. Okay.
What is up? Man, super happy to be here. I love everyone that is a part of this, so thank you all. I really don't have too much to say. I guess, my story, I had a W-2 sales position. I was listening to Dropping Bombs and found the opportunity. I heard it back in, I think, April of 2022, and I was like, insurance isn't for me. And then I heard it again maybe July when Sean Mike was on with Brad Lee. And it was the right part of my life where I just thought I should bet on myself, It's pretty safe being in a W-2 position, a salary plus commission. It was a well-paying job. I had the company car. I was very comfortable. But I wasn't fulfilled. I was spending time away from my family. I was traveling 4 days a week. And that just became very troublesome for the family, and I just, again, wasn't fulfilled. So I wanted to bet on myself, and, I jumped into it, didn't know what to expect, Got my license September of 2022, and then sold a couple of policies. Donald Sharon was my first policy, and then I was like, holy crap, it works. It actually works. And then I went full-time December 2nd of 2022. So, you know, there's nothing that separates me or Tyler or Nick or Oz, Trey, any of the top producers from anyone in this room. We've just been in it longer, doing the same exact things over that time period, right? There's nothing that separates any of us. We've just been doing the work. We've been taking the small steps, long vision approach. And I think there's a couple of things that all of us should consider here, right? We need to be committed. I listened to a podcast with Ed Milet and Brendan Bouchard, and they were talking about commitment and how you have to be committed to anything that you do, right? And it's commitment of, let's just say, marriage, right? When you're in a commitment of marriage, is it when something, you know, bad happens or troubling happens that you just give up and, you know, it's over, right? That's not what you do in a marriage. You fight through it no matter what. You're married to someone and you need to do what's needed to progress and move forward. It's the same thing that they said is like, you know, God, right? You know, I don't know, you know, if you're religious or not, but God, if you do something bad, it's not like God's like, oh, I'm giving up on Brad. You know, he messed up. That's not how it works. That's not what happens, right? And it's the same thing with this opportunity. How committed are you? Because if you're just slightly committed and one foot's in and one foot's out, you're not going to be successful here. I truly just don't think it's possible, because as soon as something bad happens, you're going to be gone and off to the next opportunity. You know, you really truly have to evaluate what commitment means for you, and that no matter what, if you get a chargeback, who cares? I'm moving forward. If an agent quits that you've put a lot of time into and it's really disappointing, who cares? We're on to the next one, right? If all the leads that you call that day and you don't have a sale and it's a really hard day and you have a bunch of presentations and no sales, well, the next day, if we still put in that same amount of work, we're generally able to make a sale that day, right? So how committed are we to actually see this to fruition and make sure that, you know, we are successful at the end of it? So one thing that I would say is just question your commitment to this opportunity. Is it something where even if you're part-time, and I worked part-time at the beginning, but I was fully committed, I wanted to make this work, and you know, the people that you see that have transitioned from part-time to full-time, like Michael Malden, like Chris Holt, they were a zero options mentality. They worked full-time, 12 hours a day. You know, Chris was traveling on the weekends. He would spend time away from his guys leading a team to dial, right? He wouldn't go out on the nights and he would dial. Michael Malden worked at night, you know, night shifts, came home. Before he even slept, he made a non-negotiable commitment to either hit 150 sales or 2 presentations, or 150 dials, 2 presentations, or 1 sale, right? So how committed are you? And the amount that you're committed is going to be directly correlated to the results that you have in the business. I mean, there's nothing around that. So question your commitment and how committed are you. And then I'll tell about a book, or, you know, a saying or a thing that I've read recently. It was like the 3 feet from gold, right? So the story goes that, you know, back in the day in the gold rush, you know, there was this business and this family that bought a gold mine, and they had all of the infrastructure and the gold mining equipment, and it was supposed to be the biggest, you know, gold vein that there was. Well, they're working at it for years and years and years and never found any gold, and everyone was telling them to quit, and everyone was telling them to give up on, you know, finding the gold there, because they're wasting, you know, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars doing that. Well, they ended up giving in to that, you know, those recommendations. They shut down the mine. They sold all their equipment. They got out of the gold mining business. And then what happened? Someone else came in. They bought that equipment for them, bought that mine, and in one of the mine shafts, they were 3 feet away from the largest gold mine that was ever mined at that time, right? So when you're thinking about commitment and you're thinking about, you know, something that comes up that's hard in the business, you know, you're 3 feet from gold, potentially, right? So just think about that for yourselves, because you know, there's going to be things that come up in the business that are difficult. It's not all sunshine and rainbows like that Tyler said. It is tenacity and persistence and showing up regardless, and you will, if you're committed enough, make it through to the end. So, you know, I'm no different than anyone. Tyler's no different than anyone. You know, everyone here, we're all here for, you know, the whole team to be successful. So, you know, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity. I wouldn't be here without the people that have paved the path and, you know, came before me, and I hope to be that, you know, for other people coming into the business as well. So cheers, let's kill it.
Trey. Get up here. Yeah. I'll just talk. Stash.
I don't know how I topped that one. That was perfect. Well said, Brad. Where do I even start, Tyler? Man, I just love this. This is freaking a cool opportunity. I think, I don't even know what to say, man.
Just call back. Here, I'll ask you a question.
Yeah, hit me.
Back. What are you most grateful for with the opportunity?
It's just so crazy to think of like the life that you get brainwashed to thinking you have, and you can't think beyond that point of what you really could have in this life, you know? So it's so cool to come across this opportunity and see how it has changed my mind dramatically to thinking like there is so much more beyond that point. Because I was so sheltered to what I did have, and I'm just so pumped to be here and following in your footpath, man. It's awesome. That's all I gotta say. I think just jump all in if you're gonna do it. Don't go halfway, and all or nothing. And it'll take you wherever you want to go. So that's all.
What are we holding? Am I holding a button down or something? What's up, guys? Nick number one. But yeah, I don't have too much to say either. I mean, I started pretty much in the beginning, a little bit before Brad. I didn't start, but I got my license then. I was full-time active duty in the military. I know we talked about it yesterday at the dinner, but I know some of you guys understand that as well. But when you're in that kind of culture, it's called drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Everyone's going to do the same thing. We're all doing 20 years. We get out, we retire. So I know Gabby asked yesterday, what was the hardest thing that I had to go through those last 3 years? It was really pulling myself out of that culture and then leaning into something else. And this, I say it on pretty much every call, lean into the discomfort, because for me it was so uncomfortable actually taking a step forward in this business. But yeah, man, if you guys need to borrow belief from anyone else here, borrow it from me, because I was someone who could not believe in myself starting out. Listening to Tyler on the live dials, listening to everybody else. Actually, nobody's here, but just plugging in, man. Plugging in, stay within the culture. If you guys are around us, proximity wins, so it's like it's fail-proof. I always say it's a fail-proof business, but yeah, I got nothing else, man. But guys, just lean in. It's possible.
Let's go.
What's up, guys? Well, let's see here. I'll try to say stuff a little bit differently. Maybe some quick tips for starting off, because I feel like it was really hard for me starting off, in the sense of it was a lot to do with mentality. Because I got to thinking earlier when Tyler was speaking about like putting the systems in place and like creating a routine. I think that's huge, because, you know, like in a W-2 job, you just, like he said, you have to wake up, you have to go to work, and that's it. You just got to show up. But once you transition into this, even if it's part-time, a lot of people are like, well, you know, I'm tired, so let me, I'll give it 30 more minutes. Let me, you know, whatever you're doing, if you're in bed or like sitting down on the couch. But you can't do that, because at the end of the day, it is your business. So you want to make sure you're treating it like it is your W-2 job. Even better, like you want to go harder, because if not, like things are going to get, they're not going to work out for you. So creating a routine is really big, as well as changing your mindset, because once you build that skill set, which was a huge factor, and I think this business is hard in the sense of if you don't have your mindset right, it's not going to work even if you have your skill set. And I talked to John, and like he put that really huge in perspective. Like I knew it before him, but even when you know stuff, it's good to reach out to people who are doing better in that, what you would call it, in that what's the word? I guess in that subject, which is mindset, personal development. Like I know John has been doing it for a while, Tyler, Ray. Like I just started doing it. So I get sidetracked. I go a different direction instead of going this direction, the right way. And he was like, dude, you just got to get your mindset right, dude. Like he hyped me up. I felt good. And it's like, I started to change stuff again. And it's like, I need to dial in more in my mindset. Cause it's like Tyler was saying, like, if you're not developing personally, like you're never going to outgrow your own self-worth, right? So you want to keep changing that mindset, read, watch podcasts, all that stuff. And I think that was one thing that made me start like selling and start, I guess, selling at a higher level, was that mindset shift. Because I knew I had the skill set, in which we can always improve in skill set, right? And like John was saying, like people out here are willing to help. So make sure you reach out. Like I would reach out with Nick. Like when I first got in here, I told him it was funny. He was so nervous. I was like, dude, let's hop on a breakout room. Let me hear you what you're saying. Hopped in. I don't even know if he was fake dialing or not, but nobody answered. So, but it was cool. Like I developed that relationship with him. I plugged in with him. Me and Trey moved out here at the same time, and I was like, dude, you're my freaking running buddy. Let's do it. And like we would, at 4 a.m., was it like 4 a.m.? Every morning, role play. Then I would dial all day. Then I would hop on role play with Ray. Then I would do it with Nick. I would do it sometimes with Brad. So make sure you are reaching out to people. It's just going to help you so much better, as well as that mindset. I think, once again, I go back to the mindset because I think we're all able to learn the skills we have to learn. But it's not going to change until you change your mindset. And that was the big thing for me, like mindset. You got to get it right, because if you're not thinking the right things, if you're going into dialing like, I'm not going to get a sale. I didn't get a sale yesterday. It's been 2-3 days. Like I went through that rabbit hole of like, I just got down so bad on myself. And the worst thing is I knew about it. Like I was like, this is part of the game. This is sales. Like there's going to be days that are going to be good. There's going to be days that are bad. Like just keep on dialing. Like you're just closer to that next sale. But regardless, you still get into your mind. So that's why you got to make sure you're plugged in with all these guys. I can't remember. It was I was watching a podcast, and he was like, if you can't say 5 things about the 3 closest people you hang around with, like what you want, like something they have that you don't have, if you're not able to say it right away, like with Trey, if I'm not able to say, these are the 5 things that he has that I would want to incorporate in my life, you're hanging around the wrong people, right? So I think I could point out to the people I talk to here on a regular basis, or I'm a little closer with, which is several of y'all. I'm like, that's why I talk to y'all, because it's like, I know I can learn from all of y'all. I have those 5 things. If you ask me right now, I can say, this is what I see in this guy or that girl. Like, that's why I'm plugging in with them. So I think we have a great group here, and make sure you plug into everyone, and we're all willing to help. So that's kind of what I got to say. Hope that helped. Thank you.
The doctor.
Nah, dude, I'm not smart enough to be a doctor, that's for sure. No, guys, I'm grateful to be here. This is my 3rd real financial event. I've gone to every single one since I've joined the company, and it's been awesome to be a part of. I was listening to an Ed Mylett podcast last year with Tim Tebow, and I read this quote every single day. It says,
Somewhere out there, he is training while I'm not, and when we meet, he will win. And that's what drives me to get better. Every single day, I want to be 1% better every single day. I want to be a part of the 1% club in this industry. And it comes from training. You know, I've got my habits that I do. I loved how Tyler was talking about habits. One of my mentors, he taught me, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our habits and systems. And, you know, I love football. There's 32 NFL teams. At the beginning of the season, they all have the exact same goal. And it's to go win a Super Bowl. But there's only one of them that's going to do it. And so, you know, you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your habits and your systems. What are you doing on a day-to-day basis that is going to get you to your goals? I have 7 mentors, and I listen to every single one of them a week. Ed Milet, Andy Elliott, Bradley, Tyler Glenn is one of those people. I have my mentors that I'm plugging into. I read a book every single day. I do 2 to 3 dial sessions every single day. Know what I need to do to get to where I need to go. I visualize every single day what I want. And so by doing those things consistently, just like Tyler, he mapped out exactly what he wanted in the last 12 months. Last year in 2023, I mean, I'm pretty sure he hit most, if not all those things, pretty dang close. And the point of goals isn't to, you know, if you are hitting 100% of your goals every single time, then you're not stretching yourself far enough. You shouldn't be hitting your goals every single time. But yeah, just grateful to be here. This has been an awesome opportunity to be here. Can't believe it's coming up on a year pretty soon for me, and can't wait to see where I go with this. So I got some big goals, big aspirations, and can't wait to see what happens. So.
Dang, I didn't know I was going to be speaking. But dang. First of all, I just want to say that I messed up by not getting here early and getting a nice chair. I mean, that was my first mistake. But something that's really big, and it's Selena. We used to come to the Andy Elliott, deals here when they were first building this. And the first thing that you guys should all do is, just like John did, you guys should all stand up right now. Everybody get up. Do it. And you guys should all turn to the people that are around you and say hi and get to know them. Meet each other and say hi. That's what we're here for. Yeah, my man. How's it going? What's up, man? Nice to meet you, dude. It's good to see you. Oh yeah, man. So these trainings and these events isn't just about coming here and listening to people that are up on stage. It's not about just learning how to sell, right? We're here to meet each other, and we're here to get each other's numbers. So don't just turn around and say hi to each other and then get to know this person for 2 seconds, right? Make sure to get their phone number and follow up with these people and help these people out. Selena's the one, she said, hey, I'm not going to hang out with you. We came to these events, and she was like, I'm not going to hang out with you. I'm not going to hang out with Aaron. I'm going to go around and I'm going to meet people that I've never met before, and that's why I'm here. And I was like, okay, I guess you're not going to be with me. This is crazy. So, number one, make sure to do that. And a really big thing about this company, too, I know John knows this, and there's a couple other people that were in the car business, is that other industries are toxic, super toxic. You get the managers, and they're up here, and they're on stage, and they're preaching the stuff to you, but they don't do it, and they don't actually want to help you out, right? Or they find something that really works for them, and really works well, and they're not going to share it with you. Like me, I would be like, yeah, I'm not going to tell you how I'm selling cars. I'm not going to tell you my secrets. I'm not going to tell you how I take that foam pop before you do. I'm not going to tell you where I stand on the lot. I'm going to make money. It's about me. I don't want to share my secrets with you. But what's great is we all share everything. I called Nick and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Trade the other day. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? Like, who are you calling? What leads are you using? And people share it with you. Everybody here shares it with you, and they'll tell you how to succeed and how to get to the next level. Like when we first started, and Tyler said this, he's just like, dude, just dial. I'm like, but dial what? He's like, I don't know, just pick a lead source and dial. And I'm just losing my mind. I'm like, I don't know. There's so many lead sources. What am I supposed to dial? But then it went into dial the ILC leads, right? And then it went into you should do some smart live transfers. And then I was like, okay, let's do some live transfers. And then it went into, hey, now that you're better at that, do some mortgage protection leads. And now, like Brad and a couple other people are starting to do some IULs. Yeah, so it's a progression, and we're all here to help each other out. And when you're new, you're not stuck like we were in the beginning, because it was really shitty kind of in the beginning. And now it's really easy. It's just plug and play. That's why, Hamza got to start, and now he's just freaking rocking and rolling, because we all messed up and lost a bunch of money, but now the new people don't have to do it. They just get a plug and play and make a bunch of money now. So that's about it. Yee! Let's go, guys.
I got notes.
Damn.
You told him and none of us?
Wow.
What's up, buds? How's it going?
Glad this is recorded.
So, yeah, right? So, I came with questions, right? Why is everybody here? I want you to dig deep into that question. Why are you here? What is important to you? What made you uproot, move out west, leave your job, change your goals, shift your focus? Why are you here, right? Who's depending on you? Is it just you? Is it your spouse? Is it your kids? Is it just tomorrow's you who is depending on you, right? What exactly are you trying to get out of this thing? What's your big goal? Really dig into that in your brain. I'm going to have a question at the end of my little presentation here that is going to be very dependent on that. So think about that hard. Tyler talks a ton about defining and writing your actual goals out so that you can visualize these things, right? You can't get there if you don't read the roadmap. You don't have any idea where to go unless you make a plan. You got to put deadlines on these goals, right? You have to clearly define where you're headed and what you're going to do. I know a lot of us jumped into this because we admire what Brad and Andy have done, right? I know as we get deeper into this, I suspect a lot of us continue to do what we're doing. I know for me personally, I continue to do what I'm doing because I believe in him, right? I know that we're all starting to believe in each other. That's a big deal. It's a big change, big shift in focus. Look back from today and ask yourself the question, what has prevented you in the past from being Brad Lee or Andy Elliott or Michael Malden or Brad Blomquist or any of the other top performers that are in this team? What has stopped you from getting there? A lot of it boils down to, if you're going to choose to be a game changer and you look back in your life, you probably stopped a little bit short of where you needed to be, right? We have to stay the course to get to the very top of what we're doing. It's so funny. Tyler and I wrote out what we were going to do today, and our message is so in sync because the team is in sync, right? You have to choose one thing and hammer through it all the way to its fruition. You can't relent. You can't let up, But how do we get there, right? We got to focus on the fundamentals. We got to focus on the basics. We have to build our schedule. We have to believe in each other, stick to what we're doing, stick the plan, stick the roadmap. The highest achievers aren't able to accomplish their goals because they shift focus. It's because they stick to the basics. They stick to the fundamentals, right? We don't find ourselves in a position just trying to get our cost of living raised. Nobody in here is interested in that 1-3% raise a year. Like, let's analyze that for a moment. What is a cost of living raise? It's a minimum. It's not even a progression forward, right? Inflation's like 3%. Your cost of living raise is 3%, right? And on the farm, my staff, we have 5 things that are the minimum expectations. If you expect to get your COLA, you got to do these 5 things. You got to show up on time. You got to be in uniform. You got to park in the right place. You got to put your tools away. You got to do all the, make sure that things are ready for those coming behind you and for yourself. You have to clock in and bill time accordingly, and you have to communicate, right? Those are the minimums. That's just what keeps you up with inflation. If you want to make more money on the farm, you got to push extra. Nobody in this room is looking for the minimums, right? Nobody in this space is looking to just barely get by. What does all that even mean, right? What we're standing up here talking about today and what attracted a lot of you to this space is to be your own boss. That means you have to be accountable to you. I have to be accountable to me. I have to choose to lead myself in a way that is exceptional, not just the minimum, right? I have to push myself to go beyond those minimum expectations. I have to be the example, and I have to figure all of that out before I can stand in front of someone and pull them in and expect them to follow me. We're asking so much of folks to completely shift their lives and change their personal investment and their trajectory. You only have you at the end of the day. No one else is coming. No one else can make the decision for you. No one else can get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go run, together. No one else can get in the office by 7 and work through the preparation that you're going to work through for the day. Nobody else can make the dials. It's you. You only have you, right? The only way we get to the top of the leaderboard is to look back in our lives and realize that what's standing between me doing better than Bradley today has always been me. It's always been me, right? The moment you realize that and choose to make a change, like Tyler said, I made a choice. I chose to be different. I didn't want to leave, my house with messed up hair. And I think over the last couple of days, he talks a lot about his I think he's got a recurring nightmare about waking up and having to rush to work with messed up hair. If you look back at your life, there's countless positives, right? Everybody's in this room today. Like, we're all alive. We all were able to afford to scrape up whatever we had to scrape up to get here and be in this same space together. When I look back, I see, a lot of my mistakes. I see a lot of the things I've done wrong. I see a lot of the things I wish I could change. I see myself not choosing the right vehicle. I see myself working my tail off, doing a little bit of bouncing here and there. And the one time I finally dug in and stuck the focus, I was able to develop the farm into the thing that it is. The problem is I hitched my train to the wrong track, right? That vehicle is not what this vehicle is. This opportunity is immense. That's why everybody sitting in this room is here. When I look back, I know the first two words that are anchored in getting out of poverty and getting out of the spot that I wanted to be in is my fault. You got to own it. You have to own it every day. You have to own it every night when you're going to bed. You have to own it every minute when you're 200 dials in and nobody's picked up the phone because it's just a weird day and nobody's picking up. It's my problem, right? I have to choose to own it and find the cause for the problem. So, back in my fire service days, I was 16 years full-time firefighter paramedic. Early when I was getting started, it was like 2 months in, man. We were at this public education event, and we're in this neighborhood. I'm all full of pride, right? I've been fighting 2 years to get through the education and goals of making that career transition into becoming a firefighter. And I've got this lieutenant who I admire immensely. We're in this neighborhood, and there's all these little kids running around, and we're showing them the fire engine and talking to them about what we're doing and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just filled with pride that I'm actually there, right? Actually achieved the goal. So excited to be helping people and focused on this thing. We're helping little kids in and out of the engine, right? And we get down to the end of the line of kids, and this little girl walks up to my lieutenant. I can still see her face. And I didn't even know at the moment how pivotal that conversation was going to be. She was just this little bitty kid. She looks up at my lieutenant, and with this fear in her eyes, she says, "Mister, if my house catches on fire, are you going to save me?" Cute little kid, she's scared. And my lieutenant leans down to her and says, "Honey, where's your bedroom?" And we're right in front of her house, and she points and tells him where her bedroom is. And he says, "Honey, don't you worry. We're coming." And as he stands up, he kind of looks my direction, and I smile because, it was a cute interaction, right? How neat was that, right? But I didn't realize what he was thinking. So we button up what we're doing. We're headed back to the firehouse. We load into the engine. I'm driving. And he leans over to me, and he says, "Do you understand what that little girl was really asking of us? Do you understand what happened just then?" And he says, "I made a promise today that is stacked on top of a series of promises. I've promised my wife that I'm coming home. I promised the community that I would protect and serve. And I promised that little girl that not just are we coming, not just am I coming, but we're coming. My crew's coming. We're going to be prepared." So for the next several weeks, we go back to that neighborhood. We measured off the distance between the hydrant and the front of her house. We measured off the distance between the curb and the front door. We knew exactly how much hose we needed to stretch to get from point A to point B. We knew exactly where her bedroom was. We knew exactly what window we were taking her out. We knew exactly what we were going to do as a crew. And we trained in the daylight. We trained in the dark. We trained at 1 o'clock in the morning. And that little girl had that guarantee that we were going to get it done. Today, you guys have to make your plan. You guys have to decide exactly how you're going to guarantee that the one person or number of people that are depending on you is going to receive what you've promised them they will receive, especially if that person is yourself. You have to dig in and make the choice. You have to overcome all of those obstacles to achieve your why. We talk about in sales training all the time, one of the most important things to make the sale is to figure out the why, right? Every day I get out of bed I'm selling myself on why I should push further than I even expect I can go today. I have to get down to the bottom of me. I got to get to the bottom of my why. Dig deep. Dig to the absolute darkest bedrock base of your why so that you can sell you on how you got to get there, right? We aren't built for hard. Humans are built for easy, right? We by nature do the thing that takes less energy, takes less food, doesn't make us cold, right? All those things. You have to talk yourself past the hard. You have to convince yourself that the end reward is greater than the pain that we're going to push through today. You know, every piece of the puzzle that we walk through is so critically important. Anybody want to take a guess why I'm wearing these shoes today? They are comfortable, and I do like them. But I'm wearing these shoes today because my son asked for these shoes a couple of months ago because he's got a new to him Jeep that's about this color green, and he wanted shoes to match the Jeep. So, right, man. Kids got dreams, right? So he's had the shoes for a little while, and he's super analytic, very detail-oriented, right? And I'm getting ready to come over here this week, and he brings one of his shoes to me, and he points down on the outside edge of the shoe. And they're Jason Tatum's, right? He says, "Do you know what it says in here?" "No, what's it say?" He says, "I just didn't quit." Anybody know how that is tied to Jason Tatum? So he plays for the Celtics. He's got a tattoo on his left calf that says, "I just didn't quit." It's because Jason looks in the mirror every day, knows that he's not special, knows that there's no difference between him and the greatest man in the history of the world. He just didn't quit, right? So I'm like, man, I'm getting those shoes. I got to wear those shoes to this freaking event because I just ain't quitting, right? So, you know, I talk a lot about priorities, right? I got 5 priorities on the farm. You know, those focuses are very central to what we do. My farm as a whole is in a position where I don't need to work to get done what we accomplish from a day-to-day basis, right? My function within the farm is reduced to mostly coaching. So I spend time coaching staff, and I was, you know, leading into this weekend, catching up on coaching to make sure that I was addressing the needs of all of my staff while I was going to be away and make sure everybody was set up and ready to go. And I've got this team leader, his name is Art. And Art's wife is battling a pretty terrible illness. And Art is like endlessly and unquestionably dedicated to his wife. Loves her with everything in him. And usually during my coaching sessions with Art, I open our coaching session with a question: how's Laura? So it's been pretty busy. Art's mind is heavy with Laura a lot while he was at work, and Art's made a few mistakes here lately. Nothing that's, you know, irrecoverable, but out of the ordinary for Art. So Art comes into the office on Wednesday. No, it was Thursday. I bought the shoes on Thursday. Art comes into the office on Thursday afternoon. I'm getting ready to leave. And Art says, he just jumps right in. He had made another mistake. He feels terrible about it. He jumps right in about how he's going to resolve the problem, right? So I let Art work through that. We get done talking about business, and I turned back to Art and I said, how's Laura? She's had a rough couple of weeks. So he shares with me what's going on there. And as we're closing, I looked back at Art and I asked him a question I've never asked Art yet. And I looked him dead in the eye and I said, well, how's Art? You know, and Art said, you know, the hardest thing I've had to face in my life so far is watching my wife fade and knowing that she's fighting with everything she's got. And at this moment, she's losing the battle, even though we believe she'll win. And I looked back up at Art, and I said, you know, there are some days when what we're facing, you wonder if you're strong enough to carry that load. And can you get up and do the exact same thing but harder tomorrow? Because 1% better is harder than today, right? And Art says to me, Ephesians 6:13 and 14, therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you've done everything that you can possibly do to stand your ground, keep standing. Stand firm. After you've done all you can do, keep standing. Stand firm. Ray, stand up. Benjamin, he's counting on you, right? Every day's hard, man. Every day is hard. Stand firm. Brad, stand up. I know what you want to do for your family. Keep putting your wife first, man. Dig in every single day. Push for those babies. Mustachio, stand up, buddy. Be that energy.
Let's go.
So many of us dig deep every day, and there are mornings when I'm just biding the time, waiting for 11 or 12 o'clock when you're going to tag in and lift everybody's spirits, man. Ethan, stand up, brother. This dude faced one of the scariest things any of us in this room has faced. He's 18 years old. He moved across the country. It might as well be on Mars, right? He's got no proof behind him that he can crush this. Every day he gets up and he stands. He stands for 13,000 dials. He stands. Everybody else, stand up. Think about that thing, that cause, why you're doing it. I want you to look at everybody else next to you. I want you to engage on that thought, and where we cross over, the whole reason you guys are here, something we can't do on live dials, the reason we're in person, is tonight when we're at dinner, I want you guys to share the why you're here. I want you to share the one person who's counting on you, because I am.
Man, if that's your first time hearing Gabby speak, I love it. Okay, so we're going to take like an hour break. There's food in the kitchen. There's a bunch of Subway sandwiches, different kinds, all different stuff in there. Drinks as well. There's a picture thing in the back if you guys want to take pictures, if you guys want to hang out in here for a little bit. We'll put some music on, but there's food in there. Eat in there. Feel free to go eat in there. Hang out in here. We'll probably get started in 60 minutes from now. And, yeah, just let's hang out. Let's enjoy each other, and let's grab some food. And, yeah, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Fucking awesome, man. I love it. It's fucking fun, dude. Yeah, dude. This is the shit I've been waiting for my whole fucking life. Yeah, a group like this. Dude, for real.
What's up, bro? It's so good to see you.
See you as well. Yeah, dude, it's special, man. Yeah, dude.
Being here is a million times different than anything else.
The crazy thing for me, like when I joined the military, like what I wanted and was looking for was like everyone else went for like team, like camaraderie.
I've been asking everybody for a performance review on you.
What they say?
It better be good. It's not.
Oh, I want one. I want one.
Oh, review. Get a whole catalog, yes. Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna get 5 stars from you just for like.
Oh, Amber. You're so funny. She is we sent you guys up pictures from stuff. Oh my gosh, you got pictures?
Yeah, absolutely. She's got her dog tags on.
I love Amber. You guys are coming to our Florida event, right? She said that, oh my gosh, this is so funny. So funny. I'm gonna text that.
Oh yeah,
I love that girl. Oh my god, it's so good to meet you. I'm glad that she has such a great heart.
She loves everything you do. She's been an inspiration to her.
I love her. Good.
Is that all good? Do you know what we did with the...
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Do you know what we did with the mic? Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then... This is all how to kill it.
Man, make sure I didn't get the bed. You know what I mean? Like,
So, master.
Super excited. Let's see.
That's gonna be good.
You feeling all right with this guy? Okay. I'm gonna do one more thing to it that I saw needed to be adjusted. I think that'll help out.
Here. Come in.
Do you need to have some drinks there ready to rock and roll? Water, coffee, anything?
I would love a coffee.
Okay.
If maybe I could ask.
You want this white one there or out?
Yeah, let's move that.
Drive across Kansas or Nebraska. Then it would have been 8. But either way, it's the same thing, yes.
This was cold.
certainly my choice.
Are you sure? You good with that? Okay.
Hell yeah.
Good deal.
Thanks, bro.
If that's warm enough.
Thank you. It's perfect, bro.
I didn't do any research about it. And I'm not in the worst spoil. I never really went. So I went in November.
You got your thing there.
They opened that thing.
I'm all hooked up. Are we good? Right? That's everything here?
Is your audio on there?
Yeah. We're on there. We're plugged in here. We're ready to roll ski.
All right.
Thanks. Thanks, bro. You guys ready to roll?
What's up, dude? Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do it. All mic'd up, baby. Ice cream?
He's in the back row.
Oh, ice cream.
Really? I didn't know that was him. That's 100% him.
I love it.
I thought you were gonna be taller than me.
Well, I am taller than you. Dude, you have those man heels on. The meals, that's what they call them.
Dude,
That is funny.
Nick doesn't really surprise me that much. I feel like you look exactly like how I would think you'd look. Taylor surprised me.
I didn't think you'd have brown eyes, dude. That threw me off.
I didn't realize how tall Nick was either.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I thought he'd be shorter.
Get that on there.
Yeah,
I thought Trey was gonna be taller.
yeah, he talks big.
All right.
Dude, I'll take that call.
This guy that I sold, man, he has called me 87 times to ask about his policy. Awesome guy. All right. I know we got a couple people that are coming back in. Osbaldo, Nick texted me. We'll be back in a couple minutes here. I love it. So what my goal is for this afternoon is to give you guys like the tactical how-tos of all the different pieces of the business. Really just get in the nitty-gritty about all of it, right? Sales, the different products that we have, the different resources, what the expectation is if I want to be successful with the different products, how it all works, if I want to recruit, if I want to build, where to recruit, how do I find people, what does it look like to be a leader, how do I be a leader, all this stuff, right? Because to be able to build an agency like we talked about this morning, we have to have skills, right? We gotta be able to influence people and lead a team and sell at a high level, and we have to have organization and know how to hire people to help us build our business, not just people to sell, right? Like I have 2 VAs. 2 people help me run my business. If you go upstairs here at the Elliott Group, there's a ton of people that work here, right? Like there's a lot of salaries that get paid. There's a lot of people that do things in different departments because Andy and Jacqueline are like, well, I'm not gonna sit in accounting and just do accounting because I have to run the business. I have to go out and do events and I have to be in front of people and I have to inspire people and I have to train the team and there's a lot else that has to happen. So there's a lot of other departments that are out there, right? And as you grow and you learn to build, there's gonna be more work to do. So you have to have more help. So there's a few different things that I wanted to touch on first, and it's important because if you guys have been following the adjustments in the industry and inside of our space, there's been some things that have come out with regards to leads and some adjustments. So we're going to talk a little bit about that and the FCC regulations that they're basically adjusting how lead sources work. And lead sources, there's not going to be, as far as I understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, but I read a lot of what they put out and I read a lot of reviews on what they put out. And basically what's happening is there's people's information that gets resold a lot in our industry. And so they're putting a stop to that and they want the consumer to know who's calling, what they're really calling about. When they fill out their information, they want to have confidence that it's not going to be resold. So what's happening is lead companies that only do shared leads will most likely not be around soon. So most likely companies that do shared leads and aged leads are not going to be consistent. They basically have 6 months. I think it's 6 or 8 months they have to implement it. So once that happens, some of these lead companies are going to change. They might not be as high quality. They're going to be different. There's going to be, some companies will go out of business, and it's just the reality of what it is. So what we did was when I heard about this, my biggest, the one thing that I wanted to make sure that we had as a company was a reliable group that's not going anywhere, that's going to be able to provide internet leads to us with a great deal for us because we don't want to get screwed with overpaying, right? So I know I had been introduced to Cody Askins a while ago from Brad at an event. And so I texted Cody, and he's a huge lead company for those of you guys who don't know. And Cody and his team have set aside a group in their team, basically built out a team to handle us and be support for us. So what we're going to do, Going forward, our process is going to change. Our onboarding process a little bit changed. It's one of the beautiful things about entrepreneurship. Nothing's ever set in stone, and you got to make adjustments. So what we're going to do is we're going to start working with these guys, and I'm going to send a link out today, and you guys can all book a time to have like an onboarding call with them. And here's what it looks like. So you're going to pay at cost leads direct to Facebook. So rather than paying the upsell of whatever lead vendor it is, right? And a lot of these companies, we have no idea how much they're really selling us the lead for, like how much it costed, how much money that they're making off of it. But we're gonna start to pay cost leads through direct Facebook. We're not buying it from a vendor, and we're gonna basically give the management adjustments, making sure the ad doesn't get shut down if the FCC has different changes, requirements. If Facebook changes their rules and regulations, their team's gonna manage it all. It's $250 a month. We buy our leads at cost through Facebook. I think there's one-time setup fee if you want your leads to be going into the CRM, or like whatever you use. We have set up with them, we introduced our CRM that we have with them. And so basically when leads come in, they're gonna place them in the pipeline for what you have, what kind of leads you're purchasing, and they're gonna have text automations that'll go out right away. So I'm gonna send out that link, but basically Cody's team, they do, and so we'll all, like when you book your call, you're gonna have an onboarding call. That onboarding call, they're gonna basically set up, they call them their engineers, they'll send you and you're gonna go to their team of engineers. They're gonna build you an ad, they're gonna build you an ad page, they're gonna build the ad, and they're gonna run the ad. You're gonna get, I think it takes like 5 to 7 days to get everything set up. They'll start giving you your leads into a Excel Google Sheet, and then the Google Sheet, the goal is if you have a CRM, if you use a real CRM or whatever you use, they can link it, at least I know that they can do it with our CRM that we have, but I don't know with everything else and all the other. I only checked with the real CRM, but the real CRM, you can link it to go directly into the pipeline so you can get text automations going out right away so people can get contacted directly from you, from that number, and they're exclusive to you. They're your leads, you own them, right? They're not gonna be resold who knows how many times, called by this many people. That person could have looked around in the past for sure, but they're literally filling out the thing that is on your page. You get to see everything, total transparency, the back end, you get to see the demographic, the age groups, all that stuff. Like I said, I think the first payment's $400, and then after that it's $250 a month. And I'm gonna send that link to you guys. I'm just gonna send it in the Discord right now. And that way everybody has it. But this link is, let's see here. This is gonna be what majority of our lead sources, because we trust them, we're gonna be using them because we don't know what's gonna happen with all these other companies, and they're just out to catch a dollar. So these guys, they're good people. We know they'll take care of us, and they have a whole team devoted to helping us out. So I'm gonna send this out to the Discord. You can book a call here. Again, they'll walk you through everything. They'll answer all your questions. You're gonna get paired up with, I forget what they call it, but you're basically gonna have a support line that you can call a person on their team if you have questions, if you have issues, if your ad's not performing the way that you want it, you wanna change the kind of leads that you're getting, the different demographics, because they do final expense, they do general life insurance, they do IUL leads, they do annuities. You can get anything you want when you're running your own ad, right? So there's total flexibility, total transparency on what you want out of it, they'll help you with. I think that final expense, a fresh lead, final expense, filling out the ad, I think they said it's between $7 to $9 is typically what they get, depending on state by state, how many states you have. General life insurance, I think it's $11, it might be $13 to $15 or $11 to $13, somewhere in that range. And I can't remember the other products, but they'll tell you everything that you need to know. We're not gonna have to pay any upcharges anymore, other than the management fee through them, which is just $250 a month. If you did the math on how much we were paying before to get upsold leads, it's a lot, probably, right? So that'll be really beneficial for us. With the adjustment, we should see less chargebacks because people's information is not being resold. People aren't getting resold a new policy. So this will be beneficial for us through the adjustment. There's going to be a lot of agencies that, they don't have, the support that we do, obviously, with the relationships that we have. So we're very fortunate to have the people in our corner and the support. So the adjustments are ultimately going to be a really good thing for us, which is going to help us have less chargebacks, better business, more communication with clients, and lower cost leads, which is ultimately going to help us all make more money. So it'll be really, really helpful. That link's in the Discord. I'm going to send it out. We're going to send it out in a text as well to let everybody know. But they're going to be our main lead source, and that's through Cody and his team. So that's the first thing, a little bit of housekeeping. Yeah. It's good stuff. All right, so there's a couple different things that I love to talk about, and one of the things you guys have heard me say a lot is the levels of insurance, like the levels of the game, right? And so one of the things that I've realized is, this is an ocean of an industry. There's so many different products, there's so many different ways to play the game, and like we talked about earlier, if you know where you want to go, you have the right routine, you have the right habits, you have that long-term attitude, and you're willing to sit in there and do all the work that you need to do to be able to get there, well, what does it look like, right? So we have it broken down here, and I always talk about it like if you're climbing up a stairwell, right? So levels of the game, final expense, you come in, you have no idea what you're doing inside of insurance, you've never sold anything before, you have no experience, and you're a green pea, right? Well, you gotta learn how to talk to people. The most in-the-box sale that we have is final expense. It's the most repetitive, you don't have to be as creative, you don't have to be as well honed in on your sales skills, there's a lot of layups out there. So you get in there, you sell some final expense, you figure out how to do that. As you start to grow, as you start to learn, well, our next goal is to get you into mortgage protection, or plural mortgage protections, like it says up there, but mortgage protection, right? And so what we want to do is get into, if you want to, right? Not everybody wants to, but if you're looking to grow and progress in this industry, mortgage protection is just a different demographic of people. Final expense, people are lower income, they don't have as much money, they don't have as much, financial security, their family's not in a great spot. So a lot of times their biggest concern is they don't want their family to come out of pocket to pay for their final expenses because they don't have anything saved up, their family doesn't have anything saved up, low income, right? Mortgage protection is a little bit different. You get people that have $10,000 a month in income, $30,000 a month in income. They can spend more money on policies. That doesn't mean that every single one of them is paying $1 million a month or anything, but that does mean that there is the opportunity for $600 a month, $500 a month, they're out there, right? And mortgage protection is more term. It still can be the simplify issue whole life policies, but a lot of time it's going to be term, and they're going to have a higher retention because the people are protecting their mortgage and they're working and they make money, and you're not going to see as many chargebacks, and you're going to see bigger commissions, and term policies tend to pay out better than guarantee issue policies, right? So you're gonna have more money rolling in through mortgage protection. It's a different sale, and we're gonna talk about it, but it's level 1, level 2, and you don't have to go in this order, but this is just the way that I kind of see it, right? Level 3 is leadership, right? I can start to get above my business when I start to grow a team. If I'm the only one doing all the work, then I'm going to be like head down in the grind all the time, selling. If I never give myself the space to get on top of my business, it's kind of difficult to expand out while keeping your cash flow, while keeping your income, while continuing to grow in the industry. Does that make sense, right? Like it's easier to start to learn advanced concepts that are down here while you have while you have a real business. Right? It's easier to get on top of the business instead of just working inside of it. So level 3, for what I like to call, is leadership. You get to start to build a team. You have an agency. You're starting to lead people. You're starting to show other people the first 2 steps. And 99% of the time, people only need the first 2 steps for a little while. Like, this is enough to figure out. So if you're at like 1 or 2, like, you can still teach people where you're at and like the other step. If you're at 2, you can teach people 1 and 2. If you're at 1, you can still teach people 1. But with like advanced markets and with building a full-blown agency, it's like you gotta know 1 and 2 and 3, and like you gotta be able to talk to people on the phone, and you gotta know insurance products, and you gotta know what the normal objections are and how to communicate with people, and if you want to teach other people how to do that stuff, you got to be a leader and you got to exemplify those traits and qualities, and you have to be the person. I'm going to talk about in a little bit here, being the person, right? Like, I want to be a leader, but like, is it for the name of what leadership is, or is it to lead people and help people? Because it's not for a title, right? Like, it sounds cool, but that's not what it's for. Like, you've been given an opportunity to help others. That's all it is. And if you're feet up on the desk, laying back, like, it's all good, I don't have to work anymore because I got all these people to do stuff for me, like, it will not work. People will not respect you. They won't want to work with you. They're not going to want to be like you, right? So these are kind of the simple levels of insurance. And we're gonna get into it and we're gonna break this down. So, so let's talk sales first, right? So final expense is, like I said, it's like an in the box sale. It's very simple. It's very repetitive. You have the same conversation over and over. And when you get objections, like, you slap a word track on it and like you usually can figure it out most of the time, right? I love this picture of these two old people, the cartoon. That's what I imagine all the people are who we call. You know? They're just like, you know. I love it. I said that to her the other day. I was like, you know, there's a day that there's an old lady, she's taking so long to pull out of this parking spot next to us. And I was like, one day we're going to be that old and wrinkly. She's so old, you know, she's going like a mile an hour pulling out the parking lot. She's like, really? I was like, yeah, one day, right? I don't know. And so, final expense, right? It's really simple. It's a simple process. Scripts, objections, product, dials is really the base of, like, what I would say the biggest buckets are. Script, really simple script. Our script is, you know, there's a couple of them in the VT. You got a few options. The biggest thing is you just got to pick one and marry it. Like, you can't think that you're going to take this from him, that from her, this from over there on that video. I'm going to steal this one from that YouTube guy. This guy's video on Instagram sounded cool. I'm going to steal that. And think it's all going to work. And like, we've done that. Like, I tried it before, you know what I mean? And it's like, you want to say all the cool stuff and the flashy things, and then like, your process, like all the pieces of the puzzle are there for a reason, you know? And then you get to the close and you like didn't even touch on anything that's important. And they're like, all right, thanks, have a great day. And you're like, wait, why didn't that work? You know, it's cool because our process wasn't dialed in. So pick a script, marry it. The main points of the script are going to be our intro. I always do medical questions right afterwards. I go right to credibility following that. And then I'm in the why, which is like the sale and final expense. And then I'm presenting. I'm giving the numbers, talking about the company. I want them to love me, love the company, and I want them to love the product, right? Those three things are really important. It'll give them confidence in us. The objections that we have an objections list. A lot of times these people, they're really not saying no. They just don't want to make a decision, right? If you call age leads, you'll hear some crazy stuff. If you are on live dials and you hear Trey, he talks to all the people that seem to have some crazy stuff to say, but
Call her back.
yeah, Trey hammers the phone and he gets he seems to get everybody that's mad or something, you know, but Trey always overcomes their objections, right? And so the idea is when people do say no or say I'm not interested or whatever, it's really interesting. And a couple of us were talking about it. It's like, you know, you would think that they really wouldn't want to get it because they're rude or they are saying no. But what happens is as you kind of overcome it, you massage it out. You're like, do you have anything though? You know, they're like, you know, I'm in the grocery store and my ice cream is melting in the back of the car, or like, you know, whatever the objection is, right? And you're like, yeah, no worries, I'll have you off the phone in 30 seconds. Do you have anything in place? And they're like, yeah, no, like I don't have anything. It's cool though. Like I'm all right. And you're like, okay, cool. Well, you know, my job is just to make sure you're in the best position possible. I guess what had you looking around in the first place? And they're like, look, I really got to go. Yeah, and just so I can be more prepared for the next time that we do speak, who are you looking to protect? And they're like, oh, my daughter. And you're like, you don't have anything in place for your daughter? And they're like, well, I don't. And then, you know, you're like, all right, well, there's over 30 companies and we could see what's out there for you. And then they're like, all right, cool. And then any kind of medical diagnoses or ailments? They're like, no, nothing. They're like, I think we could get you a pretty good policy, right? And so it goes all of a sudden from them not wanting any information to, there's a door open. And a lot of that has to do with how we respond. So this is the same in all different, you know, if I was selling Frisbees or if I was selling, you know, shoes or socks or tables or whatever, like people, like in sales in general, we have to control how we respond, right? And so sometimes people are going to say no. Sometimes people are going to be rude. But can I control, and that's why it's so important for us to be involved in personal development like we talked about this morning, can we control our emotions enough to respond the right way even when it's triggering us? When people are like, I don't know why you're calling me, you know, this isn't, I never filled anything out, and you're like, no, you did fill something out. Like, I have your information right here. And then they're like, yeah, they're like, you know, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, your date of birth's 8/10/1998, isn't it? And they're like, that's not me. And you're like, well, I have your address too. It's right here. It's 123 Main Street. That's gotta be you. It's you, right? And now you're just butting heads, right? And so the goal is not to prove them wrong. The goal is to get them to believe that we're the right person to take care of their problems. So rather than being against them, we gotta be with them. So even when they do object, everything's water off my back, man. It's cool. Like, no big deal, right? So one of the cool things that I learned from Andy is no matter what is said to him, he never changes his state. If anything, he raises it when people object, right? So somebody could say, you know, hey, look, I'm really busy right now. I just don't have the time to be able to talk to you. And he'd be like, man, you sound like an awesome person because busy people get things done, right? And now he's like building them up. And they're like, yeah, busy people do get things done, right? It's like, all right, I'll hear what this guy has to say for a second. And, you know, the same objection could ruin somebody else. It can make them feel so negative and bad, and they could be so hard on themselves about it and not confident, and they could be upset with themselves, and they could be, this industry doesn't work, the leads don't work, none of this stuff works. Same situation, two totally different outcomes, right? So a lot of that comes down to how we are able to overcome the objection, right? Learning the objections is important because you're going to get them, right? And if I need to think about it 5 times in a day, or like, let's just say 5 times throughout the whole entire week, right? Well, if I can't overcome it, or if I don't do anything to try to solve it, like that's on me. Like I got to be prepared for that now. So make sure that you practice because it'll give you opportunities after the fact, right? And if you can close 1 out of 5, I need to think about it, well, there's more money for you. Or 2 or 3 out of 5, whatever the number is. Products are really simple. We like to keep it simple. So 9 times out of 10, the process goes Americo final expense, Prosperity following. You know, some people like to use Aetna. I like Prosperity because it's always going to tell you yes or no. And third, like on a very basic level, AIG, because like everybody gets it, right? So very simply, Americo's yes or no every time. If you guys have ever submitted business and been like, I submitted this policy and it went to Transamerica, but it's in underwriting. And you're like, yeah. You're like, I submitted it, I sold it. And then like, you know, it ends up needing to like have something else be submitted and then you have to follow back up and then they're like, why did it change? And you don't really know why because they can't tell you. And then like, you got to go back to them and this whole thing. So our goal is to get a yes or no every time. It's super simple. You get paid really well. The company's great. They've been around for over 100 years. They have a great policy. It's going to be the most easy company to get people approved with and have it stick. So when you are submitting, you're actually selling. You're not, you know, hoping and fingers crossed that 3 days later you can hear back and get a yes, and then you got to call them. And change it. It's there, right there, one call, boom, you get a green light, everything's good to go. They get the policy in the mail, they know what's going on. Okay, dials. I mean, you know, for where we're at right now with the lead sources that we usually use, we're saying about 300 dials. I think that's going to change. The amount of dials that we're going to need to find a sale is probably going to go down since we're all going to be using fresh sources now, direct from Facebook. So, I mean, I'm guessing that 200 dials, 300 on the high side will definitely be getting you a sale, but we're going to have more sales in less dials now, which is cool. So it'll be easier in a sense for us, right? I think it's really important to understand that with final expense in general, you know, a lot of these people, they're really just avoiding making a commitment to something and they're going to get it. So like if it's not you, they're getting it from Jake from State Farm tomorrow. If it's, you know, let's just say someone is saying that they're just looking into it and they didn't want to make a decision today anyway, like just know that like if we did a better job, that would have made the decision, right? We just didn't do a good enough job. So it's our job to give these people the confidence and the courage to be able to say yes with us rather than someone else tomorrow. And I wanted to talk to you guys about their main concerns, right? So every demographic's a little bit different. They're looking into things for a little bit different reasons, but this is just good to understand because in sales, like the three things that we want to know, and if we study consistently, the way to be really successful is who we sell, how to sell, and what we sell, right? So if I can understand my target audience and my demographics so well, like I can paint their pictures to them like it's nothing. And if I can paint their pictures to them like it's nothing, well, that means that I just need to figure out what I'm selling, right? Who we sell, how we sell, communication, and then what we sell, the product. So if I can learn those three things, I'm gonna have a lot of success. So their main concerns are families paying for their mistakes. They're not getting something taken care of. They don't have anything put in place for their family. It's really, really easy. Final expenses, right? Funerals, burials, things like that. People that don't have savings, it's 9 times out of 10 who we're talking to. One of the biggest worries that they have is they just don't want to be scammed. They don't want to be misled, right? So for them, it's really important to them, like I told you guys that story about my client Thelma this morning, like they just want to be taken care of. They want to be treated the right way. And it's important for us to be able to make them feel that, right? And we have that opportunity. I'm going to give you guys an example. Like, I mean, this is so funny. You guys can see Trey and Caden right here. And Cade, yeah, right? So you guys are both sitting right here. You guys are both sitting the exact same way. You know how I said in there, you guys have the same mannerisms? So funny. They're buddies from a while ago. I just found out. And so if I'm sitting here, isn't that so funny?
They both got a piece of gum.
Yeah, same smile and everything. But I feel good when I'm around these guys, man. Like they're smiling, they're happy to be here, you know what I mean? Like they're making me feel a certain way. You know what I mean? Like we're mirrors. So when I'm talking to Betty or Susie or whoever it is, or when these guys are talking to them and they're smile on their face taking care of these people, they're taking care of the people. They're not trying to make money. And like, we are trying to make money, but like, we're not after the money. Like in that moment in time, I'm putting them first. They're putting them first. So like these two guys, I can tell are going to be really successful because they're so like just good attitude. You know what I mean? Like they have a great heart. So I believe that they're taking care of people. So I'm going to flip it around, right? Let's just say that I'm new and I'm just like trying to make some money. Yeah, when I was new, I was definitely trying to make money. I'm still trying to make money, but you can't come across that way. Like you can't make people feel that way because when they feel like they're getting, you know, people are going after their money, they're just like, I'll get it from somebody else. I'm getting a million calls anyway. So it's our job to make them feel that way. So that's in our control. So I'm asking you guys, and I would challenge you guys to be considerate of the way that you speak to people, your tonality, right? It isn't always about the words that you're saying, but how you're saying them. Especially with these people, it's little things. It's very small. It's you know, when they're unconfident, we can bring that confidence back into them. So final expense is you really want to take care of them because they're worried about not being taken care of. So if we can take care of the people will move forward with us. Everyone out there is trying to sell this demographic something, so it's really important for us to make sure that we're not just out there gunslinging, not acting like they matter, and taking care of them, ultimately. I've said that like 18 times, but it's really the whole premise of that point. So that's final expense. So for mortgage protection, and I know there's not, we have a lot of people selling mortgage right now, and if you're newer, this might be a little bit, kind of a lot to bite off, but just follow me for a second here. Same things mainly for mortgage protection that you want to focus on to become good at, right? Mortgage protection, main concerns for this target demographic. One, families losing the house or the equity. Okay, so that means if Trey passes away and his spouse doesn't have the income that he has, or it's going to be cut in half because he's not going to be there anymore, they're nervous they're not going to be able to keep making mortgage payments because Trey's bringing home most of the money, right? Number two, loss of income. Pretty much what we just said, they're not going to be able to keep on making those payments. They're not going to be able to live to the standard of living that they're going to have. They're really just going to be at a deficit because someone's losing income. And I think that we can both agree let's just say if I was talking to someone, I think that we can both agree, Betty, that if you were to lose half the household income overnight, you guys wouldn't be able to keep up to the standard of living for you and the family, right? Probably. So that's another one of their main concerns. Loss of equity. So, ultimately, the way that this gets framed in our conversation is that these people, they're trying to, a lot of times, they're like, yeah, my family would just put the house on the market and sell it. Yeah, my family, I don't know what they would do, right? They're not sure. Well, no one's painted the picture to them that their house, if they don't make the mortgage payments, they have about $100,000 to $300,000 typically in equity. I would say like a lot of the people, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but that can really easily turn into cash into their family's pocket. So a family doesn't have to totally pay off the mortgage to sell the house. And so what the idea is if say say Joe has a house and he's the mortgage payer and he has a wife and 2 kids in the house, well, if Joe is to pass away and we were to put a policy in place, the family would have the money from the policy that they could use, whether it's a whole life or term, to make a couple mortgage payments, get the house cleaned up, clean it out, replace whatever they need to replace, put the house on the market, find the right realtor, do the process that they need to do, sell the house. The family recoups the difference of what they owed on the mortgage and how much they sold it for. So ultimately, they're going to get what about the equity would be when they sell the house. Okay? So when you talk to someone and you explain to them that they have equity that can quickly be turned into cash for their family, it's not as much about trying to pay off the mortgage. It's about trying to make sure their family doesn't lose that amount of equity. Because, that's a lot of money. $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. And a lot of these people are, they make a decent living, but they don't have a ton saved up. So if their family was to pass away, that's what they would want to protect. Okay? And then ultimately, if a house was to miss some mortgage payments after someone's income was to go away, whether they were still living or not, the house goes back to the bank. The house gets foreclosed on. So our goal with these people is to make them at least be able to keep the home temporarily so the family can put it on the market and sell it. And they don't just give it back to the bank. And if they want to pay off the house early, that's an option with the CBO. Cover the whole loan or a portion of the loan. We can cover the equity right? And when I say equity, a lot of times, I'll run through these in a second. I call this one the transfer of assets plan. And then there's a reverse mortgage, right? Which we'll talk about a little bit, but we're not going to get too into the weeds with this one. This one only comes up once in a while. I haven't actually had to use it yet, but so we'll start with CBO, right? Or actually, I'll start up here. So the script, the process is very simple. Here's our process with mortgage protection. First call, set an appointment. If they're at work, I'm mirroring their energy. I'm off the phone quick, set the appointment. It's totally cool. We usually see with the internet leads with StrongPoint, those guys are great as well. Not worried about them going anywhere through any of the FCC regulation changes. Those guys will be around. Those guys have really high intent mortgage leads, right? If you're calling mailers, same deal. I'm setting an appointment and I'm coming back to an appointment. Some of them, they're like if you're calling a mailer, you probably have higher show rates. With those internet leads, I'm seeing about 50% for me show up to that appointment. So if I can set 40 in a week, 20 show, and then out of the 20, there's probably, I would say you get to present to like at least 17 of them, and then half of them you can probably close, right? These are the frameworks of how to close them. So the script, the set appointment, the script for that, and then the script for the second call, the whole process is the same, and then you basically are going to categorize which process they're going to fall into. Is it the CBO, early payoff? Is it the term? Is it equity protection for a whole life policy? Is it a will and a whole life policy for a transfer of assets plan? Is it a whole life policy to give them some time to be able to reverse the mortgage? Okay? So the script is very simple. When we're calling people for mortgage protection, like I said, a lot of them are at work. So they'll be busy, they're out, they're doing stuff. And that's the expectation, which is why it's a two-step process. So when we call, it's like, hey, this is Tyler, I got some of this info you just filled out looking at that information about the mortgage protection plan. So you remember that? They're like, yeah, I remember that. And they're like, I'm busy though, I'm at work. I'm like, no worries, first call is just to make sure we do have the right person here. Looks like we do. Got you down here as 70 years old or 62 years old or 45 years old and living in Florida. Is that right? They're like, yep, that's me. I'm like, all right. Second call is where we really go into the programs, the products, and how this all kind of works. Most of the people that I work with are usually home, usually sometime around 4 to 6 o'clock. Are you as well? Yeah, usually 5 o'clock. All right, is your spouse going to be there too? Cool. Okay, about 6:15 works for both you guys. I'll put you guys down on the calendar for about 6:15 tonight. I'll give you guys a call then. I'll send over some of my info so you have it. See you guys at 6:15. That's that simple. All right? You call, they know what you're talking about. You set the appointment, come back at 6:15. You don't, run all the quotes and have it all written out or anything because, I would say 50% of them aren't going to be there. It's just the numbers. If you're calling, direct mail leads, more might be there. But I'm still, I'm not trying to over prepare, right? You can figure it out on the go here. So if they're not doing anything, you can go into medical questions. You can ask them some more questions, but really the goal is to get them on the second call. Because if I can get them both sitting down next to each other, or if it's just one person, I can get them sitting there with a pen and piece of paper. I know that I'm going to have them draw out their situation, and they're going to be like, I need this, right? And not everyone's going to go, and do it, but you're still going to get told no here and there. You're going to hear some objections, but if you can draw it out to them and they're communicating with you on the phone and telling you how bad it is, and they're sitting next to each other and they're like, man, I never really thought about it like this. That really would be the situation. And they're going back and forth because usually an objection is I got to talk to my wife. I got to think about it. But they're like, yo, don't leave me in that spot. I need you to get that so I don't get screwed. So it's a different game with these people. So we go through, set the appointment, second call comes around, really simple. I try to schedule all my appointments within 48 hours, within 24 hours, but if I can do 48, if I have to 48, I will. So I will, second call is really simple. I usually just start off with something really, really easy about, hey Trey, this is, Tyler about the mortgage protection plans. I know I sent some info over. Were you able to get that? My picture of my license and my virtual business card? You were? Okay, cool. And just to put it to you guys simply, the way these programs work, it's based off of a couple simple things: age, health, the kind of program that we'll look at, the type that we're going to get. They're not mandatory, so if it doesn't make sense for you guys just let me know. It's always going to make sense for them. So that's why I say that, because like I'm trying to not pressure them, but like it's going to make sense. I know it's going to make sense, but they just don't want to be sold something, right? So after that, basically going through the process of the script. It's a little bit different than the final expense script, but the premise is the same. Credibility, you're gonna go over the situation, you're gonna do a little bit more educating with these ones, and then we're going into one of these 5 closes. And so I'm gonna walk through these with you in a second. So one thing that I really wanna share with the mortgage protection sales is I'm a huge fan of having them write stuff down. And I think that for them, it gives them a different perspective, because they might think that they're in a good spot, but then when they write it all on paper, you're like, they realize that they're not, right? And especially if they're sitting next to their spouse, they're not like, you know, they want it because they're realizing that their spouse isn't as, like, if they weren't there, they were screwed, right? So it's really good to have them write stuff down. So what I like to do is when I go through my mortgage protection process, I say, let's write down, I say, go ahead and grab a pen and paper for me. I want to make sure you get a little bit of this information as we go. I have them write down credibility, like I have them write down my phone number, my name, my national producer number. And then I'll have them take down a number 1, a number 2, and a number 3 every single time. If they're really healthy, I'll have them write down a number 4 and we'll come back to it. But I'll do 1, 2, 3. So what I say is, number 1, I want you to write down mortgage. And then they write down the word mortgage, and then they write down the amount of, I say write down the amount of the loan balance you have left. And I also want you to write down your monthly payment amount. So they write down, you know, they write down $180,000 for their total loan amount left, and then they write down $1,500 a month because that's how much they pay for the mortgage. I say, all right, cool. Number 2, I want you to write down equity, and how much equity do you have? They say, we have $200,000 in equity. Okay, write down $200,000 right there. So they write down equity, $200,000. Okay, and now I want you to write down income. And then what's your household income? Household, it's about $10,000 a month. And how much do you make versus your spouse? Write that down there. And what is it? I make $6,000, she makes $4,000, whatever. She makes $6,000, I make $4,000, whatever it is. I'm like, okay. These are the three main areas that we want to protect. Number 1, your mortgage amount. It's a lot of money that you guys owe right there. So we want to make sure we're putting something towards that, and at very minimum, making sure that some monthly payments can get met if you guys were to lose your income or someone was to disappear on us and income was to drop overnight. Number 2, we're going to want to make sure we don't have to give the house back to the bank, and we can protect this asset and make sure that if anything does happen to you guys, worst case scenario, you guys are able to liquidate the house, sell it, and collect all the equity back that's yours. Because that's a lot of money, right? They go, yep, that is a lot of money. I'm like, all right. Number 3, your income. I think that we can both agree if 40 or 60% of your income or all of your income was to disappear, you guys would have a little bit of a tough time continuing to make mortgage payments and live up to the quality of life that you've been able to live up to this point, right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, what would you guys do if one of you guys did pass right now? Would you want to keep the house? Would you sell it? What would you do? A lot of times they're just like, well, I haven't thought about it. Like most people, so at this point, if I haven't done if I haven't done medical questions, I'll do medical questions, right? And I'll break away from it. I'll give them just something to think about as I go into medical questions. And we'll do medical questions. I'll figure out how healthy they are. And this is mainly when I'm figuring out which one of these I'm going to use, okay? So if they're really healthy, I'm looking in this direction. If they've got some medical issues and they're kind of like a typical final expense client, I'm thinking one of these, okay? So really healthy, And typically on the younger side, like 50 and under, typically looking at a CBO. And if they're loans for 30 years, I want to put it for 25 years. And I want them to put it so the CBO is going to repay them from all the payments they put in, so they get the cash back 5 years early, and they can put it down to the principal, pay off the rest of the loan. They save money on like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in the interest that they would have had to typically pay, right? Sorry, someone keeps calling me. No clue. Nick, you want to take this again? That's so funny.
Oh, let's do a live call right now.
Bring it up.
That would be fun. That's what we're gonna do all day tomorrow. So if they're really healthy, I'm thinking term or CBO, right? And so if they're really healthy, I'll say, okay, let's go back to the 1, 2, 3. Let's write a 4 down, and I want you to write down refund or cash back, right? And so, now they're always intrigued a little bit. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, we'll get to that in a second. So once we do medical questions, if they're this healthy, I always have them, I will have them, if they're healthy enough for the CBO, we'll start there. If they're for the CBO, write down the 4. The 4, cash back or refund. After I do medical questions, and I know for sure that they really should get it, qualify-wise, I'm like, all right, these are the 4 main areas that we're gonna look to protect. Like we said, 1, 2, and 3, we already talked about. Number 4, you're gonna get a full refund at the end of this. Here's how we do this for most people that we work with. Since I'm sure that you don't want to overpay for anything, and you want to make sure that your family is going to be taken care of, right? They're like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, okay, so what we typically do is we try to save you guys tens of thousands of dollars in interest. Does that sound like something that would be helpful for you? They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so do you think it would be helpful if we had something that gave you living benefits while you're still alive, that gave you access to money in case you were out of work, maybe for something like a disability, or you had critical, chronic, or terminal illnesses? Yeah, that sounds really helpful. Okay. And if you were to pass away, we would be looking to make sure that the family was able to make mortgage payments and not have to worry about that total loan amount, right? Yeah, okay. And so I'm just asking them quick yes questions because I'm just basically gonna pre-frame what I'm gonna tell them the benefits are. And so all I'm getting them to do is to start thinking about what that is, right? And so I ask a couple yes questions, and then I stop, and I don't tell them what the policy is, but I'll say, and I'll ask them, if you were to have a critical, chronic, or terminal illness, and you couldn't earn your active income, because what plagues most Americans is going to be simple things like strokes, heart attacks, little things like that keeps people out of work and earning active income. So if you did have something like that, would you guys be able to make mortgage payments? 9 times out of 10, they say no. I'm like, okay, so if you guys thought about what you would do in that situation, would you keep the house? Would you have to move? Let's say you couldn't go to work for 12 months. What would you do? Well, I don't know. That's why we're on the phone with you, right? You're like, perfect. All right. And then so I'll ask them a couple more questions. If they're both making money, I'm trying typically to write 2 policies. So really important for us is to gauge what would be too expensive and not enough for them. If people have $5,000 a month income and they have a mortgage for $3,000 a month I know Chris and I have talked about, we come across a couple people like that, and we're like, man, these guys just are not in as great of a spot as they could be. Their mortgage is so expensive, So we got to know that and not try to put a $400 a month payment to someone who doesn't have as much discretionary income. It's kind of a feel thing. You'll get really good at it as you go, but for a lot of the people, they're making $7,000 plus a month, which gives you the ability to ask for $300 a month payments pretty easily. Does it always end up being $300 a month? No. Is less money per month easier for them to say yes to? Sure. But if you can build the value up of what we have to offer a lot, they'll have an easier time saying yes. And with the CBO policy, it's like kind of a layup, because what it does is we structure it for 25 years. 25-year CBO policy, the whole time the policy is in place, if they pass away, they get a cash payment. Hopefully that's enough at the time to pay off their mortgage. If not, it'll pay off so many more mortgage payments for them because of the death benefit. While they're alive and they have the policy in place, they get access, they get full living benefits. They get critical, chronic, and terminal illness rider, which gives them access to 90% of the death benefit. So if they have a loan amount and it's $200,000, and we structure the policy for $200,000 in death benefit, and they need to access it because they have a heart attack or stroke, they get diagnosed with a terminal illness, and they can't go to work, they're going to get access to $180,000 cash, tax-free, living benefits straight out of the policies, death benefit. So while they're still alive, they can't go earn active income. Now they're able to stay in the home. They don't have to worry about making mortgage payments. The average person that gets cancer has like $50,000 to $70,000 in medical bills. Those people don't have that, right? So our goal is to help them while they're alive get the protection, have the coverage. Now, Trey, the goal is that you make out like a bandit and you outlive the policy. So, because we know that that's your goal and that's what we want as well, once you outlive it, you're going to get a full refund on all the money that you put into the policy. So rather than owing, paying all this money into something and then never getting anything out of it, you're going to get a full refund back after it's over. So all the money that you put into it's tax-free checks coming back to you, and you're going to take that and you're going to use it to pay the last 5 years of the mortgage. And if you do the math on a mortgage amortization calculator, and I use Carl's Mortgage Calculator, it's an app that you can get on the App Store, and it'll tell you how much they'll owe on principal, and then they can pay that amount 5 years early with the refund. And what happens is these people end up saving, typically it's like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in interest. So they're saving money, a ton of money. They get coverage while they're in the home. And if anything happens, then their family gets to keep it. It's paid off. They don't have to worry about the bill. So CBO is definitely the easiest option to sell. I know there's a lot of information there, but if this is all recorded, you'll be able to re-listen to it. This stuff will be in Lightspeed. We're going to re-record the training and put it in there. It's like, it's just like learning final expense. It's just new, right? So that's option one. And framework close one, Mustachio. It's new. Yeah, it's new. I'm going through it. It's just learning, yeah. Just hit the phones, man. Yeah. So that's option one. And that's the easiest one to sell. CBO, they gotta be qualified for it. It's gotta make sense financially. And if they're in their 50s or 60s, usually it's tough to get them a CBO policy because they're not financially gonna be able to afford it. Now, with term policies have all the same benefits besides the return of premium at America. So term 125 will give them an extra 25% payout if it's an accidental death built in. And then term 100 is just straight up, if they pass away, they get the benefit, death benefit, and they have living benefits. Same thing, but no extra 25%. Both are great. Term 125, term 100. Again, America's the way that we go. First opportunity, mainly for living benefits. It's the biggest living benefits percentage of any of the carriers that we work with. And it's really what sells these policies. It's second choice, a little bit more lenient, Prosperity, American Amicable. Mutual of Omaha's got term. It's pretty similar to Americo underwriting, but they're all good policies. So if you can't get them on Americo, you can try your best to work those other avenues, right? And that's the term, right? So it's the same process, same close, and if you can't get, you show I always show two options, okay? And so what I do is I show two options, and I make them write down how much the death benefit is, how much the critical chronic terminal illness is. If I add a rider on America, it's so easy to do the illustrations for the riders, where if they go on disability at work, you can put a rider on for them to get $1,000 a month in income for 12 or 24 months. Sometimes I add that. Sometimes I add in, if it's a spouse, husband, and a wife, I'll add in term insurance rider for the wife as well on the same policy. And I'll tell them it's a joint family policy, right? I'm just portraying it in a way that I think sounds pleasing to them, right? They're in the same plan, it's one payment a month. It's simple. Sometimes I have to write two different policies. Sometimes one person has a higher income, so I'm thinking, well, I would rather, for their sake, put 70% of their premium towards the husband's income or the wife's income and 30% towards the other, because that's what the income ratio is to help the other one out in case that income was to disappear. So, you can start to see like I'm being just creative to the situation. And once you get the products down, once you see the sale kind of happen a few times, you can really just be free and use the frameworks that we're going to have to make the sales when you need them, right? So again, the CBO is really simple. They're going to get all the money back afterwards. We typically try to structure it for 5 years less of their policy. And then they're going to have living benefits during it. And then they're also going to have the refund come, and they're going to get all their money back. They're going to save money on the interest at the end of the day, at the end of the policy. Term, living benefits during it, death benefit if they pass away. Gives the family the ability to make mortgage payments if they pass, as well as if they have any kind of critical, chronic, or terminal illness, and any riders you add on. So, like I said, I usually show two options. I'll try to show a full if I think that they can afford it, and then I'll show like a 70% or like a 50% maybe, just to give them two, because I want them to write down death benefit, critical, chronic, terminal illness, and any other riders that I put down. And if there's a refund amount, I have them write down that as well. I'm just trying to fill this one piece of paper that they're looking at with value and their situation, right? They got my info at the top. They got 1, 2, 3, and 4 if they're healthy in the middle. And they got that info about their life and their situation. And then there at the bottom of the page, I want them to have the options. And so that's how I would structure like my presentation. I try to do two because they're kind of writing down a lot of stuff. That's 1 and 2. Equity protection option, right? Really simple. Susie and Joe are married, and Susie makes more of the income, and she wants to make sure her husband Joe is going to be taken care of, and they're 68 years old, and they don't have the ability to come out of pocket, or he wouldn't be able to live the same quality of living or make mortgage payments. So we want to put a plan together where, like, the goal isn't to pay off the house because they can't afford to put a plan together to do that, or they're not healthy enough to be able to get a term policy to do that. So we resort to getting a mortgage payment, or equity protection plan, where the goal and the presentation is structured toward protecting the equity. So I still do the 1, 2, 3. And instead of me being like, hey, this is going to pay off the full mortgage amount, it's, hey, this is going to give you, because your mortgage is $1,500 a month, this is going to give you 8 months, 12 months, and 16 months of mortgage payments, right? And I do the math. What's 8 times 1,500? What's 8 times 12? What's 8 times 16? And it gives me how much I need to structure each option for, right? And the goal of the plan is not to say, hey, we're going to get you a whole life policy, because that's not what they want to hear. I'm going to get you a whole life policy that's going to take care of this for you. I talked to a guy, and he's like, I was telling Mustachio this on the phone. I was like, it's all about the presentation. Everything about mortgage protection is about the presentation. Like, they want it to be mortgage protection. This guy's like, yeah, these people, he's like, I've had my mortgage for 5 years. I've talked to a couple people about this. And he's like, people keep trying to sell me a whole life policy. He's like, I don't want whole life. He's like, I want mortgage protection. I'm like, absolutely. Yeah. Let's take a look, you know? I go through a situation with them. I talk to him. We get him a whole life policy. But it's called equity protection. He's all in. Because I called it equity protection. I made it all about the equity. I chose, as the salesperson, what to hold the spotlight on in the conversation. And the spotlight was on calling it a certain thing, portraying it a certain way, telling him how he's going to use it, how his family's going to benefit from it so they don't get in a bad situation. Everyone else is like, hey, you're going to get $25,000 payout. That's going to pay out. It's going to be a whole life policy. It's permanent forever. Me, I'm like, this is a plan that's going to pay out, and you're going to have, and your family's going to have the ability to make 6 or 8, 12, 16-month mortgage payments, whichever one makes most sense to you, because we want to make sure that this is going to make sense for you financially month to month. And since the asset is something that's very important to you and your family, I'm sure, we're going to make sure that that doesn't go unnoticed. We're going to make sure that they're going to be able to recoup the amount of equity in the home. How much equity do you guys have, right? And then they're like, $300,000. They're like, all right, cool. $300,000, we're going to put that back in your family's pocket rather than going back to the bank. Can we both agree on that? Absolutely. And a lot of times I'll ask people, especially with the equity protection closes, what's your biggest asset? Right? I love that question because they all go my house. And so you always say in response to that, absolutely, but I think that we can both agree that without the income, we wouldn't be able to pay for the home, right? So our income is really going to be the biggest asset that we have. So if they lose the income, right, they're not going to, their spouse typically isn't able to make those mortgage payments or keep up the same quality of living, and they're not willing to do that. So what ends up happening with most of these situations, because they're senior citizens, they're on Social Security. They might have retirement, they might still be working, they might, one of them might be on Social Security, but a lot of times what happens is they're both on Social Security, they're making about $6,000 a month, one's making $4,000, the other one's making $2,000, and Social Security survivorship, for those of you guys who don't know, people who are in that age bracket that get Social Security, if Joe passes away and he leaves Susie, well, what happens is they don't just keep the total amount that they were both bringing in, they keep the higher of the two amounts in Social Security survivorship. It's when one of the spouses passes and the other one gets left with the higher amount. So take $2,000 off of someone's income, typically, or 3 or 5 or whatever it is for people's situations. Most of the time, these people, they're going to be at a deficit. And I always just ask them, I'll say, what are you going to do? Or I'll say, do you think that's going to affect your ability to make mortgage payments? Do you think that's going to affect the ability to live the same kind of lifestyle that you're living? And they always say yes, right? So that turns into, okay, right now you have $100,000 in equity, you have $200,000, you have $300,000 in equity. Our goal is to make sure that if the worst case scenario, let's say Joe passes, you get enough money to be able to make mortgage payments for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, so you can clean the house up, clean it out, fix anything that you need to, find a good realtor, get the house on the market, give it time to find the right deal, so you're not forced out having to call banks and lenders while you're at the funeral, mourning and grieving about losing Joe. Because you're going to be at a loss of income, so no matter what, you're going to have to decrease your lifestyle either way, and we want to make sure that you don't lose the $200,000 in equity, because that's a lot of money. So the conversation isn't about paying off the whole loan. And we control that. We're going to tee that up. So we're going to tee it up to be, you're going to sell the house, move. We're going to give you the money to be able to do it. Put the money from the equity back in your pocket, okay? And so that's going to give us number 3 on the presentation, right? That's our 3rd presentation. Our 4th presentation is a really good one. It's the same concept. A lot of times we're using, 9 times out of 10, we're going to use same framework, but we're going to add a will. Okay, a will, you don't sell it. You help someone get to the website where they can set it up for free. Okay, most people don't know that there's a transfer of asset tax. So if it's not a spouse, and let's say that, you know, Joe has 2 kids and he's trying to leave the home for his kids. He's like, yeah, my kids will sell it. No, I'm not worried about it. You know, he's like, no, they can't pay for the mortgage. They're just going to sell it. Well, when you transfer an asset in most states, it's like, you know, it could be 2, 3, 4, 5% of the total worth of the asset. Depends on state to state. So what we do for these ones is we're going to add a will to the equity protection plan, give them the time to sell it, but also when there's a will, there's no tax, okay? But there's a lot of other scenarios that can happen inside of this, but basically when someone, like let's just say that someone has a general, and I'm not the real estate guy, right? But if someone has a general, I think it's an FHA loan, like the bank can come out and like judge the house and basically say whether or not the people are going to be able to sell it, or the bank's going to take the house back if it qualifies to be resold, right? I forget the actual terminology of it, but basically if a family doesn't have this stuff set up ahead of time.
Talking about the probate process?
Yeah. And so there's, and again, I'm not the real estate guy, but there's stipulations where if people's things aren't structured a certain way within, you know, their will, where they're passing their asset to their children specifically, because it can go spouse to spouse, no tax. But if you pass it from anybody else, friend, kids, whatever, there's a transfer of asset tax. With a will in place, there is no transfer of asset tax, right? And it happens very seamlessly because there's a will in place. Most people don't have a will, especially the people that we work with. So what we do is we tie in the will to the plan, to the equity protection plan. And it's not all about the will, but it's a piece of the puzzle, right? It takes that headache out. Your family's not going to have to worry about it. The family's going to get the asset that it gets transferred. There's no issues. There's no headaches. It doesn't take a long time. It's going to happen very fast. And instead of it being a potential 6-month process just to get the house in the kid's possession, then they have to make 6 months mortgage payments, or the house goes back to the bank, they're going to have the house, they're going to be able to make the mortgage payments, clean it up, fix it out, get the house listed, get it on the market, and sell the home. And then they're going to get to recoup all the equity. Take all the headache away from them ahead of time, okay? So the transfer of assets plan is just adding a will, which you can do for free online. It's not something that we actually sell. It's just we're going to tell them how to get a will for free. Okay, and for the reverse mortgage, for some of these people, and generally speaking here, a reverse mortgage, basically, someone has to be a certain age. It's 62, I think it's 62 and a half, or 62 years old to be able to qualify for it. I haven't actually used this yet, but pretty much what someone would do is if they can qualify for it, where basically, I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, they have to have half of the amount, of the home's worth in equity. And they can eliminate the mortgage monthly payments for the time being. So if there's 2 people in the home, and there's a husband and a wife, and one of them passes, typically the goal would be to set up a whole life plan and call it a reverse mortgage plan, where they would get a $25,000 payout, they get a $15,000 payout, they can pay that down on the loan, then they have that much equity, they can do a reverse mortgage, take away the monthly payments for the time being. Now they don't have to worry about monthly payments. That's essentially what the reverse mortgage plan is. Again, these are all going to be in VT, and we're going to go into depth, a little bit more detail on each one. But these are the 5 frameworks to close for mortgage protection. Now, you can see it's a little bit more nuanced than the final expense stuff, right? And the idea is each one of the clients that we speak to will fall into one of these buckets. So the appointment stays the same, the conversation stays the same, the script is the same. It's just which bucket do they fall into? 9 times out of 10, it's one of these 2, or one of these 3. So it's typically either the CBO, it's a term, or it's general equity protection. Once in a while you get someone that, you know, they're not sold on they just need a little bit more value, right? The transfer of assets plan, right? And that's the title. These are titles, right? So number one is the cashback option plan, right? You're gonna pay your loan off early plan. Number two is cover full, half, 3/4, 1/4, whatever it is, portion of your loan. Third, equity protection. 4, transfer of assets. 5, reverse mortgage. And they all fit a framework, so you don't have to try to figure out and guess. You're just like, oh, this person fits this box. We're gonna go this direction. And so we're gonna be able to follow that system. Okay, it's gonna make it a little bit easier when we're choosing what close to use, how, and the presentation, because guys, it's all about the presentation. It is not, you know, if I'm talking to someone, like I said earlier, and they're like, I don't want an insurance policy, like a life insurance policy. Well, it's not, it's mortgage protection, right? It's a concept, it's an idea. Final expense is not a policy, it is a concept, right? A retirement strategy is not one thing, it is a concept. What the solution is what me as the professional prescribes you. If I go to the doctor and I bang my knee up because I fell off a bicycle, I'm gonna go in and be like, yo, my knee's jacked up, I need some help. And they're gonna be like, cool, man, take this because you're gonna feel better. And I'm not like, you know, they're telling me what to take, right? I tell you the issue, you tell me the solution. That's us. They tell us their issue, I tell you the solution. And we're gonna do it super charismatically, calm, collected, and we're gonna be there for them and help them. And we're gonna, and a lot of it with mortgage is education. We're educating them. We're letting them know their situation. We're letting them know what it's gonna look like. We're letting them know how we're gonna help them. And so the idea is that we wanna really educate them on how bad it might be, how good it will be, the benefits of the plan, living, non-living, if they pass away, their income goes away, right? So that's mortgage protection generally. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about leadership. And this is one of my favorite topics, right? So Real Financial, super, super unique. You know, we talk about it all the time, but if you're a top performer, you're going to get agents. If you're a top performer, you're going to get put into a different training that happens during the week. You're going to get access to a different training because you're going to be given agents. If you're in that group and you're a part of that group, you're going to have the opportunity to get agents. What I mean is once you hit that requirement, you don't just stop producing forever and you never get agents. Brad wants people to get agents that are constantly producing. So month to month basis, if you produce, you get agents if you're inside that group. If you're not producing at that time, you are not getting anybody. Total performance based, totally fair to everybody. If you're in the group, you're not getting agents because you're not performing, it's cool, man. Take care of the people you got, get your numbers up, right? If you're getting agents, keep on selling and keep on helping people. And if you're doing a great job, you keep getting more. It's literally not a thing in the industry anywhere else. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's bizarre. It's crazy. So for our leadership group, that's kind of like what happens, right? You hit a certain requirement, you start to get some people on your team, and there's a lot of people in this room that are getting some people, and they're starting to build teams, and they're starting to have some production under them, and they're starting to see this different side of the industry, right? Which is fun. It's a lot of fun to lead people. It's a lot of fun to help people. Like we were saying earlier, it's really fulfilling, right? Our goal is that you gotta onboard them, you gotta train them, you gotta manage them. And like we do group training, so it's pretty simple on the training side, but you gotta be able to help people work through issues and problems. And if people are struggling, like you're the guy, you're in the corner, man. Like if they need, and like we're all here to help, but like we're assigning them to you. You get to make a little bit of money extra because you get to help them, right? So the goal is that with added responsibility comes an increase in pay. And the better we get at that, the more we're gonna make. So that's kind of where the scale and the leverage comes in. So here's kind of the qualifications for it. You gotta be a top producer. You gotta have a great attitude, man. Like we don't want any negative Neds running around like affecting everybody and just like infiltrating the agency because we got a leader who's like a negative guy and talking badly, and then, you know, everyone's running around and now we're all negative and we're all here next time and we're like, why are we all not as happy, you know? We got to be positive. We got to have a good attitude. You got to have all 50 state licenses because you're going to get agents from all over the country. You don't know where they're going to come from, and they can't get contracted if you don't have a license in that state. So you got to have all 50 state licenses. And then you got to be willing to take on more responsibility. And that's up here really specifically because being a leader is a privilege. Being a leader is not, I get to put my feet up on the desk. It's cool. I'm just going to hang out and like, I'm going to make more money. No, like you got more responsibility now. Like we're expecting more out of you. We're expecting you to be there for people, to help people through their problems, to when things are challenging. Like they got to have someone there to be able to lean on, you know? If I get an agent that comes in and he's like, man, I'm having a really hard time. And I'm like, this is what I used to do. People used to be like, yeah, I'm struggling a lot. I'm not able to sell. These leads are tough to sell. And I'm like, yeah, it is really tough. I know. I'm like, this is difficult. I'm like, you're right. I totally get it if you don't want to do it. You know, like what a bad thing to say. But I just didn't know how to help. I was just like, I couldn't get people to like try to overcome obstacles. I wasn't good at that, right? And so, and these people, I was saying earlier, I was recruiting all these people and just wasn't retaining anybody because I didn't know how to. So all these people are coming in and they're like, I'm getting kicked in the face, man. Like, what do I do? And I'm like, I don't know. But I just didn't want to, I just couldn't like face the like challenge of helping them through that because I just didn't know what I was doing at that point. So I wasn't able to retain anybody, right? So we're going to get an agency built for us. And that's literally what happens, right? All this marketing and recruiting and the reach that Brad and Andy have, there's going to be a lot of people that come in, especially this year. And, you know, I'll give you guys an idea. Like one of the goals that we have is to have like 3,000 agents. I think it's 2,681 specifically by a certain time period. And they all got to go under other people. Like they're going to get placed on people's teams. So you all have the opportunity to get a huge portion of that and as much as you want, right? And so the idea is you do the work, you produce, you have a great opportunity to be a leader and you're going to get benefited for it. So go produce so you can get that opportunity. You have to be willing to water the plants, right? You can't just expect to have your income grow because you're getting someone, you know, placed to you, right? The goal is that you're going to help be there for them when they are in a tough time, when they do need help, when they do need support, when they do need more people to lift them up, right? I like me best when I'm with you kind of thing. Are you that way? Are you able to help people feel that way? Or do they feel negative when they talk to you? I'm like, dang, man, like that wasn't really refreshing, right? So we want to make sure that the people that we're communicating with are benefiting from us, that are learning because of us, okay? Now, this is, you know, some things that I've learned, especially spending a lot of time with Andy, is, you know, the people that you lead are a reflection of you, right? And I mentioned earlier, you're gonna have to become somebody that you're not right now. So if you want different results, you want a different life, you're gonna have to start to become somebody else. You're not that person yet. I'm not the person I want to be able to get the results I want yet. So I know that I gotta invest in me. I gotta learn more. I gotta keep developing. I gotta keep growing. I gotta keep solving new challenges, obstacles, difficulties, all this stuff. And so I have to become the person that I want to attract, okay? So if I want high performers, man, like I can't be like, you gotta be a high performer and not know how to sell. If I want people to show up on time, I can't show up late. If I'm like, you gotta be on live dials, like, am I on live dials? Like, I'm just saying, people will do what you do, and if they don't, they will judge you for it. And being a leader is not all sunshine and rainbows. Like, people are not just like, oh my gosh, like, you're a leader, you're amazing. No, they're like, he told me to be on training at 5. Let's check the room here. Nope, he's not on. Man, just lost some respect for that guy, you know? And people are judging. So you have an opportunity to either be the person that your team wants and needs in your corner, or you can be the person that's not showing up and not taking the advice that you're giving. I mean, how ridiculous would that be? Right? I'm telling somebody to do this to be successful, but I'm not willing to do it myself. We see a lot of that in the world these days, right? With social media especially. So I challenge you guys all that, you know, if you want an agency, if you want people to do the right things and what you would call the right things, do you do the right things? Because again, like, you're going to attract what you are. And if you got a bunch of people that are not showing up and they're not responding to your text messages and they're negative and they're not really plugging in and they're not making sales, and you're like, where are you at? Like, what's going on, man? Like, how come you're not performing? And they're like, where are you at? What are you doing? Why aren't you performing? Right? We have to be the person. And if we're not, like most of us right now, I mean, all of us right now, for where we want to go as individuals, we're not the person that we need to be to get there yet. Because if we were, we would already have it, right? Yeah, we would be there, we would have it, but we're here where we're at right now with the results that we currently have, rather than having the results in the life and all this stuff that we want. So for a lot of us, there's some growth that has to happen. We have to grow as an individual, because if I want to attract A-level talent, I have to be an A player. If I want to be able to grow A-level talent, then I have to be an A player. I'm not going to get lucky. It's not how this works, right? It's all about the leader. All of this is about the leader. You are the leader. If you want an agency, you're the leader. If you want to grow a team, you're the leader. Like, what do you want your agents to be like? Do you want them to be fired up, ready to roll, getting on live dials on time, making extra calls, like producing, pushing the needle, getting better? Or do you want them to be lazy and not excited to be here and never plugging into training and not coming to stuff like this? Because they'll do what you do, but it's all about the leader. And leadership, like I said, is a privilege. And if you're not ready for it, then like, you won't be, you know, you won't get the results, because your actions will dictate your results. But not only financially will you have an opportunity to make more money, but you're also affecting people, man. Like, you're getting a fast track to affect people and impact people. And if you're not that person that we would want you to be, then it's going to go to somebody else, right? So I want to tell you guys a story. There was an old hockey coach that I had a couple years ago, and I played, I wasn't very good. My grandparents, I'm really fortunate, my grandparents played for me to play hockey, like really basic level when I was really young, like in high school. That's my first year of club, was like 16 years old. And then like, you know, I ended up getting really obsessed with hockey, and I would shoot pucks. Like, I remember we got evicted one time. We were living in my grandparents' house, and they had an unfinished basement, and there was a chair down there, and it's, you know, like a cement floor and like cement walls, and I used to shoot hockey pucks at this chair, because we're, you know, I couldn't like go out and do stuff. It was like neighborhood I didn't know. I was living in my grandparents' house. I would just go down the basement, I would just shoot hockey pucks at this chair. And so I started to love hockey. And what's crazy is I started to get really good. Like, I just started spending all my time at the rink. I started to really invest in myself. And so my junior year, I played for a team called the Junior Flyers, and we were the best team in the league, and we did really, really well that year. At the end of the year, I had a lot of opportunities to go and play for different teams. And at this point in my life, I had never played at this high of a level, and I didn't know what the right decision was. And I had a couple of invites to go to teams that were in really good leagues. And at this point, like, I wasn't gonna have to pay to play anymore. I was gonna get gear, and like travel's paid for, and like it's all free because you're at that level, right? So I decided to ask my coach, because this guy was someone that treated me so well, he helped me grow so much. I was like, hey, Coach Kilcoyne, do you think that I should go play for this team or this team or this team? What do you think I should do? And he's like, if I was you, I would go to this team and I would play here. Like, I know the coach, he's a really good guy. I'm like, what are you gonna do next year? And he's like, well, I'm gonna go to this league and I'm gonna coach this team. And I was like, interesting, okay. So I went home, I thought about it for a couple days. I really didn't know what I wanted to do. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go play for him again, because that guy helped me so much. Mind you, I could have went up a level I could have jumped like, to a higher league and played for somebody else. But I decided that I was going to go stick with the same guy. And I wasn't going to play at as high of a league, but I was going to go up a level and follow him. So I did that. Back-to-back years, we won championships, which is really cool. I had 2 more seasons of eligibility left in junior hockey, so you play till you're 20, and then you go to college. You try to get recruited until you're 20. I played for him for 4 straight seasons. I could have played anywhere I wanted after that second year. I played for him for 2 more years, and it's because he was the leader. It was him. I didn't want to play for someone else. I didn't want to play for another team. I didn't want to play for just anybody. I wanted to play for that guy. That guy was my leader, And I took a lot of pride in playing for him. And I really looked up to him because he had done what I wanted to do, because he invested in me and taught me things, right? And I was like all in on it. I was like, when I was kind of searching around and I was meeting people and I was talking to coaches and this and that, and I was like, these guys kind of suck, I was like, I don't want to go to the rink with these people, but this guy, I was just like, I want to play for this guy. And so I just decided I'm just going to keep playing for him for as long as I can. And every year we moved up a level, we moved up a level, we moved up a level. And every year we were like the best team in the league. It was really cool, but it wasn't because we had like the best players. It was because he was a great leader, man. And he was the guy. Like, it wasn't because we had like the best recruiting system in the world and we had all the best little talent, best players and stuff. We had the best leader. That's why we were good. And so I tell you guys that story because it's about the leader. Like, it's all about the leader. How do you show up? Do you have a smile on your face? Do people enjoy being around you? Are people choosing, like we talked about, choosing to be around you? Right? And like, we influence everybody that we're around, and everybody else influences us. And I'm just challenged, like, I want you guys to think about it, because if people aren't trying to be around you, if like you're recruiting and you're not retaining, or maybe you're getting agents and they're not doing what you want them to do, like, we're mirrors, like, we gotta be more, we gotta do more, we gotta be more positive, we gotta help more people. And like, as a leader, we're not only changing people's lives, but those people have families, and those people have extended families, and those people are probably around children and other human beings. And if I can influence people to be better, well, they're going to go home and be better people to the people that they're around. The ripple effect of being a leader is massive. And it's not just about me and the money that I'm going to make working alongside Bob, who just came in, and I don't even know Bob, but I'm going to be a great leader so I can get paid. Like, there's a bigger play here. We're taking care of human beings, right? Andy says human capital all the time. He goes, the secret of your business is going to be human capital. I hear him talk to business owners from every level. And he always says human capital. How I built my business is human capital. The reason I have so much loyalty, it's human capital. I treat people the right way. I'm willing to go to bat for people, right? And so for us, like, we are so gifted to be able to be in this opportunity to have the ability to influence people as a leadership team, group, people that want to make it big, like, do big things in life. We're getting a fast pass to be able to get in front of people, to get to influence people. Because, man, it's tough to do it all yourself. Most agencies out there, you go anywhere else, you're going to have to recruit your own people, onboard your own people, run all the trainings yourself. You're going to have to build the onboarding process. You're going to have to figure out how contracting works at other agencies. You're going to have to do all the instructions. You're going to have to figure out how to get through people through pre-licensing, tell people how to take their state exam. I know a guy, I was trying to recruit this guy one time from WFG, 1,000-person team, and he's trying to recruit me on the same call. And I'm like trying to get him, he's trying to get me, it's this whole thing. And we're on a Zoom call together, and he's like, yeah, man, I just helped 5 people schedule their state exam. I was like, wait, what do you mean you helped them? I'm like, help them? Like, were you like on the phone with them? He's like, yeah, we did a Zoom. I'm like, you did a Zoom? You do that with everybody? He's like, every single person. He's like, it's the best, I'm like, the best? I'm like, dude, we get hundreds of people that sign up and take their tests a month from a video, like a virtual training center, this onboarding system that we have. And he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, nobody has that. I'm like, we have that. I'm like, we do that. That's what we do. He's like, how do you guys do that? I'm like, dude, that's why you should be here with us. Like, but he didn't get it, right? And the point of me telling you guys that is like, that's what most agencies is. Like, this guy's he makes his own sales. He's got a huge team. He's managing a bunch of people. He teaches a bunch of people, but he's literally onboarding every person by himself. Isn't that crazy? I mean, like, we're just like, I think that we forget how lucky we are sometimes. Because, like, there's people that work here at Real Financial that get paid salary that, like, Jessica and Ron, like, they do so much, and they're not, like, they do stuff for you, 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 like, everybody in here, me, like, they do stuff for all of us. And it's free support. Like, we're not even paying for that. So it's really special. And yeah, this opportunity, man. I mean, it's just crazy to me that we get the chance to be, you know, given a leadership role like that. Because again, I mean, especially like there's a lot of really highly talented people in this room. It's like you're not going to get the opportunity to just find accidentally a lot of star performers most of the time, because you're out there recruiting your own people, and most people who are looking for jobs on job board postings, they might not be the Bradley and Andy Elliott fan club, you know? So they're not as hype and ambitious and crushed it in the car business for 10 years and been a high performer already. Like, they're not us. We're a very unique breed. And so to be a leader, you know, having a good attitude is so important. And I have been never negative. It's like, even if things are tough, even when things were at the lowest of the low that they ever were for me in my journey, I still showed up and did 5 days a week Zoom call trainings. And I would be distraught, frustrated, kind of lost, didn't really know what to do, you know, trying to figure it out. And then 5 o'clock would roll around and I do a sales training call and I'm like, what's up, guys? How we doing? Right? How's everybody? You guys killing it? You guys winning? We get any sales today? You guys got beat up? You guys made the calls though? I didn't tell you how many calls to make, but you guys at least made calls, right? You made some? Okay, cool. All right, let's get into it. What do we got, right? And I'm fired up because I know that if I'm wavering, if I'm nervous, if I'm freaking out, man, that's bleeding all over everybody. But if I'm confident, if I feel like I can influence them to show up tomorrow, man, as a leader, dude, I'm doing my job. I'm getting people to think bigger, see the bigger vision, show them what's possible. I'm doing what I need to do to go give myself the opportunity to grow tomorrow. Okay? And, you know, we talk about the financial benefits of being the leader, right? Being a leadership role, how beneficial that is. But guys, in all reality, it's an internal change. It's a change that we have to make to become the person that we need to be able to lead the people that we want to lead to get the result in the life that we want. And it just so happens, and it turns out to be that on the back end of becoming this person, you get paid really well. But it's all about you and your journey. It's about me and my journey. If I can grow, if I can become that person, rather than being like, I'm going to be a leader, cool, put my feet up on the desk, I'm good. I don't have to worry about anything. I'm just going to tell other people what to do. It's not what being a leader is. Like, being a leader is added responsibility. It's more work, right? It's not for everybody. But being a leader, yeah, you will get paid more. Absolutely. So if you guys are currently right now on the leadership team, if you're not on the leadership team, if you're like brand new, you don't even know what that is, like, I'm telling you guys, like, it's a really unique feeling to help other people win. And like being able to communicate, talk to people and give to people and like help people be able to design their life, like, man, it's uplifting. Like, it's really cool. And I hope that you guys all get to that point, right? And to be able to do that, we have to be the leader. And I love this so much. To get what you want, other people need to become successful because of you. So it ain't all about you. So just because I'm the leader, I'm not like, woo, fast track, walk my way down the success road, right? I gotta take care of these people. I gotta really help these people. like I have to really help people get through tough times and difficulties and challenges and adversity. Because if I don't, like they're gonna quit. And like it's 1099 sales. You know what I mean? Like nobody has to be here. So like if I just wanted to not show up tomorrow, like I could just not show up. So it's really important that we're actually helping people. Because if we're not helping people and our agents, well, what happens is they just go find a new opportunity because there's probably something better out there. Right? They're gonna get better support, they're gonna get taken care of better, better processes, better leads, better whatever. And it's like we control that as the leader. So it's really important for us to realize that other people have to become successful because of us. We are not the main focus, they are. If I can help enough other people get what they want, we will get what we want. So I'm gonna touch a little bit on advanced market stuff. So with the way our contracts are set up, to get advanced market contracts, you have to go through something called, I think it's titled IUL Boot Camp. It's basically an education class to give you the opportunity to submit your contracts with companies that have advanced market products. What we've realized, and what I guess the companies had realized, is a lot of people are getting contracted, but it's tough to train in the masses the advanced market concepts and strategies. So there's a link that we'll send in the Discord. Everybody has the ability to go through it. You'll find that a certain number of your clients might need that solution, and it might make sense to present something along the lines of that. We want everyone to have that opportunity because it's a great way to service more people, help people get things taken care of and make money. So we're gonna pass that out to everybody. Now with regards to a few of the products, very simply, and I don't want to say anything that's not totally compliant, so I'm going to keep this as compliant as I can. These are strategies that are generally for people that are looking for safe ways to make sure their money is going to benefit them in retirement. IULs are tied to the market. Whole lives are going to be guarantee returns for people. In the cash value portion of it, they both have death benefits. Annuities are able to have death benefits. Some annuities do not have death benefits. Some annuities provide income later on down the road. And they're very cool, flexible products. So you'll hear a lot of common situations where people typically don't have they have a 401k, an IRA, something along the lines of that that's been tied to the market, and it's a variable product. Variable just means that it can go up and down. If I put money in the stock market and I put $10 in the stock market and the stock market goes down 10%, well, I have $9 all of a sudden in the stock market. If I have an IUL and I put $10 in my IUL, let's just say, and my cash value portion of my IUL, I should say, is $10, and the market goes down 10%, I still have $10. It's indexed in the market. So that just means that it can't go down. It's not a variable product. So it can only go up, it has a floor, okay? So year over year, what happens is, instead of people losing money like they do in the general stock market and these, difficult times when things may be going down, these products become very popular. So we want to make sure that you guys have resources to be able to use them all, access them all, and write all of them. So this is a boot camp that will be required to be completed before you submit contracts. This text will go out in the Discord today. I'll send it out right when we get done today. But it'll be really good for everybody to go through that process, to be able to get those resources, to have those under their tool belt, to be able to write more business, help more people. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about building agencies, which I love. So again, we talked about goal outcomes at the beginning, right? So goal outcome, right? $1 million a month agency, $10 million a month agency, $500,000 a month agency. Maybe it's $20,000 a month agency from a team, whatever it is. You have some kind of idea of what you want as a goal. And I'm going to give you guys this example. If I'm let's just say trying to accomplish something. I can either do it by myself or with other people, right? And let's just say that, Craig is like, well, I got like 5 buddies that help me do what I do. And I'm like, well, I do stuff myself. And like, there's 2 piles of rocks. And me and Craig are like, let's see who can move them faster. And I got me, and Craig's got him and his 5 buddies. And so I'm sitting here and I'm like hauling these big rocks like to where we need to take them or whatever. And I'm placing them, and they got 5 people. They got 6 people going back and forth moving the other pile. They're the exact same size. Who do you think is going to finish first? Craig and his team, right? So here's the idea, is that you don't have to do all this yourself. You don't have to get the income all on you. Like, you can help other people, and because I'm going to talk about the way that it's all set up in a minute here, but these companies are very generous with the way that they pay out. It's a very unique business model to where if you can help other people sell their product and they don't have to market it and they don't have to sell it and they don't have to pay money to get in front of people and train people, and we can just do that for them, they're like, hey man, bring us some more people. Here's a little bit of money. Keep on bringing us people, right? And they're like, thank you. And they're all pumped up. So, like, you can really do it just yourself or get help from other people. Increase your output with the same amount of effort and time, right? If I work 8 hours a day and John's working 8 hours a day, well, what am I working on? Am I working on things that are going to help me 12 months from now grow my income? Or am I just trying to produce on my own forever and I never do build an agency? I'm going to tell you guys a story. A lot of you guys have probably heard me say it before, but let's just say that, I'll switch up the names for you just to make it a little bit new. Let's say we have, let's say we have Nick and Oz, right? And this time, Nick and Oz, these two, they got to walk all the way up over a bridge and through a horse farm to a river. And so these two are walking, and they have to go every single day and do this for 2 years. I love this story because it exemplifies exactly what we do. And they have to get buckets of water, and they walk the buckets of water back to their village every day because their family needs running water, drinking water, bathing water, eating, cleaning. They do it all with this water from the river. And what happens is, in 2 years, let's say Nick is still left going back and forth each day because he is still constantly has to go and get the water. But Osbaldo thought ahead. He's like, I'm gonna grab 1 stick of bamboo every single day, and I'm gonna place it next to the other one all the way from the village to the river. And so he builds this pipe. It takes 2 years, but he builds a pipe because he grabs 1 stick of bamboo every single day. And in 2 years, Osbaldo's built a filtration system that now brings his hut, his house, water. He's got running water. But Nick is still left going back and forth. Right? It's the same, they're in the same situation. They're in the same vehicle. They're in the same opportunity, but Osbaldo's in such a different place in 2 years. Well, the idea is if I have the same hours as everybody else in the day, am I working on things that are going to help my income grow in 12 months? And what is truly the most scalable in the business? Right? If I can teach 100 people how to sell insurance, well, 100 people are going to outperform me every day of the week. If I can get 10 other people inside my agency to start doing what I'm doing, and I got 10 of me's running around, that's pretty powerful, right? And they're winning, they're making money, they're killing it, they're having a great time. That's really powerful. So if we have the same 10 hours and I am not recruiting at all during the week, and let's just go back to these two. Let's say Nick's not recruiting, but Osbaldo is. Or maybe Nick's not on the leadership team, but Osbaldo is. Like, think about where they're at in 12 months from now. It's not about today. Like, it's about 12 months from now. Osbaldo is going to be so much farther along in income and agency building because he's got a bunch of people on his squad doing what he's doing. But Nick, in 2 years, he's going to have some renewals and stuff, but he's not as far along as he could have been. So what am I saying to you guys is having people a part of your team is one of the most powerful things that you can do, right? Andy Elliott has about, 50 people upstairs selling for him alone. way more people than he could call on his own. Andy selling on his own couldn't even get to the amount of leads that they have coming in up there. But since he's got 50 people doing it, he's able to make more money because he's got a lot of people helping him, right? And they were able to make a great living too. It's the same exact thing. Every single person that he hires up there is just like us recruiting somebody. They get paid a percentage of whatever they sell, and Andy gets, in the company, we should say, gets the rest, and that's how it works, right? That's business on the simplest form, right? And I love this so much because this is where I found myself, this quote. When I was like 8 months in or something, I remember I went for like a walk or something one day, and I was just like, man, like I'm working so hard every single day, but I'm kind of in the same spot like with my business as I was when I got started. And I just realized I just wasn't working on all the right things. Like I was selling, I was slinging policies. I told you guys how many policies I sold in year one. Like I was crushing selling. But I wasn't doing anything that was helping me long term. I wasn't recruiting, I wasn't building, I wasn't becoming a leader, So what am I trying to say to you guys? I'm trying to say, like, if you think long term, when you do things that are compounding long term, your business will explode in 12 months, 24 months, but it's small things that you do over time, right? We talked about that example earlier where like I do an hour of 4 15-minute appointments every day, 5 days a week. I mean, man, I'm running 20 appointments every week. Like I'm gonna find people that wanna be here, that wanna be a part of it, that are A players, that are gonna be great. Because you're putting the time in, you're talking to the people. If I make the calls, if I make enough calls, I'm talking to people who are open-minded and I'm selling policies, right? It's the same thing with this. Like if you're working all day and like if your goal is to build, and this is like if your goal, like I have goal outcome up here because like some of you guys, like maybe your goal isn't to build an agency in 12 months, which is cool. But like for this section, like it's called building an agency, so we're talking about it. Like if your goal outcome is to build that agency and your goal outcome is to have, not only you, but other people contributing towards your reoccurring revenue, because like you're gonna get paid off of the business that your team produces forever as well, because you're gonna get overrides off of their renewals and you're gonna get overrides off of the back end and the front end payouts and all that stuff. So it's very, very powerful. Like it's very powerful. But if your business isn't growing, like you might just be working on the wrong things, but not working as hard. So you want to evaluate what you're working on. If I'm not working on long-term compounding things in my business, I might not be doing all the right stuff. I might be doing 90% of what I should be, but if I can just make a small tweak, like I'm gonna give you guys an example, right? We're in Arizona right now. If I was just to drive east and like just drive east and on a straight line, like I could end up in Florida, I could end up in South Carolina, I could end up in Virginia, I could end up in New York, all from a slight tweak of the angle that I'm changing, right? Right? So if I'm like, let's just say that, man, I'm just gonna draw a box for the United States because I'm not even gonna try to draw the United States. But if it's such a small difference in the angle. But do you see how different the outcome is? And that's what building a company, building a business is, right? Are you doing the things that long-term are gonna help you grow and develop and build the agency that you want? Because if not, like you might end up in Florida, but you wanted to end up in New York. And you're like, dang, man, like I was going the right direction. I wasn't totally on pace. And that's okay. Because in this room, we have an opportunity to make a decision. I always say, it's okay if you're not where you want to be because today you got the opportunity to make a new decision to help you get you to where you want to go. So it's important just to understand there's a lot going on in the industry and in the business. Just know where you're at and what you want out of it. And if you can develop that game plan, that structure, that monthly, that weekly game plan, those targets, those things you need to hit every single week, those routines, those habits, that pie chart of yours, you're going to be able to start to really map out where you want to be, right? And you're just going to create it out of thin air. Like that's really how I envision it. Like you just pick what you want and then you just start going to work on solving the problem. And once you're solving the problem, you have like a general idea, and you start going, and then you're like, oh, I need to do a little bit more of this and a little bit less of that, and I'm gonna add that in. And then like you're like, yeah, that works. Okay, cool. And you make an adjustment, right? But you keep moving, and you keep moving, and you keep moving, and you keep learning. And eventually, if you want to go to New York, like you'll find your way to New York, because that was the goal the whole time. You're just solving that the whole time. Okay? So this is what I was saying a little bit earlier. You know, with what we do, it's very unique. It's basically like we're recruiting people to sell Aetna and Americo and Mutual of Omaha's products for them. So like usually what happens is companies market, and companies have to spend a lot of money, and then their sales team that they pay money to train has to close the deal, and they hope to get a profit, right? But with this business, these companies just have products, and it's all word of mouth. Like, they don't do any of the marketing. They don't do any of the training. We do the training. We go get the people to sell it, and we find the people to sell it. And we talk to the people, and we do it all, and we just sell their stuff. So they're just letting us sell their product, and we just get to sell it. And so for them, they're like, oh, John, you taught some people how to sell insurance? For us? With our product? Yeah, we'll pay you a little bit of money. Thanks, man. Go get some more people. Go do it again. Keep on finding people. Right? I mean, like, it's very simple. It's very simple. I like to call it like the referral payout. It's like they're like, man, good job. Go grab some more people. Keep bringing us some business. Like, we're in. Like, this is a great business model. They're not paying for the training. They're not paying for the clients. They're not paying for the lead. They don't do anything. They house the product, and we just get to sell what they offer. Right? In your agency, I want you guys to really think about this. In your agency, you get to make money off of every sale that comes from it. Like, if you build an agency and you got 10 people, just 10 people, and you're writing business, and you got 10 people writing business, and you do that for 24 months, and you just have 10 people, and let's just say that you guys write 10 policies for 2 years, and each person writes 10 policies a month for 2 years, so that's 240 policies per person, right? Which is actually 2,400 policies, and you get to override every single one of those policies, and you make money in a commission off of all those, and you get recurring revenue forever off of all of those. Like, that's 10 people. That's not even that crazy. It gets crazy, right? It's bananas. And it's one of the most, guys, this industry has created more millionaires than any other industry on the planet. Literally. Like, there's no secret to why that happens, right? And something that I want you guys to think about is, if you guys follow my stuff, I made a video the other day and I was talking about this concept. This industry has a 92% typical average turnover rate. Now, ours is a little bit better than the average, industry average for Real Financial, but the industry average is 92%. Agents that get licensed aren't practicing in 12 months with their license. You know what that tells me? A lot of people getting recruited, not a lot of people doing the work for 12 months, so they're quitting, right? Well, what I've realized is, like, there's so many people that, or excuse me, if you're a part of the 8% that make it 12 months, you'll be successful. It's just like, how successful? It's not a matter of whether or not you will be. You will be. But in your first 12 months, there's just new information. There's stuff that you got to learn. Like, it can be kind of a difficult. Just getting contracting seems like a maze, you know? If you've gone through that, it's like, man, what are we doing? But that's something that everybody battles in the industry, so we're trying to make it as easy as possible. But the crazy thing is that if you can battle the test of time in the industry, you're inevitably going to be successful. Like, out of 100 people that sign up and get their license, in the industry, 8 of them are here in a year. And then of those 8, I don't know what the percentage that become millionaires or become incredibly successful, but I can tell you this, the industry produces the most amount of millionaires. And if majority of people aren't here in 12 months, and you're a part of the very few, the elite of the industry who can make it more than 12 months, you got a pretty damn good opportunity to start becoming that 1% income range in the country, in the industry, because you're here, you did it for 12 months. You're part of the elite. That's crazy, right? So if you've been here for 12 months, like you're already doing it. And like you're already way farther along than more than 92% of the people that come into the business. So just understand that. If you can make it a year, you are guaranteed, I'll guarantee you personally success for doing all the right things. Like I said, you're going to make money off of, I don't even like using that terminology, but you're going to make money when other people in your agency produce, is how it works, obviously. And that's for upfront payouts, back-end commissions, renewals, the whole deal. And again, the companies are very generous with the way that they pay out. So we have the opportunity to take advantage of it or watch it, right? And be a spectator of it. I'd rather be a part of it. So this is something that I like to talk about a lot, is how our income grows in this business. Our income is, it's something that, like I'm talking to you guys about, like the longer time you spend in this, the crazier it gets. Your first 9 months are going to get a 75% advance of your commissions. And that's the toughest part, your first 9 months, because that's the lowest amount that you'll be paid for your first, for the time being in the industry. Months 9 through 12, you'll have your 75% advance, your back-end payouts, and then your renewals will start. Typically what happens is you start to build a team around this time. So you'll have, we'll say 12 to 18 months now. 75% advance commissions. You're going to get your back-end 25% payouts. You're going to have your renewals. And then if you start building your team just about that point, you'll start to have 75% advance that'll go to them when they're writing business, and you'll get overrides and payouts off of that. And then you'll have let's just say, 18, 24 months if you're following this process and starting to build, 75% advance, 25% back-end payouts. You're going to start to get renewals. You're going to keep on getting renewals off of all the business that you're writing. And you'll have team overrides on 75% advance, 25% back-end payouts, and renewals. And that continues to grow and climb every single month. The longer you play, the more time you spend in the industry, the more you always make. Right? There's a reason that there's these big companies out there that want to purchase life insurance agencies. And there's a lot of people that love buying these businesses. And for us, like being at the foothold, like basically what happens is they want to buy it when it's built because they don't want to do the work to build it. So they'll advance you like years and years projected of what your income is going to be, basically. And so they'll say, we'll give you this, at least this is how I understand it to be. We'll give you this, and we're going to take, whatever the deal worked out is, but they'll advance you a lot of the money that you're making in the, month to month, year and year. And so you look at it and you're like, I'm like, I don't even know if it would be worth selling it. I don't know if there's an amount of money. If your income grows that much month over month, and like some people just want to sell it, and like I go back and forth on like what I would want to do when I don't know. I don't know if I would even want to, you know what I mean? Like maybe, but I don't know, because this is just like, it just seems like they want to buy it for a reason. I'm like, what's to this here? Like who's outsmarting who? Who's getting the deal? So for me, I'm like, I don't know. I can really see how crazy it gets. And so they see that and they know that. And they're like, in 27 years, when you're not here and we've recouped our investment, and then it's still building all the reoccurring revenue forever and ever and ever. And then they still own it, right? That's their plan long, man. They're thinking big time. And for us, we're like, big, huge payout we're taken care of. And like, that's for a lot of people enough to be able to spend the rest of their life doing. and living off of, right? Which is amazing. But that's kind of why that transaction even takes place, right? So something that I want to ask you guys is like, we talked about doing the right things for your business, right? And if I was to sit here and tell you guys like, your goal outcome, like, what are those things that you need to be doing? Like, seriously, like, are you doing them? Because like we said earlier, man, like, you can lie to me, but like, you can't lie to you. And like, your results won't lie. So like, if you want the results, the game plan is, for a lot of us, at least I'll say, like, if your goal is to build an agency, like, you gotta recruit, you gotta hire, you gotta get in the leadership team, you gotta start talking to warm market, you gotta start talking to family and friends, you gotta start talking to people, trying to build an agency, trying to share the opportunity, inviting people to the national call, getting people involved. And if you're not, like, you're just prolonging the process, because every single one of us can have it, but it's just how long is it gonna take, right? So for me, I want it to take a short amount of time. So I'm doing a little bit of everything. I'm recruiting, I'm building, I'm selling, I'm trying to train, I'm trying to, grow, develop. And this is kind of a breakdown. I've shown this to a lot of you guys, and I'm gonna keep showing it because in, June of this year, I'm gonna re-show you guys what it is. But I love this because my first 3 months, or my first month I sold a policy, I sold a couple to my warm market. I wrote my first policies in March. And then 3 months later, I was still the only writer. I was just writing business. I was just trying to learn and grow and develop and just produce on my own. And I ended up issuing $51,642 in premium 3 months later in June. And then, right, like, I literally, when I say sell, recruit, and train, like, guys, for 12 months, I just sold, I just recruited, and I just trained. Right? I did the same thing. I just did the simple stuff over and over. And I had a team of 55 writers. I was getting 10 plus new writers a month. $240,000 in premium. And that's 12 months after this. So it took me 3 months to get really, dialed in with selling at a high level. And then it took me 12 months to get to $250,000. 10,000 less than $250,000, but just under $250,000 in team production. And that was last year. I mean, this year, like, I don't even know what that thing's gonna say. Yeah. But it's just crazy because, like, I didn't do anything crazy. You know what I mean? I really didn't. Like, it's just time in the paint, man. I just time under the bar. Like, I've just been doing it. And like, huh? You don't like that? I look like a kid. Yeah.
Have you heard the good word?
Man, I love it. Next event, I'm wearing that outfit. That's awesome. That is so funny. Yeah, I don't know. I just haven't changed it for some reason. I'm gonna leave it forever. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was when I was a child. But isn't that crazy, man? Like, there's only a year difference. It was like 15 months total of when I got started. So, I mean, I show this stuff to you guys because I'm like, you guys can do way better than I did. And like, way better in the process than I did it. Like, I messed up so much. Like, all this wasn't like this then. Like, it was hard. I didn't know what I was doing. But like, the path is paved, as a lot of people like to say. So my question is to you guys, like, 12 months, man, like, is it something like this? Or are you guys like thinking bigger, or are you like not thinking big enough? Because I want you guys to think big, because you can have whatever you want. Like, you can have whatever you want. And I think that for so many of us, we shortcut ourselves and we don't, like, dude, I didn't even know what building an agency was back here. I just knew Brad Lee wanted me to sell insurance. That was it. I'm like, cool, I'm in. What do we do? They're like, just call the leads. I'm like, let's call some leads. You know, I got no clue. So, like, from this point, I didn't even know what building an agency was. I'm just focused on selling. You know, I don't care about anything else. And I'm like, go to this where I'm like, all right, I know how to sell. I'm figuring that out. And I start to get open-minded to some other opportunities. I'm like, oh, this is how the industry works. I'm starting to understand how you can build a team a little bit, but still have my head down. There's about 3-4 more months that went by. 5 more months that went by, and then I was like, you know what? I should start thinking about building. Like I said, I went on that walk, I went out, I was like, I'm really in the same spot, like month to month. I just keep starting over. You know, I'm like, I don't know. There's gotta be a better way. And so I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna start asking some questions to people. And I started talking to people and started asking questions. I'm like, dang, man, like, why doesn't everybody build an agency? And so I started to try to build an agency, and I didn't know what I was doing when I was getting started with it, but it started to work, you know? And I started to figure it out, and I started to slowly move in the right direction, and then I started to do better and better, and then I ended up in a spot where, you know, I'm growing. And that's the goal. It's just to grow. Like, if the goal is a big agency, well, have you moved closer or farther from it? Have you been more productive in that matter or less productive? Like, it's you and you, man. And like, for me, it was never, I want to beat this guy. I want to catch this guy. I want to put this guy out. I want to take all, you know, I want to recruit everybody and do all this stuff. I just knew that I wanted to do this here. And I didn't know how I was going to do it, and I didn't know what it was going to look like, but I will tell you one thing. I was telling myself before I sold a policy that I was the top producer here. Literally. I was telling myself that. I have it written down with dates and notebooks that I used to have in my college house. I believed it was going to happen, like before I even knew what I was going to be doing. And it happened, you know? I was the top producer all year, my first year, and sold more insurance than anybody by over 6 figures at the company. Like, I did it. I did the thing that I wrote out. And then I was writing down, and I really believed it. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but that I had the biggest agency here. And that I was business partners with Brad and Andy. Like, I just believed that that stuff was going to happen. And then I was living in Andy's basement, and now I work with Brad all the time. You know what I mean? And I just believed that that stuff was going to happen before it happened. And the crazy thing is no one's going to tell you that all these things are going to come true in your life and that you're going to be given all these amazing events. You have to go think and go predict and call your shot and put that process together yourself. And for me, like, it's just crazy the way that things have happened in my life. And I know that I'm super lucky and I'm grateful for that. But I also know that I've put in the work. Like, I've done it. I've earned where I've gotten. And I'm not cocky, but I know what I'm talking about because I've done it, right? Like, I can trust myself. I'm not guessing. When I'm up here talking to you guys, dude, I've recruited a ton of people. I have messed up tremendously with them. I have had chargeback storms. I have gotten through them. I have had people quit. I have run training calls before. I mean, dude, like everything in the business, like I've done it. You know, and there's people, don't get me wrong, that are way ahead of me and done way more than I have, right? But I know that I predicted what I was gonna do, and I went out and I did it. I called my shot, and I went out and I performed. You can't lie about that stuff. 51K, there's another month I did I think it was like 70 or something. And like, issue pay, or I submitted 82 policies in a month. I submitted 100,000 in a month, right? Like, I've done it. So I can stand here and speak to you guys with total confidence about this stuff. And for you guys to go and build a team and go from 0 to, if you guys are writing a ton of business, to building your agency, right? Like, you gotta call your shot. You gotta predict that, because no one's gonna come give it to you. No one's gonna come hold your hand the whole way through it and make sure that you're becoming successful. When I was younger, like, we didn't grow up with a ton of money, and we were like pretty low income, like in all reality. And I used to just be like, man, if someone could just like give us a car, because like we didn't have one. I'm like, if someone would just give us a car, wouldn't that be cool? If someone would just give us a great house to live in, everything would be fixed. But no one ever did, you know? And what I learned is like, as things just didn't change, and like, you know, all thanks to my mom, because she worked her butt off to keep us in a school district that would be positive for us, because it's the best school, it's the best public school district in Pennsylvania. She's working 2 jobs, taking night classes. I barely ever saw her. Single mom, raising three boys. We were not simple to raise. And I mean, like, because of those experiences, and I would just be like, man, I just hope that one day someone just comes and makes things easy for us. I realized, I was just like, no one's gonna like come give me what I want. And so there was a day and a moment when, like, I remember I was so upset because we were getting pulled out of a house that we were in, which I really liked at the time, and we had to move back in with my aunt in a different school district, and we would lie to the school district about where we lived, and my mom would, like, it was just crazy. Like, they would like ask us where we were living, and we like wouldn't say anything, but like they would let us stay there for like a little while until like it got really bad, and then like, you know, it was just this whole thing. But what I realized is like, and I took my anger out on hockey, which helped me a lot. And that's like why I ended up getting kind of good. But what I did was, internally, I just decided, like, I don't care how hard it is, I'm just gonna keep on pushing forward to create something that's gonna help me. And I didn't know what that meant at the time. Like, I was just like angry, like shooting pucks, trying to like get better. And like, I would go to other teams' practices, and I got like an early release from high school so I could leave at 12 o'clock while all the other kids had to stay till 2:18, because I got an early release to go to hockey practice because I played on a 21 and under team as a 16-year-old. And like, you know what I mean? Like, I was just like, I was constantly just trying to like, I was like getting my frustration out all the time. But I just was like on this mission of like, and I don't even know who I was talking to or who I was thinking these thoughts to, but I was just on this mission of, I don't care how hard it is, I'm gonna make it happen. I didn't even know what make it happen was. Like, I didn't even have a make it happen, but I just knew that I was just like moving somewhere. I just knew I was going somewhere. And through those lessons that I learned, like, no one's gonna give you an agency for nothing. Like, there's no such thing as something for nothing. You will never be given something and have done nothing for it. You have to invest you have to put money in the ATM to be able to withdraw money out of the ATM. You have to. Go to your ATM. If there's $0 in there, man, they do not let you pull out money. Like, it's not happening. And so for us at Real Financial, while we're going through this and we're trying to build agencies, like, we got to realize that if we want the team, if we want the agency, man, can you do it? And I'm not saying 51 every month. I'm just saying, like, you got to be able to teach it. You got to be able to help other people, grow other people. You got to be able to get other people from where they want to be now, from where they're at to where they want to be. Like, you can't talk it and not be able to walk it. You got to be able to walk it. And when I get in there and I'm up here and I'm speaking to you guys and I'm teaching you guys and I'm helping you guys, it's just because I've done it. Like, I'm not like making this up. Like, those are the numbers. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, for a lot of us in here, we have such a great opportunity. And like I said before, I was calling my shot to myself before I even knew what this opportunity really was. Because I just freaking believed. I just believed that it was gonna work. I believed that I was gonna become somebody. I believed that I was gonna, no matter how hard it got, I was gonna get through it. I just believed it was gonna lead me to where I needed to go. And I didn't even know what was possible. I didn't even know you could build a team. I didn't even know you could have an agency. I thought I was just gonna sell stuff. And I want you guys to see that, because whatever you want, whatever you wrote at the beginning of this thing, whatever your 12-month goal is, whatever your dream life is out of this thing, like, you can create that. Like, you can literally create it. I've created what I wanted out of thin air. Like, I've literally created what I envisioned years ago out of thin air. I dreamed of being business partners with Brad and Andy. I used to act like Brad Lee was my consultant while I was dropping out of school. I think I've told some of you guys this story. I was like, would Brad think that this is a good idea? Should I ask, like, I'm not able to sell. I suck at selling. I don't have any money in my bank account. Brad would say, find a way, figure it out. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna find a way, I'm gonna figure it out. Hey, little brother, hey, older brother, can I get $200? Can I get $300? Use those leads, don't sell anything. What would Brad say? What would Brad say? Brad, if he was sitting right here next to me, he would tell me to figure it out, find a way, figure it out, find a way. Hey man, can I borrow some money? Like, I was asking people around me, hey man, can I get a little bit of money? Can I get, I'll repay you. I'm a good guy, you know me, right? Like, I'll take care of it. And then boom, no sales again. Okay, cool. What would Brad say? He would probably tell me to find more money and to keep trying. He'd probably tell me, because I'd listened to so much of his content, I could predict in my mind what I thought he would be saying. And so I was like, what would Brad say? What would Brad say? I'm like, I should drop out of school. Like, one day I get this crazy idea, like, oh, actually I got dumped, and I'm like, I'm just gonna leave. I don't even want to be here anymore. I'm like, I'm just gonna get out of here. I'm just gonna go live at my friend's house at home. He's totally supportive. He's a good dude. And I'm just gonna go back to Pennsylvania, and I'm just gonna start selling. Wow, what would Brad say? I don't know if it's a good idea. What would Brad say? Brad would probably be like, go all in on you, take the risk while you're young, take the risk in general, go do it, like, make the most of it. You're gonna be able to be fully invested in it. Cool, let's do it. All right, I'm doing it, right? I don't have any money for leads. What am I gonna do? What would Brad say? Figure it out, find money. Where can I get money? Right? And I was acting like I was business partners with Brad before I was business partners with Brad. Isn't that crazy? I was envisioning there's messages of me with Danny Klein before the first time Andy ever, it was like the beginning of July last year, June or something. He did his first Zoom call with Real Financial. Instantly, went on his Instagram, found Danny Klein, was like, Andy, no way he's gonna message me back. I'm gonna reach out to this kid. Looks like he's about my age. Turns out we're the same age. I'm like, bro, like, we're gonna work together in the future. Like, we got a future together to be able to work together. I already know it. Like, I got DMs. The first day I knew who the Elliott Group was. And I'm like, I'm gonna live out in Scottsdale one day. Like, I just thought that. A week later, Andy calls me and he's like, I want you to move in with me. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, absolutely. Yeah, right? And like, I just like made that up in my head a week ago. Like, it's crazy. And I'm not saying that, like, if you think that, like, you're gonna get to live with Brad Lee or something, but like, I got super lucky. But like, I'm just saying, like, I called my shot. Like, I literally just decided I'm gonna be the top performer. I'm gonna build the biggest agency. It's what I used to write down. I just believed that somehow I was gonna do that. I believed I was gonna be business partners with Brad. Like, I didn't know how, but I like I say believe, but like, I didn't just like make that up in my head. Like, I really believed it. Like, I just believed that I was gonna become that person. I just deep down, I didn't know how, but I just thought, I knew I was. I believed deep down. And to this day, I said believe at the beginning like a million times because I just believed that this was gonna be this. I believe that it's gonna be bigger. I know that it is. And so for you guys, some of you guys, like, I want you guys to see that side of it, because it wasn't always me talking to you guys up here. Like, I had to go through a lot. I had to learn a lot. There was a lot of obstacles, challenges, adversity, but I overcame it and I learned a lot. And I'm able to help you guys because of that. And you guys have that same opportunity to go through these things that you see as difficulty, but they're really lessons. Because you're learning for future you. Like, you're just getting more educated. It's really not a bad thing when you go through hardship. You're getting smarter. You're the asset. You're becoming more dangerous. You're becoming better, more skilled. And what happens is is that take all the money away, I could go build another agency. Take everything away, I know how to do it now. Like, I'm taking the skills with me. It's all up here in between my ears, and that's the value. So I want you guys, like, you know, I said write down what you want in 12 months because, like, dude, that's what I've been doing, and it's been happening, like, over and over. And I'm just, like, going to work. I'm, like, all year, I'm gonna solve the problem, and I just, like, do it all. I'm, like, end of the year comes, I'm, like, pretty much hit everything. All right, we're gonna do it again, right? And I just believe that we can all do that. Like, I believe that, like, inside of me, that you guys can do that I can do that. So, like, this isn't a crazy abstract goal. $250,000 a month agency, you can have that. You can have triple that with what we have. So I want you guys to just really, you know, like, understand that. I said believe so many times. I hope that you guys kind of got it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about hiring staff. It's something that's helped me grow so much, is hiring more people. I've been able to actually make more money every month because I spend more money every month, which sounds funny, but what I've realized is that we all have a certain amount of hours in the day to be able to get things done. And it's impossible to take on more if we can't increase the hours. When's it going to get done? Well, other people are going to have the opportunity to step up and take on some of those roles. So, and sometimes it's tough, I think. You know, when I got started, I was talking to some people. They were telling me to get an assistant. They were telling me to do this. And I was just nervous to invest in it. You know, it was new. I thought that the $2,000 a month was going to put me out of business. And I didn't really know what I was supposed to be doing, how to hire them, how to manage them, what tasks to tell them to do. So my first person that I tried a couple of VA companies. And if you don't know, VA companies basically just, there's a company and they have people in the Philippines that'll do stuff for you. And they manage, they monitor them, and they're gonna basically, you know, you tell them what you want them to do, but they make sure it gets done, ultimately. They hold the accountability. And that was cool. I tried that. I hated trying to get people to do the things that I was really good at, because I was good at everything. As time went on, I was getting better at hiring. I was getting better at recruiting. I was getting better at having conversations in my DMs, doing interviews, right? Hiring people to join the agency. I was getting better at, you know, communicating with agents. I was getting better at all this stuff, and I didn't want anybody else to do it because I wanted it to be done my way. And I hired a VA, and then I cut the contract. I was like, I can't do it. I hired another one. I'm like, I can't do it. It's just not being done the right way. And they'd be like, why isn't it being done the right way? And I'd be like, I'd rather do it. And so I would work all day long, and I was burying myself with work because I wanted to accelerate my learning curve so fast. So I was doing so much more. And I didn't have to be doing all that much, but I wanted to grow, so I was willing to do it. And what I've realized is that I was going to be stuck working all day long, every single day, forever, if I kept doing what I was doing. So there was a point in time when I reached out to someone and I got a VA, and I was like, I'm just going to make this work no matter how it starts off. And so there were some things that didn't go right. There were some things that, you know, just like all the other times, it wasn't working. But I said, can we jump on a Zoom call? I want to go over with you how I would like it to be done. We worked it out. That's Grizel. You guys see her in the group chat. She's awesome. Great attitude, super positive. She does a lot. She does a lot for the company. So she's great, and she helps me out. Some of you guys have talked to Destiny. So Grizel's out in the Philippines. She's amazing. Destiny's in Phoenix. She is a full-time admin for me that's here in the States. She does some onboarding stuff. She helps out with behind-the-scenes stuff for me. She calls carriers. She checks in with clients for me. She's asking for some referrals here and there for me. She sets appointments for me. Like, she does a lot for me. And so I'm able to sit here today and then sit down tomorrow and have probably 7 appointments scheduled because Destiny's making phone calls, right? But I'm here, I'm present with you guys. And so what I've realized is, like, if you want to do something big, it's going to take people. And it's going to take a couple people to help you build your mission for you, or with you, I should say. Because if I was to write out all the tasks that those two do for me, and then everything else that I do, I don't know when it would get done. Like, I really don't know when it would get done. And, you know, not everyone's at that level where you need that, but as you grow and as you build, you're going to need some help. And you're going to need help in different areas. And some people are better at this, and some people are better at that. If I was to give you my perfect blueprint, I would try to do everything I can to stay on the phone with agents and stay on the phone with clients, closing policies and helping families and helping other agents and doing some trainings, right? That's it. Like, I'm cool. You team, handle everything else. I'll do this. I'm here, I'm present. That's the dream, is to be in that, right? Because you're gonna have people, like I said, my onboarding calls are getting done. I have someone helping me out with, I mean, they do everything. Everything that they do so much stuff. It's crazy. They recruit people out of my DMs. They're building, you know, spreadsheets and collecting data and tracking things and giving me reports, and it's helping me see the business better. And I'm not spending all the time doing it and building those things when I used to. So it's really important that when you are growing, you are looking to have help, because like upstairs here in this big building, it's not just Andy running around closing all the deals and working the credit card payments and then also sending out the back end email follow-ups and like doing all this stuff. There's people there to help, right? So it's important as you grow, you do have help. You have some hands that are also, you know, pushing along in the mission. The goal is to keep you working on the most important tasks. What are your most important tasks? Because if you're someone that, you know, like, you know that selling insurance is really important, right, for your income and stuff. Well, I'm not going to outsource. You can't outsource that one, right? That's not getting outsourced. But if I know that I usually spend, I'm just going to give you an example. If I'm trying to recruit and build and I'm spending time doing that, well, that's something that I can train somebody to do. If I know that I have, if I want to have a certain amount of, you know, administrative tasks like calling carriers done, well, I can hire somebody to do that. If I know that I want to send DMs every day to recruit, I can hire somebody to do that. So there's all these things that are really easily trained that people will do for you. It doesn't have to be you. It's just got to get done. It doesn't mean it's got to get done by you. Right? And so I have here what truly moves the needle. Outsource everything else. Because as you grow and you start to make money, you'll realize that the other things are actually holding you back from making more money. Right? Because like if I'm on the phone with Americo and I'm calling them about something, like I could be totally sitting down on a sales call and probably collecting a sale. But instead I'm on the phone with Americo trying to figure out someone's policy or whatever the case is, right? So we want to make sure we're working and focusing on the most important things. Because the most important things are going to be the income producing activities. And for me, I want to stay on the phone, stay plugged in with my agents and everybody here. I want to stay plugged in with, or I want to sell the policies. And then I want to be on trainings because I want to get better and I want to grow. And I want to be part of the community and I want to hang out with you guys. Like, that's fun, right? So for me, those are my important things. That's what I want. So I want to outsource like everything else. So that's all we have for today. And so, again, like I said at the beginning of today, guys, the goal today, and I hope you guys took notes, all this stuff is recorded. We're going to be blasting it all out. But we want to make sure that everyone's got all, number one, tools and resources you need to become successful. Number two, you know exactly what to do. And number three, you guys are a part of the team. Like, this is a unique place to be. And so if you haven't been plugged in yet, this is your first time around us, like, man, welcome. Like, this is the group. Like I said, I'm gonna overview one thing with the FCC regulations that are coming in. We're gonna start to shift a lot of our internet leads to Cody and his team. So I sent you guys a link in the Discord. I'm gonna send it out again. And I'm also gonna send out the IUL and Advanced Market Strategy boot camp, so everyone can go through that. But book a call with those guys. They'll set up everything for you. Like, whatever you're paying right now, even if you're buying aged leads, like, you could spend the same amount of money, get less leads, and close more sales because they're legit, fresh, no one else is calling that person kind of lead. So make sure you do that. They'll get everything implemented into your CRM, and the CRM will have automations going out to them. You'll schedule appointments through text. You'll have phone calls. You can do life insurance leads. You can do advanced market stuff. You can do final expense. You can do whatever you want. A lot of us, I think, will, for the general portion of it, will be life insurance and final expense. But Cody was telling me a story the other day. He was saying that he's like this guy. He's like, I guess some agent in a similar agency style to us, high contract or whatever. He's like, yeah, this guy, he refers us like, he's like, I don't even like do any like business with the guy, but he's like, so many people ask this guy how he writes so much business because he uses their life insurance leads, and he writes like $6,000 or $600,000 a year in premium, and they're all his own leads. He owns them. They're all like linked up to his own CRM, all this stuff. And he's like, this guy he's like, every single day, like, I get people that are asking, like, how's he doing it? Where's he getting them? And, you know, he's like, we're just helping out people. And I think that their deal looks a little bit different because they don't have like a support team for like the general people. But like for us, with Real Financial, if you go through that link, they will take care of you. So just make sure you do that. And I don't know if they're...
Will they do it to recruit agents too? Around Facebook?
They might. They do have recruiting leads, so I can.
What about mortgage leads?
So I talked to him about that. He said that their mortgage leads are not as high quality as typical leads, like mailers and stuff. He said that they have them, but he was more confident about his least confident one, I'll say. But he said that they're good. They're just not as high intent as like someone like writing on a mail card and like walking it out to the mailbox. He's like, it's not going to be that. So, yeah, they do have mortgage leads though. Absolutely. Yeah, they have a bunch of stuff. So, again, let's make sure that we're doing that. If you guys want to get into the advanced market stuff, we're doing that. And Gabby, is that kitchen at the place big enough?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we get
We ordered
365.
we ordered so much food. It's crazy. Gabby, what is it? Shrimp? Gabby, what's the menu?
We've got shrimp cocktail, spanakopita, veggie trays, and then crab legs and pretzel crusted candy bacon maple pork chops. with a spinach, blueberry, feta, vinaigrette salad, and probably partridge and pear tree. So, yeah, it should be pretty solid. So we'll kick off.
So, I was gonna say, can you pull the address out?
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't for us to cook last night?
Yeah, can you send it out in the Discord, and then if you can just read it off for everybody, just to make sure everyone gets it here, since we're all sitting here. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's 16915 East Jacqueline Drive. Fountain Hills. It's like 3 minutes from here.
Jacqueline Elliott.
It's Jacqueline Elliott Drive.
Damn, man.
Not yet, but soon enough, I bet.
Hey, the place is for sale.
Thank you.
It's coming up on the market.
So,
We need to discuss it. Just saying.
Let's get it.
the
Frat house.
dinner tonight is
What-
on Tyler.
What time are you thinking?
7:15. Come ready to answer that question to each other. Right? That's the purpose of this thing, the purpose of being here, the purpose of not streaming this is to do what we're going to do tonight and level up as a team, right? Build the relationships, connect with somebody that's close to you geographically, do your part to figure out who's only an hour or two geographically from you, right? So that you guys can link up, dial together, support each other. 3,000 agents by the end of the year is the goal, right?
Yep.
That's a big goal.
That's where we at right now. How many are there right
We're
now?
about
Couple hundred.
couple hundred, right?
Month to month,
So
yeah.
we need to 10x. We need to 10x our agent engagement, writing agent participation by the end of the year. That's a big goal, man. Everyone in this organization needs to turn themselves into 10 people. The only way to get there is to lean in with everything we have. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of Brad Lee and Andy Elliott and Tyler and all the fire that they've gone through to bring us here. We need to bring it. This is our year, right? Tyler got us here. This is our year. We gotta bring it.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. So, if you guys want to hang out for a little bit, we'll probably turn the music on for like 30 minutes, and then, I mean, we'll all meet back over like 7:15 over at this place. And yeah, guys, if I know I want to grab some pictures with some of you guys back here. Yeah, why not, right? He said, "How much?" That's awesome. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys were all able to come out. I'm gonna take this mic off. Ethan, what'd you think? Good? You liked it? Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Thanks, bro. Yeah, you get a lot out of it?
Yeah.
I love it.
No, it was only like a 40-minute drive from here.
Nice.
You on Brad, and I signed up, so.
Nice. Good, dude.
Yeah, I'm in Cape Creek, so.
Dude, that's like not that far at all. Good.
30, 40, so it wasn't bad.
Yeah. Easy. Super easy. Good, dude. I'm glad you came out. I did like, I think it was 70,